A warm and friendly hello, welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We have an excellent podcast for you now. We do have to nix the recap of Friday's games for this podcast today because we've got 140 games on the board and it's a very simple podcast today. Getting you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these games for another jam-packed Saturday as we hit some bank shots. Now, probably going to be going a little bit faster than normal when it comes to these breakdowns. That's just because, well, when you've got 140 games up there on the board, you do need to go a little bit faster to be able to get all these games in. But we've got ourselves an absolutely tremendous card and very much looking forward to it. If you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of two ways we'll fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at @unit_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM, naming does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other way, that is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. And then from there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. As per usual, with regards to these game breakdowns today, we're going to be going in Las Vegas rotation order. This is where you go with the bigger conferences first, and then these are the conferences that are going to be at the bottom. The America East, the Atlantic Sun, the Big South, the Patriot League, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Southland, the Northeast Conference. I believe we have hit all of them. So very simple objective here. Try to get you guys as many winners as humanly possible. We're going to be taking 2 breaks along the way. And as you guys know with this podcast, typically that first break comes after like 3 hours. So you're going to be getting a whole big jam-packed just bundle of fun before then. So how about if we get started right about now? Because I do think that the formalities are all done. Picks and analysis on every single game on the board for today as we hit some bank shots. Starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
We start with 601, 602 on the card. It is Penn State, and they're going to be playing us to Indiana. Indiana, 3.5 to a 4-point underdog, and total on this game, you're going to be finding it between 152 and 152.5. I did set my total at 147.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. I know that Penn State played a harebrained game a few nights ago against Illinois without their top scorer in Kanye Cleary, but I do have my question marks as to how Penn State is going to be able to operate without him moving forward, as Cleary was able to give the team 16.5 points per contest. Now, I do expect the defense to actually be a little bit better without Cleary in the fold. I feel like that was just a case where they were going up against the top team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis away from home in Illinois. And for Ace Ball 1, he's been very good in the backcourt. 5.5 assists, 2.8 steals per contest, and this is a Penn State team that is a top 20 team in all of college basketball. The regards of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and this is also a team that's in the bottom 50 with regards to rebound rate, going up against an Indiana team that they are outside the top 100 with regards to rebound rate, despite having Khalil Ware and Malik Renew combining for about 30.5 points between the two of them. They're able to haul in their 15.5 rebounds per contest, and Ware does give you 1.7 blocks while shooting 43.5% from 3. Been a case where Indiana just really hasn't been effective on offense because their backcourt has not been great. Trey Galloway, he's been able to do a solid job of being able to retain the ball, 4.3 assists, 2.1 turnovers per game, but last year shot well north of 40% from 3-point range. There has been a sizable fall off this season, and you just have not been able to get a lot out of guys like CJ Gunn and company. So I do think that this is an interesting scenario here. I do think that Penn State is going to be slowed down a little bit more. I do feel like game number 1 without Cleary was a little bit of an outlier, and this is an early 9 o'clock a.m. noon Eastern time tip time, so I did set my total 147.5. As a result, I'm going to be taking a look at the under. Other than Kuda Swab for Penn State, not a single guy averaging north of 4.2 rebounds per game. I do think is going to be an issue for them. I do like Penn State to be able to just barely edge this one up, but I could only set my line at 1.5. So here now that we're getting about 4 to 4.5, going to be looking at the points with Penn State. Did set my total 147.5, so here north of 150, going to be looking at the under. 603, 604 on the betting board. Northeastern is going to be playing us Hampton. Hampton is an underdog of 11.5 points. On this game is there between 143.5 and 145. I did set my total at a 149. I'm going to be looking at the over. You've got a Hampton team as a top 75 team with regards to total possessions per game. Northeastern well outside the top 250 with this regard, but Northeastern also well outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and ditto for Hampton. This Hampton unit has not been effective on offense, to say the least. 298th in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but with Hampton, they're starting to finally get Jordan Nesbitt to be playing up to his billing. He was injured to begin the season, missed the first 8 or so games, and then when he came back his first few contests, he just was clearly not himself, but now has been able to give the team at least 4 assists in all but 2 of the team's last 12 games. He has been able to come in and has been able to give the team 60 points in the last 3 games, so the explosiveness, it is coming back. Meanwhile, you've got down low someone in Kyrie Smallman who's able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, though it is a Hampton team that they are going to get plowed down low. They're outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. And Northeastern, a top 25 team in the country with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they are a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. They are a team, though, that they are really going to give it up from 3-point range. They are outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They are a team that, as well, they do turn the ball over 13 times per contest. This team has been hurt just by things throughout the season. Joe Pridgeon decided to leave the program. You've got Masai Troutman along with Lucas Dakota, who've been able to combine for about 21 points per contest. Troutman has been able to shoot about 38.5% from 3-point range, and I do like what Chris Rorty brings to the table for Northeastern. 13.5 points, 6.5 boards. He's going to be able to win that battle down low, but this is a Northeastern team that they're sloppy with the ball. They have been very good on the interior with regards to guarding from the outside, not so much. And when it comes to this Northeastern team, it's been a very touch-and-go offense, as they had scored 73-plus points in their previous 3 games prior to their last 2, where they have not broken 62 in any of them. Meanwhile, for Hampton, they have been all over the place with regards to their defense. In the last 5 games, they have given up 63, 95, 93, 61, and 68 points. I do think that you get a little bit of higher scoring game here, just with the way that this Hampton team is going to be looking to the outside, in my opinion. Tedrick Wilcox being able to provide double figures, I also do think is big, so it's a number that I set at 11. Here at the 11.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Hampton. I did set my total at 149 with the way that both of these teams have been very much less than effective on the defensive side of things. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take north of 11 here with Hampton. 605, 606 on the betting board. Charleston is on the road facing off against Towson. Towson is an underdog at home of between 1 and 2.5 points on this game, and between 141.5 and 143.5. I beat Towson, the 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. These are 2 teams that are really good at being able to hit the glass. Charleston, a top 75 team in terms of their rebound rate, but Towson, a top 30 team in terms of their rebound rate. And for Charleston, they're looking to play up-tempo. They're a top 75 team with regards to total possessions per game. Towson, bottom 50 team, and I do think that Towson is able to slow this game down. Now, the good news is for Charleston that they have really cut down on the turnovers. A top 40 team in terms of turnovers on a per-possession basis, and you've got a pair of guys in Ben Burnham along with Ante Brazovic. They've been able to combine for about 25 points per contest. With Brazovic, he's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but I like Charles Thompson in this matchup a little bit better. He's able to give you 8 boards for this Towson team. A Towson budget, they're still only shooting about 33% from 3, and if you do have trepidation with them, they do shoot just 65.5% at the free throw line, but Nenda Tark has been able to give this backcourt a nice little breath of life. He's been someone that has been able to contribute in a wide variety of ways. 7.5 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists, 1.6 steals per contest for a Towson team that overall they turn the ball over 11.5 times per contest. That's not too bad considering they don't necessarily have the world's greatest backcourt play. It is a Charleston team that has been able to win 6 straight games, but it's been a little bit wobbly for them, and they've been playing a little bit of better defense recently to their credit. They have now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Got a Towson team that they have allowed 67 or fewer in each of their last 4 contests, and the offense, while it is a little bit touch and go, it is one that I think can be formidable enough to be able to get this done with Christian May being able to give you about 11.5 points per contest. And when it comes to this Charleston team, they are very willing to give up open looks from the outside. They are still for the season well outside the top 150 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're only 260th this season in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They were last season a very good team at being able to force turnovers, not so much as far this season, and this Towson team, they're a little bit better with that regard, which is why I do like Towson outright on the money line on their own floor, and did set my total at 143.5. I do think that you're at the 141.5 that I'm seeing. That's gone a little bit too low because the Charleston team is looking to run in and gun in, and Towson, ever since getting Tark in the fold, they've been a little bit better on offense. So here at the 141.5 looking over, and I'd like Towson outright on the money line. 607, 608 on the betting board. Houston, it's the road face-off against Baylor. Baylor is a home underdog of 2 to 2.5 points. Total on this game between 135.5 and 136.5. I made Houston the 2-point favorite, so here at 2.5, that is my buy point on Baylor. Baylor has not been the same 3-point shooting team in conference play as they were out of conference. Out of conference, the team was shooting well above 41% from the outside, an absolute bulldozer there. Meanwhile, in conference, it's fallen to the mid-30s, but Baylor has been able to do a very nice job of being able to maintain on defense, even though they aren't going to be quite on Houston's level, and Houston is number 1 in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This has been a Baylor team that has been significantly better when they have been at home rather than in a roadside shoot-your-corner environment, as Houston obviously that number 1 team, but also for Houston, they have been giving up about 23.2 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And for Baylor, while this is number 147 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this has been a squad that has been giving up about 15 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home. And for Baylor, they've been able to do a nice job on the glass. They're a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate, despite the fact that you've only got one guy that's able to give you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. That'd be the 7-footer Neves Messi. You still have out there in the Baylor backcourt as well 2 explosive guards that play well off of one another. Jacoby Walter, Reggie Dennis. They've been able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest. Dennis is able to give you about 6.5 assists per contest, shooting 38.5% from 3. And even though it's been a little bit of a struggle for Baylor recently from the 3-point arc, they're still shooting as a collective about 39.6% from 3-point range. They do have to go up against a Houston team that year in and year out does a great job guarding the arc, and they still only allow opponents to shoot about 30.5% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot-your-corner environment. But for Baylor, their 3-point shooting defense, very good at home, allowing opponents to shoot 29.6% from distance at home in a roadside shoot-your-corner venue. That does climb all the way up to about 37.5%, and they have to face off against their former teammate, LJ Cryer, who was with Baylor last season, top scorer for Houston. He and Jamal Shead have been playing well off of one another, combined about 28.3 points. Shead is one of the most underrated players in all of college basketball, in my opinion. 6 assists, 2.3 steals, doesn't turn the ball over a lot. As a matter of fact, Houston, a top 25 team with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. And Houston, they are really the best team in all of college basketball with regards to being able to win the turnover battle in terms of their turnovers per possession versus the opponent's turnovers per possession. But Houston does foul a lot. They'll put you on the free throw line, and it's going to be up to Baylor to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. And this is a Baylor team that they do shoot about 73% at the free throw line. They've been dealing with a little bit of an injury to Langston Love, but he was able to return in that game against BYU. Overall, 49% 3-point shooter, and I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be slowed down. Houston has been just so incredible in the way that they've been able to defend all season long, but I do think that Baylor is going to be able to hold in there on their own floor in the end. I do think that Houston is able to get the job done, but I think that this is a nip and tuck, one possession game. Did set my total 132. I think that Houston, being a bottom 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, slows it down, so looking at the under, and with Baylor, willing to take 2.5 or more with them, set them as a 2-point underdog. 609, 610 on the betting board. Notre Dame, it's the road face-off against Syracuse. Syracuse is a favorite of 8 points. Your total on this game, it is between 132.5 and 133. Set my line at 7. So here at the 8, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Notre Dame. It's very clear what Notre Dame is looking to do right now. They're looking to make things slow, controlled, as grimy as humanly possible, and they're succeeding in it. They're a top 85 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. The defense has really traveled. Now, for Notre Dame, they do have a tough time taking care of the ball. They are outside the top 3 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, and in a roadside shoot-your-corner venue, they are a bottom 40 team with that regard. Turn the ball over 13 times per contest despite being outside the top 3 with regards to their total possessions per game. But Marcus Burton has been a nice go-to scorer for this team. 16 points, provides a little bit over 4 assists. Not a great 3-point shooter. It's really been Brendan Shrewsbury who's been able to pop it from 3-point range. He's now shooting 37% from the outside, and the coach's son has really been good here down the stretch as he's been able to supply the team with at least 8 points in all but one of the team's games since January 3rd. So he has really been a nice find. Tay Davis has also been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to this Notre Dame team, out of their top 7 scorers, you've got all but 2 of them who have been able to supply you with at least 4 rebounds per game. They go up against a Syracuse team that's well outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate. You've had Malik Brown be able to supply you with about 9 points, 6 boards per contest. And to the credit of Syracuse, they're a top 40 team in the country with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Big reason why is Brown being able to give you 2.3 steals per contest, and Judah Mintz, he gives you 4.5 assists, 2 steals, 18 points per game. Nice stat sheet suffer, but Also for Syracuse, this team is shooting just 33% from three-point range, and it's a Syracuse team that just frankly has been getting cooked on defense, especially from the outside. This is a Syracuse team that they're about 210th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and while Notre Dame's forte is a little bit more down low, being able to hit the glass, this team has not been bad at being able to guard the arc themselves. They're about 33.3% with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. That's 147th in all of college basketball, and though Notre Dame, they're still very much a work in progress on offense. They have been looking a little bit better recently with Shrewsbury being able to give you a little bit more. And I mean, it's not like the Syracuse team has been some sort of amazing juggernaut with regards to their offense as well. It's a work in progress. They're 214th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, scoring about 13 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home. But that said, I did set my total here at a 133. I'm seeing a 132.5 out there. Been impressed by the way that Notre Dame has been able to come to the forefront with regards to their offense, and with the way that Syracuse has been sliding away on defense. I do think that there's a chance that this game is close enough for late game felling, so I'm going to take it over, which we have not seen a lot of in these Notre Dame games, but that's once again with Syracuse. They've given up at least 77 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but here at the 8, I think we've gone too far, set my line at 7, so taking Notre Dame with the 8 and going to be taking a look at 132.5 or less over 6'11", 6'12 on the betting board. Arkansas plays us Missouri. Missouri is an underdog of 5 points. Your total on this game is 146. I did set Missouri as an underdog of 6 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Arkansas. It's an Arkansas team that has been horrible all season long, but I just believe that they've got more talent on their roster. For Missouri, getting back John East II, I do think is massive. He, along with Tamar Bates, have been able to combine for a little bit over 30 points, 2 steals per game. Both these guys do shoot 40+% from 3 with ease, shooting about 47% from distance. And for Missouri, they only turn the ball over 11.5 times per contest while being a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against an Arkansas team that's been a wreck. They're outside the top 140 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. You've really got one guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game in Trevon Brazil, and we have not seen him since late January, so they've been mixing and matching down low, but you've been able to get some good production recently out of Mekhi Mitchell. Mitchell is coming off of a very nice performance where he had a double-double against Texas A&M, and he's been able to give the team at least 9 rebounds in 4 out of the team's last 7 contests, so he's been able to come through in that respect. You've got an Arkansas team that really does need to find that point guard. They don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 2 assists per game, but you do have a pair of guys in Tremont Mark, K-Leaf Battle. They've been able to combine for about 20 points per contest with Mark. He's able to shoot 38% from 3-point range. The overall talent is there with this Arkansas team, and for Missouri, this has just been an unmitigated mess for them, and they just have not been able to find any offense at all. They have scored 67 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. They've become a mid-tempo team since last season, and with Missouri, if you're going to be scoring that little with regards to your offense, you better be D'ing up, and they're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're 261st, and they're allowing about 11.3 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. So you've got 2 teams that have been a complete disaster all season long. I do default to Arkansas being able to get it done here. Last time these 2 teams played, it was Arkansas going on the road, winning that game 91-84. I do think that things calm down there. So I did set my total at a 146. This is a circumstance where I'm going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement with regards to this total. We were seeing it a little bit before, more around about a 146.5 to a 147.5, and at that point, I'd be looking at the under. Meanwhile, with Arkansas, did set them as a 6-point favorite, so going to be willing to lay the 5 there. 613, 614 on the betting board. VMI, they play us Western Carolina. Western Carolina is a favorite of 15 points on the road. Your total on this game is 152.5, and with Western Carolina, I did set them as a 15.5 point favorite. Here at the 15, that's a max I'm willing to lay, but going to be willing to lay it. This VMI bunch has just not been able to guard a soul all season long, and they are far worse with their perimeter defense at home rather than in a road/shoot-score environment. Overall, they do give up a few points fewer per 100 possessions at home, but at home they allow opponents to shoot 37.8% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, that drops to about 34% in a road/shoot-score venue, and you've got a guy in Vontravious Woolbright that just completely control things for a Western Carolina team that is in the top 110 in both rebound rate and points allowed on a per possession basis. Woolbright has been able to give you 22 plus points. He's a top 10 player with regards to rebounds per game at 12.1. He gives a 5.3 assists per game, and there's just nobody on VMI that's able to match up. You've got Brendan Watkins, who has been able to give you about 15 points, 3 assists, but the VMI turnovers, they are quite costly. They're in the bottom 15 in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. You do have Tashawn Jackson, who down low has been able to give you about 10.1 rebounds per game, but he's one of just 2 guys on the roster that does give you north of 3.8 rebounds per game, and though Western Carolina runs everything through Woolbright, and as a result, they've slowed themselves down. They're outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. You do have a trio of guys, and Russell Jones, Trey Jackson, DJ Campbell. These three guys, they've done a nice job combining for about 37 to 38 points per contest. You've got Jackson shooting about 36% from three. Jones and Campbell both shoot north of 42% from the outside. Western Carolina, they take care of the ball. Only about 10.1 turnovers per contest, and the defense has been quite supreme for this team as well. They have given up 71 points for fear for their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for VMI, this team is just bleeding points upon points. They have allowed at least 75 points in every one of their games thus far this month, and last time these two teams played, it was Western Carolina just absolutely housing them 102 to 77 in a game where they shot 14 to 27 from three-point range. I do think that Western Carolina is going to be able to control this once again. I don't think they quite shoot that well from three-point range, and do question whether or not VMI is going to be able to do their part with regards to this total. I do think the pride is trying to set in, and they're trying to play lower-scoring games, but they have yet to get to the 70-point plateau in each of their last 4 games. So I did set my total 151.5, diving under, and here at 15, going to be willing to lay it with Western Carolina. 615, 616 on the betting board. Chattanooga, it's a word face-off against the Citadel. This Citadel is an underdog at home of 5 to 5.5 points. Total on this game is 143.5. I did set the Citadel as an underdog of 4.5 points. So here at 5.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. The Citadel has been a very good rebound rate team. They're a top 125 team with regards to that rebound rate, going up against the Chattanooga team that they themselves have been able to hold their own on the glass, with Sam Alexis being able to supply about 13 points. He's chipping in there about 9 or so rebounds per game as well. No, Chattanooga, it's not like some sort of supreme defense. They're about 204th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Your lone fear is that they have been giving up about 13 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home, and they go up against a Citadel team that has been looking to slow things down, but not like they've been great on defense. They're about 242nd in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, with the biggest issue for the Citadel being their perimeter defense. They do a solid job down low with Quentin Malora Brown being able to give you about 9 rebounds per contest, and then you do have a pair of guys in Elijah Morgan along with A.J. Smith, who have been able to both shoot above 38% from three-point range. These two guys, they've been able to combine for about 31 points per contest, but for the Citadel, they really do give it up from the outside while not committing a lot of turnovers. They're about 229th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now for Chattanooga, they do allow you to shoot 36.1% from three-point range in a roadside score venue, so Madison Dewar, who's been able to give you about 10 points per contest for the Citadel, he should be able to have himself a day, but for the Chattanooga bunch, you should also be able to have a relatively good day for Hunter Huff along Trey Bottom. These two guys are combining for about 34.5 points, 6.5 assists, 3.5 steals per contest. Bottom is able to shoot 44% from three. Huff shoots 39% from the outside. And out of your top 5 scorers, all but one of them do shoot at least 81% the free throw line. That includes Jan Sadek, big man that comes in for Pepperdine, shooting 36% from three, is able to supply the team with about 11.2 points per contest. But with the Chattanooga team, they have been one that is not been quite the same on the road with regards to their defense. It is a Chattanooga team that is pretty solid with regards to their offense, though, but I do think that things very much do get bogged down in this game. The Citadel, they're well outside the top 225 with regards to total possessions per game, and it's a Chattanooga team that has been looking to play quite a bit more slowly as well, so circumstance where I did set my total at a 142.5, here at the 143.5, I'm going to be willing to go under, and with the Citadel, 5+ is a take for me on them. 617, 618 on the betting board. Florida, they play us a Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is an underdog of between 15.5 to 17 points. Totals between 152 and 154, and it's a Florida as a 16-point favorite. Seeing what we've got right now, I'd rather lay 15.5 rather than take 17, even though it's a little bit of a differential that's a bit bigger when you do take the 17. But I mean, that's just because I have absolutely no faith in this Vanderbilt team whatsoever. They went out and they got completely pasted against Tennessee. They went out and they got completely pasted against Georgia. You've got Ezra Magnon, who's been a relatively good point guard for this team. He does a nice job being able to give out about 4.5 assists and 2 turnovers per game. He's been able to chip in their 14 points, but this Florida team is just on another level with regards to rebounding. Top 20 team in the country with regards to rebound rate with Micah Hanglon, Tyrese Samuel, Alex Condon, all being able to combine for about 22 rebounds per game, and then Walter, Clayton, Zion pulling. They're pulling in buckets. These two guys have been able to combine for about 32.5 points per contest. Pulling gives you 5 assists on just 1.2 turnovers per game, shooting about 40.5% from three-point range. And Florida, though, they aren't necessarily a team that does an amazing job with regards to their first look. Second look, third look has been solid because they've been able to pull in their rebounds, and this offense has been very consistent. For Florida, they have gotten past the 80-point plateau in each of their last 4 games, going against a Vanderbilt team that it has been a train wreck for them on offense. They have scored 64 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. They're well outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate. You've got Van Allen Lubin, who's been able to give you 6 boards per contest, but not having Kellen Smith has really caught up with them. Tyron Lawrence has tried his best to help out the team. 13.5 points, 5 boards, steal and a half per contest, but for Vanderbilt, they're outside the top 225 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and actually closer to number 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and not doing a good job of guarding the arc. 355th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Of Florida, just a different animal with regards to guarding the arc at home, allowing opponents to shoot 28.8% from three-point range at home, 36% away from home. So I do think that Vanderbilt going to get pacing in this one. I did set my line at 16, so like I said, I would rather lay 15.5 rather than take 17 in this ordeal. So going to be looking to lay the 15.5 here with Florida. And with regards to this total, I did set mine at a 154. So seeing this get down to 153, 152, going to be looking at the over and one to lay it with Florida. 619, 620 on the betting board. William and Mary. You don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, but you get both. They're on the road. They're facing off against Stony Brook. And along with America's favorite tag team, you get 9 points. Your total on this game is between 139.5 and 140. I did set Stony Brook as an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the 9 with William and Mary now. For William and Mary, a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do a very good and innate job of really being able to slow the game down. They are outside the top 325 with regards to total possessions per game, and you've been able to have Trey Moss, Glenn Dorsey do a nice job being able to give this team a combined about 27 points per contest, while on the flip side, you have a Stony Brook team that has been relatively solid at being able to take care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Tyler Stevenson more has been able to give you more. He chips in there north of 15 points per contest for a bunch in Stony Brook that is outside the top 170 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but yet they do shoot the ball about 34% from three-point range. Dean Knoll has been able to give you about 35.5% three-point shooting. Big issue for this team. They don't have a lot of offensive pop down low. You've got Charles Mado along with Andre Sadi, who been able to combine for about 13 rebounds per game, so they've been able to do a relatively okay job on the glass, but they don't really give you a lot by way of offense. Meanwhile, you do have a William and Mary team that they are a team that has been really struggling on the glass themselves, while outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. But I do like what Chase Lowe has been able to bring to the table. He's been able to chip in there about 7 boards. He's able to give you a double-figure amount of points for a William and Mary team that, in terms of their rebound rate overall, it is currently sitting at about 231st, but not like this Stony Brook team is necessarily going to be instilling fear in you as well at about 222nd. So I do think that this is one a little bit too far. William and Mary, they turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, and for William and Mary, while they are riding a 7-game losing streak, the defense has been much better. They have given up fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, going up against the Stony Brook team that they certainly have had their issues giving up the points. 73 plus surrendered in 3 out of their last 4 games, so it's a very interesting circumstance here. I did set my total at 136.5. I do think that William and Mary going to continue to slow these games down. I do think that they're doing a better job with their defensive efforts, so going to be looking under. And here at north of 9, I'm going to be willing to take the points with William and Mary. 621, 622 on the betting board. Furman plays us Wofford. Wofford is a underdog of 7.5 points, seeing it's 7 out there as well. Totals between 148 and 149. I made Furman a 7.5 point favorite. I was seeing 1 or 2 7s out there a little bit earlier, and if we can get back to a 7, that'll be my buy point there. Meanwhile, if we get north of 8, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Wofford. So a little bit of decision time there, and I do believe that we saw an 8 or 2 out there as well with Wofford. Now, with Wofford, the defense has been a train wreck all season long. They are well outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and their main scorer, Corey Tripp, not a guy that's going to be lighting it up from three-point range. Shoots in the high 20s from three-point range. That's not high 30s, that's high 20s from three-point range, but has good versatility. He's been able to lend the team about 16 points, throws in there about 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest, but this is a Furman team that has been dealing with injuries all season long. Now they're dealing with an injury once again to Alex Williams. He was injured a little bit earlier on during the season as well, but has been missing for the last few games, and he's one of the main fulcrum pieces for this team. 15 points, 5 boards, shoots 40% from 3 points. For a Furman team that is a top 125 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, they are shooting just 32.5% from 3-point range, but They've been a much different team ever since Marcus Foster has been back in the fold. Foster gives you 7.5 boards, 18 points, shoots in the low to mid-30s from three-point range, but with Williams out of the fold, that means that he is the only guy on the roster I'd say will give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Now, do like the game of JP Peaks. He's been able to give you nearly 5 assists per contest. He throws in their double figures as well, but this should allow Wofford to be able to remain a little bit more lively in this game, as you've got Kyler Filewich, who's been able to give you about 9 rebounds per game. For everything that Wofford does badly on defense, this team is a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate, and they do have some supporting cast members that are able to pop it from three-point range, like Dylan Bailey has been able to shoot about 36% from three. He's been able to supply the team with 12 points per contest. You've got a 39.5% three-point shooter in Jackson Silvas, who's been able to do a nice job being able to throw in there about 9.5 points per contest. He's been a little bit hot and cold recently, but do like what he brings to the table for a Wofford team that they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. Now, I will say, without Williams in the fold, it has been a Furman team that's still been able to maintain on defense. They've now given up 74 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, and for this Wofford team, it has been hot and cold in terms of their offense. 65 points or fewer scored in 3 of their last 5 games, 73 or less in 4 of their last 5. Wofford does feel like they're starting to slow down after they were a top 125 team with regards to total possessions per game, so a little bit of a tricky spot here. I did set my total at a 151.5. It is a Furman team that has been looking to play quite up-tempo thus far this season. I do think that for Wofford, they're going to continue to give up the arc, and that's really been the biggest kryptonite for the team all season long. Wofford 312th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Of all, this Furman team has been significantly better with their defense when they've been at home. They allow opponents to shoot just 30% from three-point range at home, 34.5% from three in a roadside shoot score venue. I do think that the loss of Alex Williams is going to be hurting them a little bit more moving forward on that defensive side of things, and I do think that this has the potential to be close enough for Lake and Felling. Was seeing an 8.5 out there a little bit before. If we could get back there, we'll take 8.5 with Wofford. Did set my line at 7.5, which I'm mostly seeing across the board. And then with regards to the total, did set mine at a 151.5. So also looking over 623, 624 on the betting board. North Carolina A&T. It's a road face-off against Monmouth. Monmouth is a favorite of 12 points. Your total on this game, it is 142.5 to 144. I set Monmouth as a favorite of 15 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number with North Carolina A&T. The good news is Landon Glasper, their top scorer, he is back in the fold for this team, and with Landon Glasper, he has been really doing a solid job of being able to supply the offense. He's been able to give you 20-plus points per contest for a North Carolina A&T team that you'd think they'd be way more efficient on offense. They only turn the ball over 9.5 times per contest. They're a top 15 team in the country with regards to turnovers on a per-possession basis, but they're outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate and points allowed on a per-possession basis. They do have Jason Murphy, who's able to give you 6.1 rebounds per game. He is the lone man on the roster, and has really been able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. And for Monmouth, it's not like the team is doing an amazing job on the glass or outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but you've got a pair of guys in Jack Collins along with Dakota Kutanowski who have been able to combine for about 14 rebounds per contest, and Xander Rice has just become one of the best scorers in all of college basketball. 21 points, 3.5 assists. He shoots 37% from three-point range, and then past that, you've been able to have a pair of guys in Joey Valencia, coupled with Abdi Bashir Jr., who combined to shoot about 43% from three-point range. These two guys may be able to supply you with about 15 to 15.5 points per contest, going up against the North Carolina A&T team as well outside the top 275 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Not saying this Monmouth team by any stretch of the imagination is terrific on defense, but they do give up 10.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot score venue. But I do think that the scoring is going to be bogged down a little bit in this game because while you get Glasper back in the fold, the top assist man for North Carolina A&T, Cayman Shell, he left after playing just 7 minutes in the team's previous game, and it looks like he might be dealing with an injury for a North Carolina A&T team that has just been downright awful with their offense. The last time this team was able to get past the 64-point plateau, you have to go all the way back to January 25th. I believe that is 7 total games. So I did set my total 139. I'm looking at the under with Monmouth. Set them as a 15-point favorite. I'm willing to lay the 12 here. 625, 626 on the betting board. Georgia State plays host to Texas State. Texas State is a 5.5-point underdog with your total 139 to 139.5. I set Georgia State as a 5.5-point favorite. So this is a circumstance where I'm going to be waiting on a little bit of movement for this game. We did see this open up at a few places closer to a 5, and if we can get back to a 5, that'd be my buy point on Georgia State. If this gets a 6 or more, that'll be my take on Texas State. Texas State has been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. They're a top 175 team with regards to rebound rate. The biggest issue that you've got with this bunch is that they're well outside the top 250 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. So they have been able to get some good good production out of Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason has been able to give this team about 12.5 points, 3 assists per contest, but you've also got a bunch that has been dealing with quite a few injuries as well, as you've got Caden Gums, who is right now out of the fold. He's been missing the last 2 games. He's been a guy that's been able to give you about 9.5 points. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but he's able to give you a steal or 2 per contest. And now Dylan Towson, he's been in and out of the fold. Played in the team's last game against Georgia Southern. Has been limited in terms of his minutes recently, though, so I do expect him to play, but not be at 100%. Meanwhile, for Georgia State, you should have at 100% your main point guard in DeJuan Odom, who's been able to give you 12 points, 5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest for a Georgia State team as a top 30 team in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Not going to do a ton of good in this game, though. This is a Texas State team that they really don't do a lot in terms of popping threes, and they're a pretty solid 3-point shooting defense as well, going up against a Georgia State team that they themselves don't necessarily fire up a lot of threes. You've got a pair of guys, Lucas Taylor along Tenary Lane, who have been able to combine to shoot about 33.5% from 3. You get between these two guys about 27 points per contest, but both of these teams are looking to knife it inside. Texas State, pretty slow and controlled team. They're well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you do have a Georgia State team that they're climbing more towards about 100th in the country with regards to total possessions per game, but even though both of these teams do a relatively solid job from the perimeter, both of these teams can be a little bit hit or miss inside. That's bared out with Georgia State being 227th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Texas State, they're about 164th in the country, but I do think that for Texas State, the injuries, they are quite big, or else I would be willing to take them in this spot. As a result, though, at a 6 or more, I would need to have to be able to take Texas State in this spot. Meanwhile, at a 5 or less, going to be willing to lay with Georgia State, and did set my total at 135.5. I do think that Texas State bogs this game down, so looking at the under and willing to take Texas State if we could get to that 6 or more. 627, 628 on the betting board. North Dakota, it's a road face-off against North Dakota State. North Dakota State is a 1.5 point favorite. Your total is between 140.5 and 142. And with North Dakota State, I did set them as a favorite of 2.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the 1.5 with North Dakota. This team has been on a really nice run in the Summit League. They have been able to ascend to being one of the top teams in this conference. But with North Dakota State, you do have to wonder how long they're going to be able to keep this up, as there's just nothing that they truly do great. They are well outside the top 175 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And North Dakota, they are going to allow a lot of open looks from three-point range. Now, I will say this about North Dakota. They allow opponents to shoot 39.2% from three-point range at home. That falls to about 32.4% in a roadside shoot-square venue, and they do go up against a North Dakota State team that they are well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do allow opponents to shoot 36.2% from three-point range at home against them, but for North Dakota State, what I think is so paramount is that you now have a backcourt that does a good job of not turning the ball over. They don't necessarily have that one tried and true point guard as Damari Wheeler-Thomas along with Bowden Skunberg. These two guys, they combine for about 5 assists per contest, but Skunberg, he's a do-it-all player, 5.5 boards, 14.5 points per game. For a North Dakota State team that, if they do have a real kryptonite in this game, it is the fact that they really don't have someone down low that's able to man things. You've got Andrew Morgan, who's saying 6'10", but he doesn't really give you a lot of rebounds for North Dakota State. As a result, they're about 191st in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate. And you've got a North Dakota team that is more around 115th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Amir Kulajovic done a nice job giving you about 9 rebounds per game. And BJ Omot, under the radar, he has been a really nice scorer for this team. He's able to supply the team with about 17 points per contest. You do have a pair of teams that are rather slow in North Dakota State alongside the top 225 with regards to total possessions per game. North Dakota not looking to run it and gun it either, but I do like for this North Dakota team the versatility of Tyree Iheanacho, one of those two-time transfers that was out for the first 10 or so games of the season, but since he's come back, he's been able to supply 15 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists per game, and it's a North Dakota team that they don't get out of sorts as well. Both of these teams, they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, but for North Dakota, they do shoot just 32% from three-point range. That is a little bit of an issue, and when it comes to North Dakota, even though they have been able to pull off some rather nice home triumphs, you do have some not-so-great home and road splits with them as well. This is a North Dakota team that, with regards to their defense, they actually give up more points per possession when they're at home rather than in a roadside shoot-square venue. So when they hit the road, the defense has been much better. But with regards to their offense, they do see a fall off of about 5 points per 100 possessions as well, going up against a North Dakota State team that they've been pretty consistent home to road with regards to their offense as well. So very interesting spot here. I did set North Dakota State as a 2.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay it, and I did set my total total at a 146.5. Though this North Dakota team has been a little bit better on the road with regards to their defense, both of these teams, they give up a lot of wide open looks from three-point range. Both of these teams will give you a lot of second chance opportunities on the glass as well. So, circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over at North Dakota State, I'm willing to lay up to 2 with them. 629, 630 on the betting board. Rice, we give our Lane Kiffin go LSA playoffs to East Carolina. This is a pick'em game with your total at 137.5. I did set East Carolina as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to back them on this pick'em line. With East Carolina has been a very good defensive team here down the stretch. They're now a top 175 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and a team that does a pretty solid job on the glass. Each of your top 3 scorers have been able to give you at least 4.7 rebounds per game. RJ Felton, Brandon Johnson, Ezra Usar, they've been tremendous with this regard. They've been able to combine for about 20.5 rebounds per game. Johnson has been your most versatile player, shooting about 36.5% from 3-point range as a 6'8", do-it-all sort of guy. And then for East Carolina as well, they do a nice job taking care of the ball. They only turn the ball over 10.5 times per contest, so Bobby Pettiford, the top 200 recruit transfer from Kansas, hasn't been able to give you a ton of scoring with only about 8 points per contest. He has been able to give out about 3.5 assists per game. We'll say I was expecting a bit more than the 8 points per game that you've gotten out of Cam Hayes. And for East Carolina, the biggest issue that they're going to have is guarding Max Fiedler. Max Fiedler, he stands about 6'11", just below 7 feet tall. He's been able to supply the team with 9.5 points, 9.5 boards, 5.2 assists per contest. That is just really hard to match up with. But Travis Evie, Makai Mason, their combined shoot about 34% from 3. They do give you about 30 points per game, but this Rice defense has been just Swiss cheese at this point. They are well outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for Rice, if you look at their raw defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're in 8th in all of college basketball. They only give up 4.3 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court venue. Meanwhile, this East Carolina team, they've been able to do a solid job on the road. They do give up about 7.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. But for East Carolina, they do a relatively solid job of being able to hit the glass. In East Carolina, all season long, this has been a bunch that has done a nice job of being able to guard the 3-point line. Top 40 team in the country with that regard, with Rice having their issues with regards to perimeter, having to rely upon Fiedler to do a little bit of everything. I do think that East Carolina comes out on the right side of this one, and for Rice, they have been a team that's just been very ineffective in general with regards to being able to just guard as a whole, though I will say they have been able to get to at least 69 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and East Carolina, all of a sudden, they've gotten to at least 68 in each of their last 3. So, circumstance where I did set my total at a 141.5 along the East Carolina in this pick'em line. Also going to be taking a look at this total over 631, 632 on the betting board. Ball State, they play us to Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan is an underdog of 9 to 9.5 points. So, on this game between 142 and 142.5. And when it comes to Ball State, I do feel like they should be a pretty good-sized favorite of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Ball State. They have been giving it up from 3-point range quite a bit. They're outside the top 250 with this regard, but Eastern Michigan has just been one of the most lackadaisical offenses in all of college basketball. You have Ty Acuff, who's been tremendous, being able to supply you with north of 20 points per contest, and Orlando Lovejoy when he's been out there because he's been banged up all season long. He's able to be a nice little Robin scorer. He's able to give you about 10 to 11 points per contest. But Eastern Michigan, they're 279th in all of college basketball. The guards points scored on a per possession basis. Sadly, they're actually scoring more points per possession when they leave home rather than when they are at home. But they have to match up with the Ball State team that is a top 50 team in all of college basketball with regards to 3-point shooting percentage. And for Ball State, they do see a nice hike with their offense with regards to being at home. They score 11.8 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court venue. And I just don't think Eastern Michigan is going to be able to match up with Bashir Jihad, who's been able to supply 19 points, 7.5 boards, a steal, a block on 37% 3-point shooting. You've got a 44% 3-point shooter in Davion Bailey, who's been able to do a really nice job being able to give you about 12 points per contest. He's been able to put in there 12 plus in each of the last 4 games. It's a Ball State team that does turn the ball over 12 times per contest. You'd like to see them be able to trim that a little bit, but they do go up against an Eastern Michigan team that as well, they're just not really good on the glass, and they have been getting gashed on defense recently. For Eastern Michigan, they have now given up at least 76 points in all but 1 out of their last 6 games, and I believe that if you take out of the fold their 2 games against Buffalo, they have given up at least 73 points in all but 1 of their games since the turn of the calendar. So this has not been terrific for them. You just don't have anyone down low that's able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game, and while Ball State is not amazing on the glass, they're well outside the top 275 with regards to their rebound rate. You've been able to get a little bit of something with about 5 boards, 12 points per game out of Mikey Pearson. Jalen Anderson, who comes in from Loyola Marymount, he gives you 4.5 assists, 4.5 boards, 15 points on 36% three-point shooting. And all of your top 5 scorers for this Ball State team, they do shoot at least 36% from three-pointers going up against an Eastern Michigan team that, to their credit, at home, they've been able to guard the three-point arc very well at 30%. That drops to 36.5% when they do leave home, though. So, circumstance where I did set my line at an 11.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Ball State, and I do think that they bludgeon Eastern Michigan from the outside, set by total 143.5, so went over and look at a lay with Ball State. 633, 634 on the betting board. South Dakota, they play as Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts is a 2 to a 2.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 153. Did set my total at 154. I'm looking at the over. Oral Roberts started out the year playing very, very slowly with regards to their tempo. So if you look at them overall for the season, they're clocking in about 172nd with regards to total possessions per game, but that has been hiking northward more and more as the season goes along. And got a pair of teams that are well outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a South Dakota unit that it's not like they're playing at warp speed or anything like that, but you know what? They're pretty fast. They're 72nd in the country with regards to total possessions per game. And for South Dakota, they do need to clean up the about 13 turnovers per contest that they've got. But for South Dakota, they're going to have a nice advantage down low as they've been able to get right around about 9.5 to 10 rebounds per game out of Liat Thione. And then on top of that, you've got a very nice scorer in Caleb Stewart, who's able to give you 15 points. He shoots about 40% from three-pointers, going up against an Oral Roberts team that they're outside the top 325 with regards to their rebound rate. For Oral Roberts, they're now clocking in about 178th in the country with regards to points scored on a per-possession basis, which that's not bad, but you need a little bit more offense to just mitigate what has been happening with them recently on the defensive side of things. And for South Dakota, it is very interesting that they're scoring more points per possession when they leave home rather than when they are at home. As this South Dakota team, they very much do rely upon the three ball, and they've shot it actually a little bit better when they've been away from home rather than when they have it at home. But getting to that Oral Roberts defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 325th in all of college basketball. That is very much less than terrific, to say the least. South Dakota, they are 351st in all of college basketball. Both of these teams are just absolutely bleeding points, and the top scorer in this game is going to be Isaac McBride, who's able to supply you 20 points per contest, shooting 37% from three-point range. And for the Oral Roberts team, among their top 5 scorers, all but one of them do shoot at least 37% from distance. The lone exception is Jashung Weaver, who shoots 34.5% from distance. But with Oral Roberts, it's not really giving you anything on the glass. It is a little bit of a rough situation, and Oral Roberts hasn't even been terrific on offense recently, scoring 72 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. As a result, I do think that South Dakota should be the favorite. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of defense being played in this one, with both of these teams coming in having given up at least 70 points in all their last 5 games. And quite frankly, I do think that is going to be continuing here with a South Dakota team that, to their credit, they've gotten to at least 78 points in each of their last 4 games. So, my total 154, looking at the over, means South Dakota the 2-point favorite. So I'm looking at South Dakota right on the money line to go along with that over. 635, 636 on the betting board. NC State plays against Boston College. Boston College is an underdog of 5 points with your total 149 to 150. I did set NC State as a favorite of 5.5 points. So 5 is the max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay. This Boston College unit has been well outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for NC State, it's been very touch and go for them all season long. This has not been the world's greatest perimeter defense. They're 251st in all of college basketball against opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but it falls to about 32.8% at home, more like 37.5% in a roadside shoot court venue. And for NC State, in order to take advantage of this Boston College team, they're going to need someone other than DJ Horn to be able to step up from the perimeter. Horn has been tremendous. 17.5 points, steal and a half, shoots 44.5% from three-point. He is really the only guy that gives you north of 2.6 points per contest that is shooting above 33% from three-point range. And this is a NC State team that you got Mohamed Diarra, who's able to give you 6.2 rebounds per game. He's the only guy on the roster that does give you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. This NC State team is outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate. Meanwhile, you've got a Boston College team that they themselves are well outside the top 100 with regards to their rebound rate, despite the fact that they do have Quentin Post in the post, who's been able to give you 16 points, 7.5 boards as a true 7-footer. He chips in there 2 blocks while shooting 44% from three-point range. You've been able to get 46.5% three-point shooting out of Mason Madsen when he's been out there as well. That has been absolutely tremendous. You've got Devin McLaughlin, who's able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but it's a very top-heavy team. It is a Boston College team that, to their credit, they take care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest ball. They don't generate a lot of turnovers. Meanwhile, the same goes for NC State. They've been okay at being able to generate turnovers, say, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, are a top 150 team, but they only turn the ball over about 9.4 times per game. So they They do a nice job being able to maximize these possessions. These are two teams that aren't necessarily playing super duper fast. They're not playing super duper slow, and both of these defenses have had a rough go of it. For Boston College, 77 plus points surrendered in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you do have an NC State team that they themselves have allowed at least 76 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So, circumstance where I did set NC State as a 5.5 point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay it in. I did set my total on 147.5. These are two teams that are very similar. I do think that these similarities are going to lead to a little bit more of a slog and things being a little bit more deliberate. So I'm going to be looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 here with NC State, 637, 638 on the betting board. Iowa State plays us West Virginia. West Virginia, a 17 to a 17.5 point underdog with your total between 143.5 and 144. And I did set Iowa State as a 17.5 point favorite, so you're at 17. Going to be willing to lay it. Iowa State is just absolutely mauling teams on defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they maintain their top 3 mark in all of college basketball, and they're just so much more dominant at home. They are allowing 23 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-neutral court venue, and now they have to go up against a West Virginia team that, at the very least, they're now back at full staff. They were dealing with the injury to Jesse Edwards for quite some time, and as we know, their trio of guards and Noah Farrakhan, along with Raekwon Battle and Kirk Reese, said they were out the first about 8 to 9 games of the season due to suspension, due to the 2-time waiver rule, what have you. But even with Jesse Edwards back in the fold, he's the only guy in the roster that's giving you north of 4.3 rebounds per game now. For West Virginia, it's hard to be able to take a look at their full season numbers and make too much out of them because they're outside the top 175 in terms of points scored, points allowed on a per possession basis, rebound rate, what have you, and with their full allotment of guys out there, they're still a little bit better. With Creasy, he's able to give you about 5 assists per game. But as we know with Kirk Creasy, he's also going to give you about 3 turnovers per contest. And this Iowa State team is a top 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And even with all these guys back in the fold, it has been a West Virginia team that's been getting absolutely bludgeoned on defense. They have given up now at least 85 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got an Iowa State team that's just sticking teams in the mud. They've given up 65 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. Things turned a little bit harebrained in the second half of that Houston game where it just felt like everyone was making shots in the second half. And for Iowa State, to their credit, they're actually a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Milan Mimosilovic, he's been able to give you 12 points, shoots about 37.5% from 3-point. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 scorers for Iowa State shoot at least 34.6% from 3-point. Keshawn Gilbert, Taymon Lipsby, they combine for about 9.5 assists per game, with Lipsby throwing in there 3 steals, 5 boards, 13 points per game, while Gilbert has been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest as well. If there is one place where you're able to hurt this Iowa State team, it is from the outside. If they don't generate that turnover, they do leave themselves a little bit vulnerable to giving up some open looks from 3-point range. They are 161st in the country in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, West Virginia certainly does allow for a lot of open looks from distance as well. They allow opponents to shoot 35.5% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot court venue, but I do think that this should be some thorough Iowa State domination. I do think that West Virginia going to continue to improve on defense as well, which is why I did set my total at a 139.5. I recognize that Iowa State a bit better with regards to their offense recently, but I do think that this Iowa State team, they're going to experience a West Virginia team that's going to be a little bit better on the glass, but still, I think Iowa State going to control this game, generate a lot of turnovers, and West Virginia, they themselves don't generate a ton of turnovers. So, did set my line at 17.5, willing to lay the 17, and going to be taking a look at this total under as well, set my total at a 139.5. 639 and 640 on the betting board. Kansas State is going to be playing us BYU. BYU is a 1 to 2 point road favorite with your total between 146.5 and 147. I did set my total 143. I like the under. Kansas State has been a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're doing a really nice job down low. Will McNair has been able to give you about 5 to 6 rebounds per game. David Ngesson, he's been able to do a solid job being able to supply about 6 to 7 rebounds per game, but Arthur Kaluma does it all. 15 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. They do go up against a BYU team that overall is 15th in the country with regards to their rebound rate, but they don't necessarily have that one demonstrative guy down low that you say that he's necessarily that true, just tremendous rim protector, aside from perhaps Fusani Traore, who's only giving you 5 rebounds per game, but that number's warped because he was dealing with a little bit of ailment. Meanwhile, for Kansas State, they're more around 80th in the country with regards to their rebound rate, and BYU has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the 3-point arc, but a lot of that comes at home. They allow opponents to shoot 27.8% from 3-point range at home. That goes to 34% in a roadside shoot score venue, but for Kansas State. The turnovers are just bad. They're outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. You do have Tyler Perry along with Cam Carter, who have been able to do a nice job being able to combine for about 29.5 to 30.5 points per contest. With Carter, he throws in their 5 boards, only shoots about 31% for 3. Same goes for Mr. Perry, and this has been a Kansas State team that's only shot about 30.5% from 3-point range overall. Meanwhile, for BYU, this bunch does shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range. You've got pretty much 7 different guys that give you at least 9 points per contest, including Dallin Hall and Spencer Johnson, being able to supply about 8.3 to 9.3 assists per contest. These guys have done a really good job of being able to dole it out. You've got Noah Waterman, who gives you 6 boards, double-figure amount of points. He, from 3-point range, has been able to shoot in the high 30s as well for a BYU team that should be able to do a relatively solid job in terms of being able to glass, in terms of their rebound rate. They're a top 25 team in the country, but you are going to notice that with BYU, the defense, it's just not the same when they're on the road rather than at home. This has been one of the most dominant defenses at home all season long. BYU, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, a top 40 team in all of college basketball, but they are giving up about 12.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. That said, with BYU, I do think that they have just enough to be able to get it done in this circumstance. Set my line at 3, so going to be willing to lay the 1-2 with them, and did set my total 143, so also looking under 641, 642 on the betting board. Duke hits the road face-off against Wake Forest. Wake Forest is a home favorite of 2.5 points, so on this game is 151 to 151.5. I did set Duke as a 2-point favorite. I do like Duke outright on the money line. This Blue Devils team challenged themselves a little bit more in the non-conference on the road, even though they lost that game against Arkansas. At the very least, they played that game against Arkansas. Fully recognize that isn't age the world's greatest, but this Duke team has been able to do a really nice job when they've left home, and this has been a really efficient offense. It has gotten to at least 76 points in each of their last 4 games. As a matter of fact, last time these two teams played, that was a 77-69 win for Duke, in which Duke was able to break away a little bit more towards the second half. This Duke team has been able to do a really nice job of just being able to maintain the ball. They're a top 25 team with regards to field turnovers on a per possession basis, while Kyle Filipowski has been Mr. Do-It-All. 17 points, 8 boards, 1.7 blocks. Does shoot about 35.5% from 3 for a Duke team that they're shooting 38% from 3-point range. That is a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. Now they are going up against a Wake Forest team that is much improved with the way that they're guarding the arc. They had their issues towards the beginning part of the season, but things have rounded into form for them. Wake Forest is now 51st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this is a Wake Forest team that they could be a little bit shaky on defense. You got a pair of guys in Austin Carr along with Efton Reed, who have been able to combine for about 15 to 16 rebounds per contest, but this has also been a Duke team that has really kicked it up with regards to the defensive side of things ever since John Shire has gotten to town. For Duke, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are 41st in all of college basketball, and on the road, they're only giving up about 5 points more per 100 possessions than they do at home, and if you just take a look at the road numbers and the road numbers only, this is a top 55 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Now for Wake Forest, you've got to love what you've been able to get out of Kevin Boopie Miller. He's been able to supply the team with about 16 or so points per contest. He, along with your main scorer Hunter Salas, have both been able to shoot in the high 30s/low 40s in the case of Salas from 3-point range, but it's also a very top-heavy team. You've been able to have Paul Frederickson be able to knock down a few threes along to Mari Monsanto, but Monsanto has not been able to stay out there on the floor all season long, and last time these two teams faced off, it was Duke being able to get the job done in Cameron Indoor by a count of 77-69, and they have now allowed fewer than 70 points in every one of their games ever since that loss against North Carolina, so they've really been able to hit mock turbo, and if you take that game against North Carolina out of the fold, this team has actually given up now 71 points or fewer in each of their last 7 games, so I do think that Duke going to be able to do a relatively solid job with regards to their defense, and I do like them to be able to pull this game off outright. I did set them as a 2-point favorite, and they make my total 150, so you're going to be looking at Duke outright on the money line with my total at a 150 here at the 151.5, also looking under 643, 644 on the betting board. Washington, it's a road face-off against Arizona. Arizona's a 14.5 to a 15-point favorite. Totals between 166 and 168, and I did set my total at a 165. I'm going to be looking at the under. I do think that Arizona going to be able to do a solid job here on defense. You've got a Washington team that has been harebrained with the way that they have been playing defense. It's a Washington team that's a top 40 team with regards to total possessions per game. So you've got two teams that look to run it and gun it. Washington about 151st in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Arizona, meanwhile, they're 21st, and they do give up 21 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-your-court venue. And I do think that that this is a very good matchup for this Arizona team as this Washington bunch. You've got Xavier Wheeler, you've got Keon Brooks, these two guys who played together over at Kentucky. They've been able to combine for about 35 to 36 points per contest, but you really don't have a lot of physicality down low to match up with an Arizona team that is a top 5 team in the country with regards to rebound rate. Umar Ballo, he's been tremendous, being able to give you 9 rebounds per contest. Meanwhile, for Washington, they're still feeling the effects up front. And Kepadog being out of the fold, he's been out for much of the season. You've been able to, Braxton Maya be able to give you about 5.5 boards, just under a block per contest, but not like this Washington team is going to be going into flamethrower mode from 3-point range. They shoot about 34% from distance, and I was just expecting a little bit more out of Paul Mulcahy this season. He's been able to give you about 3.5 assists. He gives you a few boards, a few points, but hasn't really made too much of an impact, while Moses Wood does shoot about 37.5% for 3. Meanwhile, Caleb Love, he can be a little bit hit or miss for this Arizona team, but he has been able to give you 18 plus points. He's been able to shoot it well from 3-point range. He's been much more consistent this year than he has been in past seasons. And for Arizona, they do a really nice job of being able to guard the 3-point arc when they are at home, allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range at home. It's on the road where they do have their issues, giving up about 36.5% from the outside there. Meanwhile, this is a Washington team that they're going to give up their open looks. They allow opponents to shoot just 29.5% from 3-point range at home, 37.5% away from home, and I do think that Arizona is going to be able to take out some frustrations on this Washington team. This was an opener of 13, so we're starting to get up close to my just maximum buy point. I set my line at 15, so you're at 14.5. Wouldn't want to lay much more than that, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. And with my total, I did set it at a 165. I do think that Arizona is able to give you a relatively good defensive effort here at home, so I'm going to be diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Arizona. Now you have my DK network right at pick 645, 646 on the betting board. Illinois is going to be playing against Iowa. Iowa is a underdog of 9.5 points. Total on scheme is between 167.5 and 168.5. I wanted to get this posted as quickly as possible since I knew this number was going to move. DraftKings actually really opened this up at a 173. I was not able to get it up quite in time for the 173, but when I posted this was 170.5, but at 168.5, you still have really good value here on the under, and that is my write-up. I set my total at a 163.5, so as long as this 164 higher, I do like this buy point here. You've got an Illinois team that has been much better at home with their defense rather than in a roadside Chicago venue. Illinois is a top 20 team in all of college basketball. Their yards points allowed on a per possession basis at home, giving up 22 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral venue. Meanwhile, I have an Iowa team that certainly has been rough with regards to their defense. They're 250th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they actually do an okay job of being able to guard the arc when they're away from home, allowing opponents to shoot 33.2% from 3-point range. And with Iowa, they get slowed down when they're away from home as well. According to team rankings, they play at a rate of about 76.2 possessions per game at home, 12th in the country in terms of most possessions per game. The 71.6 away from home, that's 130 seconds. So Iowa does play very differently when they're away from home. They do average about 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home as well. And for Illinois, this team is going to be able to absolutely manhandle Iowa on the glass. You've got an Illinois team that's in the top 20 naturally with regards to rebound rate, and I really like what they've been able to get out of Coleman Hawkins, who's been able to give you about 12 points, 6 boards. He's able to pop it at a mid-30s clip from 3-point range, but I do think that Illinois, they might be a little bit shaky from the outside, and Iowa's been a little bit better recently on the road. You're going to have the best scorer in this game on the side of Illinois and Terrence Shannon. He's been able to give you 22 points, shooting 35% per 3, and then Marcus Omask, he's just very versatile. 3.5 assists, 4.5 boards, 15.5 points per game, while Quincy Guerrier has been able to give you 7 points per game as well. Meanwhile, for this Iowa team, they've been giving you a little bit more of a pulse on defense. That game against Wisconsin went to overtime and regulation. That was 78-78, so still not necessarily too amazing there, but they give up just 71 points on the road against Michigan State. You've got Peyton Sanford, who's been able to do a solid job, along with Mr. Ben Krikke, who've been able to combine for about 29.5 points per contest. With Sanford, he does shoot 37% from the outside, and to the credit of Iowa, they do a nice job of not beating themselves. They only turn the ball over about 9.9 times per contest. They do go up against an Illinois team that's been a little bit hit or miss with regards to the way that they've been able to guard the arc, but much better at home, giving up opponents to shoot 28.6% from 3-point range at home. That goes to about 38% in a roadside-neutral venue, but this is an Illinois team that turns the ball over a little bit more than Iowa, so it's a bit of an interesting case. I did set my line at a 9.5, so we're going to be waiting on a little bit of movement here, and with regards to my write-up, that is going to be maintaining here. That is going to be on this total under, but if we can get to 10 or more, that'll be my buy point on Iowa. If we can get to 9 or less, going to be looking at Illinois, so a little bit of wait-and-see mode with regards to the spread. That'll be based on overnight movement, but my write-up here, that is on this total under. I like the way that Illinois is guarding at home, and Iowa just not the same offense when they are away from home, so when I at the under, along with perhaps 10 plus here with Iowa, 9 or less, 1 to lay with Illinois. 647, 648 on the betting board. Buffalo, they hit the road, they're facing off against Western Michigan. Western Michigan is a 6.5 point favorite. Totals between 144.5 and 145. I set this line at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Western Michigan. This Buffalo team has been a bottom 15 team in all of college basketball. It's just been very sad to watch, to say the least. This Buffalo bunch, they turn the ball over north of 13.5 times per contest. They're outside the top 240 with regards to their rebound rate. There's just not a lot that's going well for them. I know that they've been dealing with quite a few injuries out there in the backcourt as well, so Cy Chapman has had to be a little bit of a do-it-all player at 6'6", giving you 18.5 points, 6.5 boards, a steal, 1.6 blocks per contest, but Buffalo shoots just 26.3% from three-point range. That is a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. Anquan Bolden Jr., one of their star guards, has been dealing with a bit of an injury. So Ryan Sable, he's a really unheralded freshman. He's had to give you about 2 assists. He's been playing a lot more minutes than you would think. And then you've been able to have Janavius Smith down low, be able to give you about 8.5 boards. He's shipping in there 7.5 points per game. But he's the lone guy in the roster that shoots above 35% from three-point range. Going up against the Western Michigan team, that the way to be able to beat them is from the perimeter. Western Michigan is actually a top 175 team with regards to the rebound rate. They have very much benefited from the two-time transfer that was able to come in Javonte Brown. He began his career over at Texas A&M along with UConn. He's done a solid job providing 8.5 points, 4.5 boards, gives you a block per contest, while Seth Hubbard is really the lone guy in the roster that gives you double figures, 15 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and then you do have a pair of guys in Owen Lobsinger and B. Artis White, who combine to shoot about 37.5% from the outside. They're both supplying about 9.5 points per contest, so B. Artis White has been so incredibly inconsistent. In the last 5 games, he has scored 0, 13, 0, 12, and 14 points, so you just don't know what you're going to be able to get out of him night in and night out, but you do know that Western Michigan, they're going to give up the arc a little bit. They are about 200th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but Buffalo doesn't have anyone to take advantage of that, and Buffalo, they themselves, they're about 307th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've actually been a little bit better at being able to guard the arc when they've been away from home, and Buffalo doesn't have demonstrative home and road splits just because they stink all over the place. They're actually giving up a couple points per 100 possessions fewer away from home rather than when they are at home, but this is just not a team that you want to back at this point. I did set my total at 144.5. I just think that the wasted possessions cost you an over in this spot, so you're at the 145, looking at the under. And with Western Michigan, made them an 8.5 point favorite, so willing to lay up to 8 with them, seeing the 6.5, willing to lay it with Western Michigan to go along with the under. 649, 650 on the betting board. UMass is going to be playing us to St. Bonaventure. The Bonnies are a underdog of 3.5 to 4 points. So on this game, between 145 to 145.5. Did say UMass as a favorite of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the 3.5. This UMass bunch has been able to do a very solid job with their defense. They're a top 90 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And UMass does have one kryptonite. They are going to allow you to be able to hit some threes. They're 252nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but that does fall to about 33.5% from distance at home. Meanwhile, it's more of like 36% in a roadside shoot score venue. And for St. Bonaventure, all season long, this has been a slow and controlled team that's been pretty solid with regards to their defense, but things are starting to haunt them a little bit. Now, I will say for St. Bonaventure, when they are away from home, they allow opponents to shoot just 30.7% from the outside, but UMass really doesn't rely upon the outside shot to generate a lot of their offense. You've got a pair of guys in Josh Cohen, along with Matt Cross down low, who have been able to provide you with about 15 or so rebounds per game. You've been able to have Rasul Diggins be able to chip in their 12 points per game, but this team really doesn't rely upon that backcourt too much for scoring. UMass, they're a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and to the credit of St. Bonaventure, they do a nice job of not turning the ball over. This is one of the oldest teams in all of college basketball. You've got a trio of guards, Moses Wood, Micah Adams-Woods, along with Charles Pride, were able to combine for about 35 points per contest. All three guys shoot at least 38.9% from three-point range, but for St. Bonaventure, it's been really an issue for the team with regards to their defense recently, giving up 72 plus in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, UMass, this is a team that they play a little bit more up-tempo, but they've held 2 out of their last 3 opponents of fewer than 60 points. This UMass bunch, they've been able to get some relatively good production out of a guy that I like in Keon Thompson, who's been able to supply 3 assists, a steal, 10 points per contest. Not a flashy scorer by any stretch of the imagination, but does a good job for a UMass team that's in the top 125 in terms of total possessions per game to be able to keep it clean. Only about 11 turnovers per contest. I do think that St. Bonaventure going to be looking to slow this game down a little bit more, but I do think that UMass going to be able to win from within. St. Bonaventure, they do have down low a few guys Jan Farrell, he changed his name recently, but he's able to give you about 5 boards per contest. But that said, I do think that UMass going to be able to take hold of this game and win from within. I did set them as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. Did set my total at 143. I'm going to be looking at the under to go along with UMass. 651, 652 on the betting board. Sam Iamford is going to be playing against East Tennessee State. East Tennessee State does find themselves as an underdog of 12.5 to 13 points. And your total on this game going to be getting that between 150 and 150.5 with East Tennessee State. I did set them as an underdog of 11 points. So I'm going to be willing to take these points. For Samford, it's been a little bit of a slog for this team recently. They lose that game against Mercer. For Samford, they play at just an absolutely ridiculous pace. They're a top 30 team with regards to total possessions per game. They do generate a bunch of turnovers, and overall for the season, they're still shooting north of 40% from three-point range, but that's the big key for ETSU. If they're able to keep things out in front of them, not turn the ball over, and not just give up a ridiculous clip from three-point range, they can be able to have a little bit of success in this game. ETSU, they're allowing opponents to shoot 36.3% from three-point range when they're away from home, but the Samford team, if they don't generate a turnover, they leave themselves a little bit vulnerable from distance as well. They allow opponents to shoot 35.7% from three-point range at home. Now, I will say for Samford, they always win the turnover battle because not only are they good at being able to generate turnovers, top 25 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Ryland Jones, he's able to protect the bacon. He's able to give you 5.1 assists and 1.3 turnovers per contest, 9.5 points, shoots about 39% from three-point range, and for ETSU, this bunch, they really don't take advantage of their three-point shooting. They only shoot about 29.4% from the outside, but you've had Ibi Asama be able to supply 15 points, shoots about 34% from three-point range. ETSU, they do a relatively solid job of maintaining the ball, 12 turnovers per contest, nothing great, nothing terrible, and their top 5 scorers, every one of them does give you at least 4 rebounds per game. Now, I will say for Samford, this has also been a pretty solid team on the glass. Anchor, he's been able to give you 15 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, even with Jermaine Marshall out of the fold. This team has been able to do a solid job maintaining down low. They're about 170th in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate. Meanwhile, you've got an ETSU team that they're clocking in more around about 141st in all of college basketball, but you've also been able to get Kamari Peterson going, 13.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists for this ETSU team. He's just really starting to cook in general. He's been able to give the team at least 5 rebounds in each of the team's last 4 games, and in 6 of the team's last 7 contests, double figures in each of the last 4. Really like what he's been able to show, and I do think that ETSU is going to be able to protect the ball just enough to be able to hold in this game, and they're going up against the Samford team that they've been taking a little bit more of an approach on the defensive side of things as well. The Samford team, they can sometimes just absolutely run it and gun it. Sometimes they look to slow things down a little bit. For Samford, they have given up 72 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 6 games, and last time these two teams played, it was a 75-72 slog in which Samford went just 8 of 23 from three-point range. ETSU, they did lose the turnover battle in that one, 12-9, but they maintained the ball, and I do think that they're going to be able to do something similar here. I do think that Samford wins this game more comfortably, but I think we've gone a little bit too far. I set my line at 11. I'm going to be taking the points with ETSU. Do expect things to be a little bit more at tempo in this game. I did set my total at 153. I do think that you see a few more main threes, so looking at the over, and we'll take the points here with ETSU. 653, 654 on the betting board. St. Louis, they play us at George Washington. Our nation's first president is a 5-point underdog with your total 163 to 163.5. This George Washington team has not been the same on the road as they have been at home. They're giving up north of 18 points more per 100 possessions when away from home rather than at home. I just can't trust the St. Louis team laying 5, though. I set my line at 4. I'm going to be willing to take the points with George Washington. St. Louis is outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They're really doing nothing right on that front. Now, Terrence Hargrave, along with Bradley as their Wyro, have been able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game. And this is a little bit of a misleading St. Louis team that has dealt with injuries all season long. They were without Sincere Parker for 11 games. Ira Zyro, he was out for the first 11 games of the season. Tim Dalger has been in and out of the fold, who's been able to give you about 9.5 points, 4 boards per contest, and he's going to be out for this one. He is still currently banged up. Mike Meadows has been banged up, so you just go down the list, and it's been rough. And Travis Ford is just not a great coach to start out with. But for George Washington, it's a top-heavy team, but it's a solid team in the way that they're able to get production out of James Bishop, the 4th top scorer, is able to give you 16-plus points per contest. Now, they've been dealing with a few injuries of their own. You've had Darren Buchanan along Garrett Johnson be a little bit in and out of the fold, and Johnson, he's missed the last game or 2 for this bunch. I do think that he's going to be out of the fold once again, shooting about 40% from three-point range, supplying the team with 13 points per contest, but should have out there most likely Buchanan, and you're certainly going to have Maximus Edwards out there as well. Maximus has been pushed to the maximum, 36% three-point shooter, 89% free throw shooter, with about 12.5 points per contest, and this George Washington team is a top 25 team with regards to percentage of opponent shots that do get blocked, and that's a big thanks to Babatunde Akingbola, who's been able to give you about 5.5 boards. He's been able to chip in there 2.7 blocks per contest as well. This George Washington team, they're looking to play with their hair on fire. They're a top 45 team with regards to total possessions per game. That has resulted in them having some less than savory defensive results recently for this George Washington team. They have now given up at least 79 points in every one of their last 9 games, but I don't have a lot of faith that this St. Louis team is going to be able to give you a lot on offense as well. It has been a St. Louis team that's been all over the place as well, so you've got a pair of teams that have been very, very inconsistent all season long. You do have Gibson Jimerson on the flip side for St. Louis, who's been able to supply you with about 15 points, shoots in the high 30s from 3-point range, so it's a good old situation of something he's got to give. George Washington has been a top 140 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. It's going downward as the season has won along, and for George Washington, key for them being able to improve that road 3-point shooting percentage of 39.3%, and I do think that they still give it up from the outside, not as bad as that split would suggest, though, and I do think that Sincere Parker coming back in the fold means that St. Louis going to be able to run things a little bit more cleanly. So I did set my total 162. I'm looking at the under of St. Louis. Can only make them a 4-point favorite, so we'll take 5 with George Washington to go along with the under. 655, 656 on the betting board. TCU plays us to Cincinnati. Yes, we are on to Cincinnati, and they're on to being an underdog of 3 points with your total between 146.5 and 147. I did set TCU as a favorite of 3 points. So here at the 4.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Cincinnati has been a rock solid team on defense. They're a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis and a top 25 team with regards to rebound rate. Now, TCU is an interesting case because they don't have anyone down low like Aziz Bendango, who's able to give you 9 boards, multiple blocks per contest. Victor Lakeen has been able to give you 6+ rebounds. I mean, these are giants of the earth that do a really good job of just mauling on the glass. Meanwhile, you've got a TCU team then. You've got Emmanuel Miller, who's been solid for the team. He's been able to give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game, but that's that. You really don't have anyone that's absolutely mauling on the glass, but it's a TCU team in which a whole is greater than the sum of its parts. As a result, their rebound rate currently that is clocking in the top 50 in all of college basketball. They've been able to do a nice job of being able to hit the road and be able to guard the arc as well. This TCU team, top 45 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, the offense has been pretty rock solid in their own right, 48th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, as you've got a trio of guys. They're able to give you 3+ assists per contest. Jameer Nelson Jr. has been able to give you double figures, and I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a fall off with TCU shooting north of 35.5% from 3-point range. I just don't read them as that great of a 3-point shooting team, but Trey Tennyson, the transfer from Texas A&M Corpus Christi, he's north of a 40% 3-point shooter. He's been able to do a great job on that front, and then when it comes to the flip side for Cincinnati, if there is a little bit of kryptonite with them, it is the fact that they don't necessarily do a great job of being able to have consistent guard play, though Day Thomas, he's been able to step up. He's been able to give you about 10 to 11 points per contest. It's a Cincinnati team that they turn the ball over about 11 to 12 times per contest, so they aren't necessarily super duper clean, but at the same time, they're not just giving the ball away left and right. And for TCU, they have been turning the ball over 13 times per contest, and it is a TCU team that's in the top 75 with regards to total possessions per game, but they've been slowing down a little bit more recently, giving up 72 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for the Cincinnati bunch, it has been all over the place in terms of their offense, 75+ points in 3 of their last 5 games. The 2 outliers, they scored 62 and 59 points in those contests, so it has been very up and down on that front, but Dan Skilling's being able to give you 12 points per contest for the Cincinnati team, and with Cincinnati just guarding the 3-point line the way that they have been able to, they are allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range. I do think that is going to be able to keep them lively, despite the fact that TCU is giving up more than 13 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/court venue. I did set my total at a 145, so it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the 4.5 with Cincinnati, and here at a 146 after 147, also diving under 657, 658 on the betting board. South Dakota State, they play us at St. Thomas. St. Thomas is an underdog of 4 to 4.5 points with your total 142 to 142.5. I did set my total 145.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. St. Thomas is just a very slow and efficient team. Now, for St. Thomas, they do allow opponents to shoot about 34.2% from 3-point range. That is outside the top 200 in all of college basketball, while being well outside the top 200 in terms of their rebound rate as well. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. And South Dakota State, they do give up their open looks as well. They are 264th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And on the side of St. Thomas, you've got a pair of guys I really do like, as you've been able to have Parker Jorkland give you about 14.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and then Raheem Anthony gives you more like 13.5 points per contest, but relatively similar stats for him as well. And then when it comes to the South Dakota State team, you're going to be able to have Mr. Zeke Mayo do a little bit of everything. 18 points, 6 boards, 4+ assists per contest, and then Luke Capel, Charlie Easley. These are a pair of guys that they shoot just below 42% from 3-point range, and for the St. Thomas team, it's going to be very, very key for them to be able to continue to just take care of the ball. They're a top 35 team with regards to a few turnovers on a per possession basis, going up against the South Dakota State team that they're not amazing with their turnovers, but they've been a little bit better this season. It is a South Dakota State team that should be able to have a little bit of a leg up on the glass, as each of their top 4 scorers do give you at least 4.3 rebounds per game, and then William Kyle has been able to give you about 1.7 blocks per contest down low as well, so it does make it a little bit tough on St. Thomas, but I'm going to be willing to take the points in this ordeal. It is a St. Thomas team that they do an innate job of being able to get their slow grinder style, but they've still been able to get past the 70-point plateau in 4 of their last 5 games. They do go up against a South Dakota State team that has been pretty incredible with their offense as well, getting to at least 72 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but this has been a South Dakota State team that as well in regulation, because they had a game pushed to overtime about a week or so ago. They've given up 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, so it is a good old situation of something's got to give. I did set my total at a 145.5 first time these two teams played. It was harebrained. It was out of control. South Dakota State, they were able to go on the road. They were able to get the job done in that one. That was by a count of, if I remember correctly, 81-80, so very much a nip and tuck game. So I do think that there's going to be a lot of made threes in this affair, but I do think that St. Thomas, much like the first time around, they're going to be able to hold in there. So did set my line at 3.5. I'm willing to take 4+ here with St. Thomas. Did set my total at 145.5. So I'm also going to be taking a look at the over 659, 660 on the betting board. UT Arlington, they play to Utah Tech. Utah Tech is an underdog of 9.5 to 10.5 points. Your total on this game, it is 149 to 149.5, and I did say UT Arlington as a favorite of 13 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Utah Tech. This has been just a ghastly team all season long. They're outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate. This has been a Utah Tech team that's been able to generate a few turnovers, and that is a problem for UT Arlington. UT Arlington is outside the top 3 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, and Arlington is going to give you some open looks from 3. They are allowing opponents to shoot 35.5% from 3 overall, but that drops to 32.9% at home, more like 37.1% away from home. But Utah Tech, they allow you to shoot 36.5% from 3-point range when they are away from home, and for Utah Tech, north of 15 turnovers per game. So just like UT Arlington has those turnover issues, you have those for Utah Tech as well. And for Utah Tech, they're just not going to be able to maintain down low. You got a pair of guys on this Arlington bunch that have been able to give you north of 8 rebounds per game in Shamar Wilson, along with DeJuan Gordon. So they are going to be able to maintain it down low, as you've got Tanner Christensen on the flip side for Utah Tech, who's been able to give you about 12 points, 7 boards per contest. And for the Tech team, you've been having quite a few guys be out due to injury. They are now just getting back into the fold. Someone like Beon Riley, who's been able to shoot about 46.5% from 3-point range, but he played just 14 minutes in the team's game about a week or so ago against Grand Canyon, scored 0 points. He has not been seen since then, so that's an issue. He might not play in this game. Noah Gonsalves, he's been able to give you 12 points, shoots 39.5% from 3, but Utah Tech is supposed to be all about shooting efficiency and then giving it up on defense. They're shooting 64% the free throw line, 34% from 3-point range. You're legitimately not doing anything right. They go up against an Arlington team that's really been pushing tempo. They're in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game. They've gotten to at least 78 points in each of their last 3 games. Meanwhile, you got a Utah Tech bunch that they have been falling short with their offense. 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So very interesting scenario here. I did set my line at a 13. I'm going to be willing to lay with UT Arlington, and I do think that the wasted possessions are going to cost you an over in this spot. I set my total at 149 here at a 149.5. Looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Arlington. 661, 662 on the betting board. The men of Troy hit the road. They're facing off against Louisiana Monroe. Monroe is an underdog of between 6.5 to 7 points on this game, between 143.5 and 144.5. Did set my total at 141. I'm going to be looking at the under. Louisiana Monroe has really been able to kick up their offense. The team has been able to get to at least 70 points in 6 out of their last 9 games. This is despite overall for the season, they're outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game, and in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're well outside the top 250. And give credit to Monroe. They've actually won 4 out of their last 5 games, and the defense, it hasn't been necessarily amazing. They have given up 75 plus points in 3 out of their last 5 games, but they've been able to do just enough to be able to maintain. But they do now have to go up against a Troy team that does a nice job being a top 50 team in the country with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. The one way that you're able to knock off this Troy team is by being able to make your threes. Troy is well outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, despite the fact that they are 73rd in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But Monroe just does not have those deep shooters that are going to allow them to do so. They shoot 29.5% from 3-point range as a collective. You've got 2 guys on the roster that have been able to average north of 2.1 points per game and shoot above 30% from 3-point range. Tyreek LaCour is able to give you 11 points, shoots 36% from the outside, and then you've been able to get 42.5% 3-point shooting shooting with 8.5 points per contest out of Savion Gallon. That's it. And for Louisiana Monroe, this has been a top 150 team in terms of their rebound rate, but this Troy team, despite the fact that they don't have anyone that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, as Thomas Dowd has really been that top guy down low, they have been a top 80 team with regards to their rebound rate. You've got a pair of guys in Tanner Conaway, along with Miles Rigsby, who have been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest. Christian Eugene runs the offense very well. 15 points, 3.5 assists, 4.5 boards, shoots 43% from three-point range, and I think that for a Louisiana Monroe team that still has had their issues on defense, they're 263rd in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are giving up about 11.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home. I think that this is just too much Troy for them. Troy has been able to cover about 2/3 of their games all season long, and I do think that they're going to cool off. This Monroe team has been on a heater. I set my line at 7, so here at the 6.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it, and I do think that for Monroe, them not being able to knock down threes, it's going to cost you the over. I set my line at a 141 with regards to total, looking under and looking at Troy. 663, 664 on the betting board. South Alabama, they have the road they're facing off against Arkansas State. Arkansas State, an 8.5 to a 9-point favorite with your total between 154.5 and 155.5. Set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Arkansas State has some of the most demonstrative home and road splits with regards to their offense in all of college basketball. This Arkansas State team, if you look at them overall for the season, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're 49th, but they're averaging 23.8 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot-record environment, and this team is really able to get cooking from three-point range when they're at home. When they're away from home, Arkansas State can hit the broadside of a barn. They shoot 30.6% from three-point range away from home, 42.3% at home. That's some of the most demonstrative numbers I've seen all season long. Meanwhile, you do have DeAndre Dominguez for this bunch. He's been able to do a solid job, give you about 12 points, 6 boards, shoots in the 930s from three-point range. And for South Alabama, this has not been a team that's been very efficient all season long in really any facet of basketball. They're outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate. For South Alabama, they're honestly an okay shooting team. They shoot about 39% from three-point range at home, but that falls all the way down to about 31.3% when they're in a roadside-shoot-record environment. And typically, the South Alabama team, they look to slow things down. They look to play solid defense. That is not the case this year. 229th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I will say they're actually giving up about 2 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. But South Alabama has really cranked up their tempo this season as well. They're up to about 103rd in all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game. Arkansas State is in the top 100 with regards to total possessions per game. And Arkansas State, they do have their issues on the glass, but you do have Dominguez, who's able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest. I like Isaiah Nelson, who's able to give you about 6.5 boards as well. And for the South Alabama team, down low, Thomas Howell, he's been able to give you 6 rebounds per game. He's pretty much the only of the Jaguars that's able to give you north of 4 rebounds per game, while they've been having to rely upon Isaiah Gator and Tyrell Jones, who are combining for about 27 points per contest to really maintain the offense. These two guys, they combine to shoot 37.5% from the outside. You've got a 42% three-point shooter in Julian Margrave, who's been able to chip in there about 7 points per contest. He's been a relatively nice, versatile piece, but you can't rely upon him night in and night out. I do think that Arkansas State going to continue to be super efficient with their offense at home. And like I said, with South Alabama, they have seen a little bit of tempo change, but they are also a little bit of a better defense when they are at home. The South Alabama team, they've been coming in really good form with their defense as well. 66 points of fear surrender in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got an Arkansas State team that has gotten to at least 76 points in each of their last 4 games, but they themselves have also given up 73 or fewer in each of their last 3. So, circumstance where I did set my total more on a 152. I'm going to be looking at the under, but I believe in this Arkansas State team at home. Set them as a 10-point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the number with Arkansas State and taking a look at the under. 665, 666 on the betting board. Miami of Ohio plays host to Central Michigan. Central Michigan is an underdog of 3 to 3.5 points. Totals between 130.5 and 131.5. I did make my total of 135. I'm going to be looking at the over. Miami of Ohio, they're by no means a super-duper up-tempo team, and to the credit of Miami of Ohio, this has been one of the best perimeter defenses in all of college basketball. They're a top 40 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Central Michigan really doesn't bomb it from three-point range, y'all. This Central Michigan team, they shoot only about 30% from three-point range. As a matter of fact, each of their top 3 scorers do shoot less than 30% from three-point range. It's really more of the ancillary guys who've been able to come in and be able to shoot it well from three-point range. You've got Marquise Harding, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. He's been in and out of the fold all season long, but he's been able to help out a little bit down low. And then you've got Aiden Rubio, coupled with Derek Butler. These two guys combined for about 17 points. These two guys shoot north of 40% from 3. The only 2 guys on the roster, by the way, shooting above 27.5% from the outside. But Anthony Pritchard, he's a little bit of a do-it-all player. 13 points, 5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest. But I do think that the outside shooting, both their offense and their defense, might come back to nip them in the tuchus in this one. As for Central Michigan, they have been able to do a nice job of guarding the three-point line. 17th in all of college basketball. That does tick up to about 32% from distance away from home compared to 27.2% at home. And with Miami of Ohio, you've got just really good balance across the boulevard in terms of this offense. Anderson Barbeau, he was out to begin the season. He's been able to supply the team with about 13 points per contest. Absolutely love what Darwishi Hunter has been able to do in terms of facilitation for the team. He's able to give you about 12.5 points, chips in there about 2.5 assists per contest for a Miami of Ohio team that they do shoot about 36% from three-point range. They can be a little bit hit or miss in terms of their offense, and with Central Michigan, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of perimeter, but the Central Michigan team, they also don't necessarily do a lot on glass, which means that Miami of Ohio's kryptonite, them being 321st in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, it's not going to be unearthed quite as much, with Central Michigan only being about 239th in all of college basketball with regards to that rebound rate. And this is a Miami of Ohio team that they've been a little bit better with their offense at home, being able to generate about 4.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside court environment, just having so many different options. Even some of these guys that go a bit under the radar, like even a Pero, who's been able to give you about 7 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. I do think that these guys are going to be just enough for Miami of Ohio to be able to get by a Central Michigan team that has been a little bit top-heavy, to the credit of Central Michigan in regulation, because they played a lot of overtime games. They've given up 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, going up against Miami of Ohio team that has been a little bit rough with their offense. They have scored fewer than 60 points in 3 of their last 4 games, but I do think that they bust through here, and they're able to get a game in that is going to involve a little bit of late game fouling. I did set my total 135. I'm going to be taking a look at this total over with Miami of Ohio. Want to lay up to 4.5 with them. Set them as a 5-point favorite. 667, 668 on the betting board. Ole Miss is going to be playing against South Carolina. South Kakalaki is a 2.5 to a 3.5 point underdog with your total between 137.5 and 138.5. With South Carolina, I did make them an underdog of 3 points. Between the 2.5 and the 3.5, I would rather take the 3.5 rather than lay the 2.5. South Carolina has been tremendous on defense all season long. A top 55 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And while they aren't quite the same when they're on the road rather than at home, very few teams are, they've been able to maintain their poise with only turning the ball over about 10.5 to 11 times per contest. Taylon Cooper has been very good at the point guard spot, 4 assists to about 1.2 turnovers per contest for South Carolina. In terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis, it is 66, and they do give up about 12 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. But this is a Ole Miss team that's outside the top 150 with regards to the rebound rate, despite the fact that you've got Giants of the Earth, Jamarian Sharp, along with Musa Cisse, being able to provide 4 blocks per contest. They've been able to do a nice job of rim protecting, but they don't necessarily give you a lot of rebounding, which there is actually quite a bit of a differential between the two. And Ole Miss, they're about 169th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. For Ole Miss, this team is very reliant upon the 3 ball. They are about 93rd in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but you pretty much have all but one out of your top 7 scores shooting at least 36% from three-point range. Allen Flanagan, who's been able to give you about 16 points, 7 boards, he's been the lone exception there. But this Ole Miss team actually shoots better from three-point range on the road rather than at home. It's about 37.9% at home, closer to 39% in a roadside shoot court environment. You've been able to get really good production, though, out of guys like Matthew Morrell, along Jalen Brakefield. These guys, they've been able to combine for about 30 points per contest. Morrell is able to shoot 41% from the outside. And for Ole Miss, they only do turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, but South Carolina, while outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, they've got 2 nice go-to scorers in BJ Mack, Michi Johnson. They both give you 14 points per game, and despite the fact that Mack is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, this team is a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate, and they've had Colin Murray Boyles, a 6'7" freshman, really be able to come through down low for this team. He's been able to supply at least 7 rebounds in each of the team's last 4 games, and for that matter, last time he had fewer than 5 rebounds in a game, you have to go all the way back to January 20th. I believe that is a run of 9 straight games. He's been able to give the team at least 13 points in each of the last 5 games. I think that with what he's able to do down low, it's going to be able to elevate the South Carolina team and be able to keep them lively in this game. You've got an Ole Miss team that's relatively mid-tempo that comes in bad form with regards to their defense. They have given up now at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for South Carolina, they've still been able to maintain their defense. They had that one bad game against Auburn where they just got completely bludgeoned, but past that, they have given up 65 points or fewer in every other game this month, in the month of February, and for that matter, they have given up fewer than 70 points in regulation because they played an overtime game or two in all but one out of their last 10 contests. So I did have to bog down this total a little bit more, but I do think that this is going to be a game that goes to perhaps some late game felling. I do have a little bit of fear there, and for South Carolina, I do think that they could bust through and perhaps get to 70 here. So I did set my total at 139 here at the 138.5, 137.5. I'm going to be looking at the over despite the fact that South Carolina has been so good at bogging these games down, and with Ole Miss going to make them a 3-point favorite. So here at 3.5, going to be taking the points with South Carolina to go along with this total over 669, 670 on the betting board. Virginia plays host to North Carolina. UNC is a favorite of 2 to 2.5 points with your total. That is between 129.5 and 130.5. With North Carolina, I did set them as a favorite of 3.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it on the road. Now, for Virginia, they're giving up more than 20 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral venue. But for Virginia, they're well outside the top 225 in terms of their rebound rate, going up against a North Carolina team that's able to dominate down low. Armando Bacot, along with Harrison Ingram, are combined for 19.4 rebounds and 27 points per game. Bacot has been a little bit hit or miss recently, but he's been a better rim protector this year with 1.7 blocks per contest. Ingram, he has all sorts of versatility, shoots north of 40% for three, and RJ Davis is just one of the best peer scorers in all of college basketball. 21.5 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists on 41% three-point shooting for a North Carolina team that has ascended into the top 35 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now for Virginia, their bread and butter has become generating turnovers. They're a top 25 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but to illustrate the rebounding issues that they've got, Ryan Dummy, he's right now averaging 8.5 points, 7 boards, 2.3 blocks, a steal and a half per contest. He is the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 3.4 rebounds per contest. Now, I do like Reed Speakman. He's able to give you 6 assists, doesn't turn the ball over much at 2 turnovers per contest. And for Virginia, they are a top 20 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And the 3-point shooting has been much better when they've been at home. You've got Isaac McNeely, who's able to shoot 46% from 3 with 12.5 points per contest. He has been just very, very good at being able to make those threes at home. And then you've got Jacob Groves, who's shooting 49.5% from distance. He's able to give you about 7.5 points per contest, but it is a Virginia team that they're a very top-heavy team with regards to their overall scoring, going against the North Carolina team that they've now been able to get a little bit more out of someone like Cormac Ryan, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest, and I like the way that Elliot Gadu has been able to really ascend as well. Not a guy that's going to light it up from three-point or anything like that, but he's given out 4 assists, taking the load off of RJ Davis, letting him just go out there and score. Meanwhile, he's been able to help out with a lot of the facilitation, giving out at least 4 assists in all but 2 out of the team's last 8 games. So the circumstance where I do think that North Carolina is just a bad matchup in general for Virginia. I do think that North Carolina, with the way that they're able to get second and third chances on the glass, it's going to be able to push this game over, and I do think that this is close enough for late game felling. And with Virginia, I have to have fear in a close game as well after they went, I believe it was like 1 of 11 at the free throw line against Wake Forest. So a circumstance where I set North Carolina as a 3.5 point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total 131.5. Also look it over 671, 672 on the betting board. Abilene Christian, they play us with Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is a favorite in this ordeal of 8 to 8.5 points. So on this game is 145.5 to 146.5. Just set Grand Canyon as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Grand Canyon played a nip and tuck game a few nights ago, and I do think that they're going to want to take out their frustrations on an Abilene Christian team that plays relatively similarly to Tarleton State. They're another team as a top 35 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. It is a Grand Canyon team that has been relenting a little bit more with their defense. They've given up north of 70 points in each of their last 3 games, but despite that, it is a Grand Canyon team that's still in the top 25 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an Abilene Christian team that is just not going to stand a chance down low. This Grand Canyon bunch does have Gabe McLaughlin. He's able to give you 12 plus points, 7 plus rebounds per game, going up against an Abilene Christian team that, with regards to their rebound rate, this team is 337th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, Grand Canyon is more around 21st, and a big reason why Grand Canyon has had the success that they're able to is signing Graham Foster, top junior college transfer in all of college basketball a few seasons ago, 19 points, 6 boards, 1.3 blocks, 1.8 steals per game. You've got McLaughlin also shooting 44.5% from 3. Grand Canyon, not quite the same offensive team that they were a season ago. Last season, they were just absolutely lighting it up from 3-point range, but they're more than good enough to be able to get the job done here against an Abilene Christian team that they're better at guarding the arc this year than they were a season ago. Last year, they were absolutely dreadful with that regard. This year, they're more around the national average, and for Abilene Christian, they're about 200th in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. Nothing great, nothing terrible. Meanwhile, this Grand Canyon team, they do shoot about 29.7% from 3-point range away from home. That compares to about 39% at home, but For Abilene Christian, it is one of those holes greater than some of its parts units that does have a nice trio that has been able to give you about 40 to 41 points per contest. Hunter Jack Madden is your main bomber from the outside. He's able to give you 42.5% three-point shooting, 13 points per contest, and then Arion Simmons, Ali Abdul-Diba, they combine for about 11 rebounds, about 20.5 points per game, both Abilene Christian getting absolutely pasted on the glass, coupled with them turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, going up against a Grand Canyon team that is a top 50 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this is a Grand Canyon defense that does travel. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. They do a great job on the glass, and for Grand Canyon, overall, still 13th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. The 94.5 points per 100 possessions that they allow away from them, that's number 4 in all of college basketball. So I did set Grand Canyon as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Did set my total at 145. Abilene Christian is a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that Grand Canyon holds up just enough for the under. Looking at the under and looking at Grand Canyon laying the number, 673, 674 on the betting board. Valparaiso is hitting the road face-off against Murray State. Murray State is a favorite of 12 to 12.5 points. Totals between 142.5 and 143.5. Set my line at 12.5. 12 is the max I'm going to be willing to lay with this Murray State team, but I'm going to be willing to lay it for Valparaiso. Very nearly called them the Crusaders, but they're now the Beacons, which I don't know why they changed that name. Discussion for another day, though, but with them, it has been very rough for them on the glass. They're well outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, and they're about 300th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, so they don't have a lot going right for them. I will say, maybe they will find a nice go-to scorer in Isaiah Stafford, like what he's been able to bring to the table. 17 points, and a half per contest, and then outside of him, your next top 3 scorers, they all shoot between about 35.4 and 37% from the outside. Darius DiViero has been your main facilitator, 5.5 assists, 8.5 points per contest. Meanwhile, you've got about 8 points, 35.5% three-point shooting. Jahari Williams, while Cooper Schweiger gives you about 5.5 boards per contest with his 12.5 points per game. But for Murray State, after they were just brutally bad with their defense to begin the season, they were outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been able to shape up quite a bit recently. This Murray State unit, they have now given up 72 points or fewer in all but one out of their last 12 games have ended in regulation. That includes games against the likes of Indiana State, what have you. For Murray State, they're a team that is also outside the top 175 with regards to rebound rate. You've got Nick Ellington, who's able to give you 12.6 rebounds per game. Only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, but you've been able to have a nice trio in the backcourt. Jacoby Wood, Rob Perry, Quincy Anderson, that all give you between 12 and 12.5 points per contest. Wood is your main facilitator with about 4.5 assists per contest for a Murray State team that is in the top 40 with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. 9.5 turnovers per game. Anderson and Wood, they combine to shoot about 39.5% from three-point range, and even though it's a little bit of a top-heavy Murray State team, they don't play at warp speed. They're well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, going up against a Valparaiso team that, man, are they bleeding points right now. This Valparaiso unit has now given up at least 80 points in each of their last 5 games. I do think that Valparaiso is going to get pasted in the spot, and it's a case of something's got to give. Murray State plays super slow, and they've been relatively in control on defense. Valparaiso's not playing any defense whatsoever. I do think that leads to a little bit of a lower scoring game, especially with Valparaiso having their issues, just not really hitting a lot from the outside, even though you've got a few guys who are able to hit some threes. They're only shooting about 32.5% from the outside and about 40.7% from 2-point range. So I did set my total at a 140.5. I do think that Murray State maintains their good defense looking at the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 12 with Murray State. 675, 676 on the betting board. New Mexico is going to be playing against Air Force. Air Force is an underdog of 19 points. Your total on this game is anywhere between 146 and 147. I said New Mexico is a 20.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with New Mexico. This team is a top 30 team with regards to rebound rate. They have been incredible with regards to their home court environment, and they're a top 10 team in all of college basketball with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And for this Air Force unit, they've actually been giving up about 2.5 points fewer per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. But this Air Force offense, ever since that just grandiose effort that they had against UNLV, it has been straight down the toilet bowl for them. Air Force has scored 66 points or fewer in every one of their 5 games thus far this month. And for Air Force, you actually do have a nice fearsome threesome. Bo Becker, Evan Taylor, Ryan Petratus, they all give between 14.6 14.8 and 14.9 points per contest between the three of them. They've been able to do a solid job being able to provide about 15 rebounds. You've got Petratus and Anderson and Taylor being able to combine for about 6.5 assists per game, and they all shoot at least 34.8% from three-point range. But Air Force, 12.3 turnovers per game. It doesn't sound like a ton, but considering they're a bottom 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, that's a bit of an issue. And last time Air Force played against New Mexico, they were at home for that one, and they got pounded in that game. New Mexico went on the road and punked them by a count of 85-66, and I just don't see how we get too much of a different effort there. This New Mexico team has been able to do a very solid job as well of being able to guard the three-point arc, and guess what? This Air Force team, they have not done a very solid job with that regard. Air Force, 353rd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a New Mexico team that you've got a nice trio in the backcourt that really hasn't spent a lot of time with each other because you've had Jalen Ellis, Jamal Mashburn Jr., all these guys be banged up. Donovan Dent has been your main concept with about 14 points, 5+ boards, 5+ assists per contest. House is able to give you about 2.5 steals per contest, and Mashburn, he chips in there 13 points. He's only shooting about 30 to 31% from three, but New Mexico at home only allows opponents to shoot 25.9% from three-point range. That's the top 20 mark in all of college basketball. Coupled with that, Nelly Jr., Joseph, JT Toppin, these guys combine for about 15 rebounds per game. If you need someone like Jerome Baker to come off the bench and be able to pop some threes, he's able to do so. Mustafa Anzil, last time these two teams played, came off the bench. He had 11 points, 8 rebounds. New Mexico just too deep, just too tough in general. I like them to be able to win this game convincingly. I did say New Mexico as a 20.5 point favorite, going to be one to lay it, and did set my total 146.5. Here at the 147, I'm going to be one to dive under. Air Force has actually been a little bit better with their defense when they've been away from home, and under the radar, New Mexico, a top 30 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. So diving under, and I'm going to be one to lay it with a Lobo 677, 678 on the main board. Central Florida is going to be playing us to Texas Tech. Texas Tech, a 1 to 1.5 point favorite. Your total on this game, it is between 140.5 and 141. Means Central Florida the 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at Central Florida outright on the money line. This Central Florida defense has been just so different at home rather than on the road, and I think that they're going to be a little bit PO'd at the fact that they lost to West Virginia a few days ago. Central Florida 11th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 18.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral venue, and they go up against the Texas Tech team that they just have not been the same team when they've been away from home, and I was expecting a little bit more defense out of this Grant McCaslin coach team as well. Texas Tech right now in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis are 108th in all of college basketball, giving up about 18.2 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. Now, Texas Tech is a top 30 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and you've got some really nice top-end talent with Pops Isaacs along with Joe Toussaint running the offense very well with about 8 assists to about 4.5 turnovers per game. Toussaint shoots 34.5% per three, and out of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them for Texas Tech do shoot at least 84% of the free throw line. It's a collective. They shoot 78% of the charity stripe, 36.5% per three with only about 10.5 turnovers per contest, but they've still been dealing with that injury to Devin Cambridge. That's been a little bit of an issue for them. They've also got Warren Washington who's able to do a nice job down low along Darian Williams of combining for about 15 rebounds per game, but I do think that for Central Florida, they're going to do a nice job of being able to put things on lockdown. Central Florida has been a top 50 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis when they're at home, and even if they don't generate as many turnovers against Texas Tech in this ordeal as they're used to, this team still does a nice job locking it down from three-point range at home, allowing opponents to shoot just 30.7% from three-point range at home. In a roadside shoot court venue, this expands to about 37.5%, and for Central Florida, this team does a very solid job down low with Abrima Diallo being able to give you multiple blocks, about 5.5 rebounds per game. Central Florida not the most supreme team with regards to their rebound rate. They're only about 73rd in all of college basketball, but they've got a 53.8% rebound rate at home, sub 50% away from home, going up against the Texas Tech team that when they're away from home, they've got a rebound rate that is in the bottom 75 in all of college basketball, and I do think that with Texas Tech giving up quite a few open looks from three-point range when they're on the road. Now, it is a Central Florida team that only shoot about 32% from distance, but I do think that Jalen Zellers, who shot north of 44% from three-point range last season at Ball State, he's been able to give you double figures, but it's only shooting about 32% from three. He's going to be able to get it going a little bit more against the Texas Tech team that allows 37.8% three-point shooting away from home. This just feels like a bad matchup for Texas Tech away from home, and I do think that the Central Florida defense is able to lock down. I did set my line at a 139.5 with regards to the total. Looking under, and with Central Florida made them the 1.5 point favorite, so looking at Central Florida on the money line and the under. 679, 680 on the betting board. North Texas is playing us the UTSA. Meet for the Roadrunners, who are a 15 to a 16 point underdog with your total between 137.5 and 138. It's at North Texas as a 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the 16 with the UTSA. Now, it's a big time tempo battle. UTSA, they're a top 25 team with regards to total possessions per game. North Texas, they're a bottom 30 team with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that the defense is going to win out a little bit more in this ordeal. You do have a North Texas team that they do turn the ball over about 12 times per contest, and for North Texas, they're certainly going to be able to win the battle down low, but I don't think that they do it overly convincingly. You've got Robert Allen, who's been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, and Bule Sissoko, he's able to give you a block, he's able to give you 5+ rebounds per game, but I like what Carlton Lindgard has been able to give for this UTSA team. He's able to give you about 6 boards. He had 7 feet tall, has good versatility with about 9.5 points. He's shooting about 33% from 3-point range for a UTSA team that, to their credit, even though they are a team that they play super up-tempo, they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. North Texas, I still do think that they've got a little bit more down low. They're about 108th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but UTSA not to outlive themselves at about 156th. You've also got Jordan Ivy Curry, who's just been absolutely ridiculous as a scorer for UTSA, 16.5 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists in a roadside shoot court environment. He does shoot about 37.5% from 3, though I will say he has scored 8 points or fewer in 3 of the team's last 5 games, and then you've been able to have Cameron Tucker be able to do a nice job, being able to supply about 5 assists, 12 points per contest. It's a UTSA team that I do think that they're going to be up against it, against a North Texas team that has really done a nice job of being able to lock it down from 3-point range. And with this North Texas team as well, you've been able to have Jason Edwards supply 18 points. He shoots in the high 30s from 3-point range. And this is a North Texas team that they're one of those teams that they do play slow, and yet they're a top 40 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But I do think that this is going to be a game in which it's going to be a little bit lower possession, making it a bit more difficult for North Texas to be able to win by margin. You've got Aaron Scott, who's able to give you about 11.5 points per contest, shoots 39.5% from 3, but I do think the UTSA does just enough to hold in there. I do think that this becomes a little bit of a grimy slog. Set my total 134.5, diving under. We'll take 15 plus here with UTSA. 681, 682 on the betting board. Alabama hits the road face-off against Kentucky, and Big Blue Nation find themselves as a slight favorite at home of between 1.5 and 2 points. Total on this game opens up at 179. It's now been bogged down to about 175 to 176, and even with this little ticking downward, I still think that it's too high. I'm going to be taking a look at the under semi-total 171F. This is an Alabama unit that, no doubt about it, they have been tremendous with their offense. Number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this Kentucky team is also a top 12 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But this Alabama offense, they just don't hit the same from 3-point range when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. This Alabama team very much is predicated on their 3-point shooting, but they shoot north of 41% from 3-point range at home. That does go down to about 34.5% in a roadside shoot court environment, and as a result, they are averaging about 13.1 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than when they are at home. And Kentucky has all of a sudden been playing a little bit more defense recently. I'm not saying it's been incredible by any stretch of imagination, but they have now given up 75 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games. They themselves have scored fewer than 76 points in each of their last 3 games, and it feels like they're putting a little bit more effort on that side of things. You still have Antonio Reeves, who's able to give you 20 points, he's able to chip in their 4.5 boards, and for both of these teams, you don't necessarily have that one dominant rebounder, even though Kentucky, if they wanted to, they could. They've got Trey Mitchell down low, who's been able to give you 7.5 rebounds per game. I know that he's been dealing with some ailments, trying to get him back in the fold is very big, but he has not played since that game against Ole Miss. Meanwhile, you've got Reed Shepard, who just continues to shoot 50+% from 3-point range, and for that matter, out of your top 4 scorers, Mitchell, Robert Dillingham, Antonio Reeves, and Reed Shepard, the only one that doesn't shoot above 44% from 3 is Mitchell, so perhaps each of your top 3 scorers in this game do shoot at least 44% from distance, though the top scorer in this game might actually be on the flip side, with Mark Sears supplying 20.5 points, 4.5 boards, 4 assists. He shoots 44% from 3-point range. It's been a unit that has been very much relying upon Grant Nelson down low. He's been solid. He's been able to give you about 5.5 boards, 12 points per game, and Alabama, with running their harebrained style, they do have to have a lot of moving bodies, and you got pretty much 11 different guys that do play at least 10 minutes. Even someone like Mohamed Wagyu has been seeing a few minutes for this Alabama team as well. So very interesting the way that this sets up. I did set Kentucky as a very, very slight favorite of 1.5 points because I do think that they should be given a little bit of an edge, because even though they've lost the 3 straight games over there at Rupp, this is still a very good home court environment. But I like what I'm seeing out of Rylan Griffin along with Central right cell combining for about 20 points per contest. Both are shooting north of 39.5% from three-point range for Alabama and Kentucky. They are one of the worst teams in the country at allowing paint points. I do think that Alabama, with them struggling a little bit more from distance, I do think that they're going to be a bunch that's going to look to either get it at the rim or they're going to be looking to take a bunch of threes. I do think that they're going to look to the rim a little bit more with guys like Ahmad Bradshaw not really stepping up the way that we were expecting him to. And with this Alabama team, they're certainly a team that does give it up a little bit from three-point range away from them. This is an Alabama unit that, with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, they allow you to shoot just 28.2% from distance at home. That goes up to about 34.9% in a roadside shoot court venue. Kentucky, they allow you to shoot just 31.7% from three-point range at home. So I do think that that gives this Kentucky bunch a little bit of an edge. I set them as a 1.5 point favorite, but now that we're getting up to 2, this is a scenario where at 2, I'm going to take the points, but not the money line with Alabama. And here at the 175, going to be looking at the under. 683, 684 on the betting board. Tennessee Tech is going to be playing us to Eastern Illinois. Eastern Illinois is an underdog of 2 to 2.5 points, and total on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 131.5. And with Tennessee Tech, it's been an up and down season for them all year long, and I did set them as a 2-point favorite, so here at 2.5, going to be taking a look at the points with Eastern Illinois. Eastern Illinois, by the way, a top 3 team in all of college basketball with regards to their underrated. I mean, it makes total sense. Eastern Illinois is well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, they've done a good job of being able to take away the ball. They're a top 50 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Tiger Booker is able to give you about 3.5 assists, chips in there a double-figure amount of points. You've had Cooper Jacoby be able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but other than him, you really don't have a lot down low, and I know that Cooper Jacoby in recent games has been dealing with a few ailments, so that's been a bit of an issue for this bunch. Meanwhile, you take a look at the flip side, and this is a Tennessee Tech team that they really don't have a lot down low as well. It's been a Tennessee Tech unit that has been very much relying upon Javius Harvey to be able to supply for this offense. Harvey, he's been able to shoot from three-point range in the mid-30s. He gives you about 13 points per contest, so has been pretty rock solid with that regard. But I do think that Eastern Illinois is going to be able to hold in there despite the fact that they are outside the top 275 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, going up against a Tennessee Tech team that got Harvey shooting 36% from 3, David Early, he's been able to shoot 37% from the outside as well. But Pat said, you really don't have anyone else on this roster that gives you consistent scoring that is able to shoot above 33.9% from the outside. And for Tennessee Tech, they're not going to be able to take advantage of the fact that this Eastern Illinois team has been a relatively rough team on the glass. Tennessee Tech is also outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. You've had Daniel Egbenui, hopefully I said that correctly. He's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest, so he's been able to do an okay job there. But Tennessee Tech, 347th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Eastern Illinois, they're more around 245th with this regard, and it is a Eastern Illinois team that, while they've got their warts in terms of giving up the three-point arc, the Tennessee Tech team, they are 233rd in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage as well. Tennessee Tech has been okay at being able to take care of the ball, but I do think that Eastern Illinois, despite the fact that you don't have a lot of three-point shooting on this team, they're going to generate some turnovers and make this a very sloppy, grimy game. I do think that in the end, Tennessee Tech having the best scorer out there on the floor in Harvey is going to propel them to victory, but I do think that this is a nip-and-tuck game against an Eastern Illinois team that has given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Tennessee Tech, they themselves 70 points or fewer scored in 4 of their last 5. Semi-total at 130, diving in on the under. And with Tennessee Tech, made them a 2-point favorite, so we'll take north of a deuce here with Eastern Illinois along with that under. 685, 686 on the betting board. Idaho, it's a road face-off against Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona, 3 to 3.5 point favorite. Total on this game between 139 and 140. Northern Arizona looking to build off of prosperity. They were able to get a massive win a few days ago against Eastern Washington, one of the top teams in this conference. And for Northern Arizona, it's been just all over the place this season. They've got the top scorer in this game. That'd be Trent McLaughlin. He's been able to give you 16.5 points, shoots 35% from 3-point range for a bunch that they are quite ineffective with their offense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they don't do much down low. Carson Basham is the only guy that gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game, being able to supply you with about 12.6 boards per contest, but even having someone like a Liam Lloyd, who's able to give you 3.5 assists, 7 points per game, that's more than what you're able to say for Idaho. Idaho has Julian Mims, who's been great. 11.5 points, 7.5 boards, CO per contest, 1.5 blocks, but he's the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. Idaho well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Idaho has some very demonstrative home and road splits as well. With this Idaho bunch, in terms of the points that they do allow on a per possession basis, they do give up about 12 points more per 100 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. Meanwhile, this is a Northern Arizona team that they themselves are 288th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But again, they do give up 10 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot scored environment. For Idaho, you've been able to get a little bit of production out of Quinn Dinker. He's been able to give you 12.5 points, shoots about 32% from three-point range, and you do have a 36.5% three-point shooter in D'Angelo Minnis, who's been solid. The problem is he's now out of the fold. He's dealing with a bit of an injury. Idaho, they're only turned the ball over about 11 times per contest, one of the worst teams in the country at being able to generate turnovers, though. Idaho has actually been a little bit better with their offense when they've been away from home rather than when they have been at home, and that's a big reason why I did set my total at a 143.5. I do think that this is going to be a game that is going to be close enough for some late game felling, but like the way that Northern Arizona is coming on, they've won 3 out of their last 4 games. They've been able to get to at least 73 points in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got an Idaho team that has just been all over the place in terms of their offense. They have scored fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but they sure do know how to give it up. So did set my total at 143.5. Looking at the overhand with Northern Arizona, 1 to lay up to 5 with them. 687, 688 on the betting board. It is Oklahoma on the road facing off against Oklahoma State. Cowboys who find themselves as a underdog at home of 1 to 1.5 points. Total on this game between 140 and 141. It has been rough recently for this Oklahoma team. The second half collapse that they had against Kansas, much to the chagrin of my DK Network Grida pick, that was a little bit less than terrific, but I do think that this is a get right spot. I did set Oklahoma as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay. Last time these two teams played, it was nip and tuck. In Norman, Oklahoma won that game by kind of 66 to 62, but that said, for Oklahoma, they had to go 9 of 23 from three-point range, but Oklahoma State actually got the benefit of the whistle. They took more free throws in that game. Oklahoma lost that turnover battle 12 to 6. I do think that we're going to see a little bit of reversal here. Now, it is an Oklahoma team that they are giving up more than 15 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home, but this is a Oklahoma State team that they're relying upon Javon Small to come up very big for this team, and Javon Small has been very good all season long. A complete stat sheet sufferer with about 14.5 points, 5 boards, 4.5 assists, shoots about 38% from three-point range, but I do like the way that this Oklahoma team has been able to put you on lockdown from three-point range. A top 25 team in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, with Javion McCollum, Ortega, Away being able to combine for 26 points. You've got Away shooting about 42.5% from 3. We've seen that fall off throughout the season. This is now an Oklahoma team that's shooting about 34.5% from the outside, but Oklahoma, with their 13-plus turnovers per game, that's a little bit of a concern. And this Oklahoma State team, in general, it has been a bunch that has been having a little bit of a tough time on the defensive side of things as well. 138th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They just don't have quite what they had a season to go down low. And Musa Cisse, you now have Keon Williams, who's been solid, 7 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, good versatility. And Oklahoma State still a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. Oklahoma, the Sooners, though, they're a top 50 team with regards to their rebound rate. Yes, it is confusing when you've got both Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, but you've been able to have Rivaldo Suarez to give you like 8 points, 5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. Jalen Moore does give you more with 6 boards, 11 points, shoots 43% from three-point range. I do think that Oklahoma going to be able to do a better job of taking care of the ball. It's been rough times for the Oklahoma offense, 66 points of fewer scored in 4 of their last 5 games, but they continue to be a top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Oklahoma State, they have now given up at least 72 points in 4 of their last 5 games, at least 76 points in 3 of their last 4, so it's a scenario of something's got to give. Last time these teams hooked up, it was a relatively low-scoring game, and I do think that Oklahoma is going to utilize their defense to be able to get the job done. I did set the Sooners as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the 1 to 1.5 that I'm seeing here, and did set my total 137.5, so looking under to go along with the Sooners. 689, 690 on the betting board. Miami, they play us to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is a underdog of 8 to 8.5 points. Total on this game is varying between 146.5 and 147. I did set Miami as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay. This does take into the fact that Nigel Pack, he backed it in and did not play in the last game for Miami, and if he does play in this game, because he's probably going to be questionable, I would think that he would be playing in a very limited capacity, so that has been factored in. I just think that this Georgia Tech team in general is starting to fall in some tough times themselves. With Georgia Tech, this team has scored 67 points or fewer now each of their last 5 games. And for Georgia Tech, from three-point range, they're shooting about 32% from the outside. And they do have to face off against a Miami team that the one thing that they've been doing really well is guarding the three-point arc. At home, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 30.1% from three-point range. Both of these teams have been hit or miss with regards to their defense. Georgia Tech is a little bit of a better rebounding team. They're a top 45 team in all of college basketball with regards to percentage of missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound, with Bay and Ndongo being able to do a solid job down low. He's a big man that comes in as able to give the team 12 points, 8 boards, about a block per contest, so he's been able to do a nice job there, and I do still like what you're able to get out of Nathaniel George. with Nathan George. He's been able to supply the team with about 4.7 assists per contest. We've seen a little bit of a fall off from him recently, though, as he's only been able to give you 9 assists in the last 4 games. Prior to this run, he had been able to give you, I believe it was 4+ assists in 9 out of the last 10 games. That's a little bit of a concern. You saw Miles Kelly, who's been able to supply 14 points per contest, but really doesn't shoot it well from 3-point range. And to the credit of Georgia Tech, while they've been a little bit of a train wreck on defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is a Georgia Tech team that is currently 258th in all of college basketball, giving up nearly 10 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. They allow you to shoot only about 31.4% from 3. That is 52nd in all of college basketball, but I do think that down low, it is going to be a victory for Miami because you have been able to get really good production out of Noched Omier. He's been able to give you about 9.5 boards, 15+ points per contest. He's now popping threes as well, and even if you don't have Pack in the fold, you still have out of your top 6 scorers, pretty much all but one of them shooting at least 35% from 3-point range. I like Bentley Joseph, him being able to give you about 3.5 assists per contest. This is a completely different defense than what they face off against in Duke. They don't have as much size. Georgia Tech does not. Matthew Cleveland, he's still been able to give you 14 points per contest, so I know that he's been dealing with a little bit of ailment as well. He was not out there for that Duke game, and I think that there's a good likelihood that we're not going to be seeing him, so you're probably going to get a lot more Keshawn George, who's been solid. He's been able to shoot about 39.5% from 3. The Duke game was not good for him, but he still gave out 4 assists, had 3 steals, even though he wasn't scoring in that game, and I do think that Miami going to get a lot more open looks than they did a few nights ago, and for Georgia Tech, they have just been very lax with regards to their offense. Meanwhile, Miami, 72 points or fewer scored in 4 out of their last 5 games in this struggle bus game for both of these teams. I did set Miami as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay it, and did set my total at 148.5. I do think that both of these struggling offenses erupt, so looking at the over and one to lay with Miami, 691, 692 on the betting board. Stephen F. Austin, it's road face-off against Utah Valley, and Utah Valley is a 4 to 4.5 point favorite with your total between 137 and 137.5 with Utah Valley. I did set them as an underdog of 1.5 points. I'm willing to take Stephen F. Austin outright on the money line. Stephen F. Austin has been quite strong with their defense, and it all stems back to the fact that this team does an amazing job of being able to generate turnovers. In terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, they're a top 10 team in all of college basketball, and it travels. Stephen F. Austin overall 35th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This climbs into the top 30 when you just take a look at the numbers in a road/neutral court venue, and it's not like this Utah Valley team is really doing frankly anything too well. They're outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate. They are a bottom 30 team with their 3-point shooting percentage, as you've got Drake Allen, Caleb Stone, Carrawell. They've been able to combine for 23 points per contest. Carrawell is able to shoot 33.5% from 3, but other than Trayvon Doris, who I think has attempted 2 threes this year, there's nobody else on the roster that shoots above 30.7% from 3-point range. They turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest as well. Now, Stephen F. Austin, not the same 3-point shooting team that they have been in past years, and Day Hall, one of your top scorers, who's been able to supply you with about 10.5 points per contest. He's been out of the fold last few weeks, and for Stephen F. Austin, even though they do generate a bunch of turnovers, they themselves do give the ball away quite a bit as well. They turn the ball over well north of 15 times per contest, so you do have your issues there, but I do think that for Stephen F. Austin, they're going to be able to get some relatively good performance out of Latrell Jostle. He's been able to shoot about 38% from 3-point range. He's also dealing with a little bit of ailment, was only able to be out there in that game against Seattle for 19 minutes, so you do want to be checking in there, and that has been accounted for, but Nana Atibo-Asiko has been able to give you about 4.5 boards per contest, and for Stephen F. Austin, it is a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach with regards to rebounding, as they're a top 75 team with regards to the rebound rate. Trayvon Doris, meanwhile, for Utah Valley, he's able to give you a block and a half per contest. He's been able to do a solid job, giving you 7+ rebounds per game. Only guy on the roster, though, that really gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, with Utah Valley also being well outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I think that Stephen F. Austin, a team has struggled with their offense. They have scored fewer than 65 points in 4 of their last 5 games. They're going to find something against a Utah Valley team that, to their credit, they have been able to hold 4 of their last 5 opponents to 72 or fewer, but I do think that Stephen F. Austin going to be able to erupt here. A semi-total 143.5. Stephen F. Austin, a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game. So looking at the over and looking at Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin outright on the money line. 693, 694 on the betting board. UC Irvine. Zot for the Anteaters. They're facing off against UC San Diego. San Diego is in a pick'em game / finding themselves as a 1 to 1.5 point favorite. Totals between 142 and 142.5. I say UC Irvine is 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them on the money line. This UC Irvine team just absolutely sticks you in the mud defensively on the road. UC Irvine is actually giving up 3.5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and they're number 3 in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they're away from home. They do a supreme job of being able to lock lock you down from 3-point range as well, and they don't allow you to be able to get second chances. That's just very, very lethal for UC Irvine. Right now, they're allowing opponents to shoot from 3-point range about 32.6% away from home. That's a pretty solid rate. Meanwhile, you've got a UC San Diego team that they're pretty solid with their 3-point shooting defense. Overall, they allow you to shoot about 33.2% from distance, but you also have on the side of this UC Irvine team the best facilitator. That would be Pierre Cockrell. Not a guy that's going to give you a lot of scoring, about 7 or so points per contest, but he doles out 6+ assists per game, and he's able to get the ball into the hands of scorers. For UC Irvine, you've got a trio of guys, and Andre 3000 Henry, along with Justin Owen and Darren Sarin. They've all been able to combine for about 34 points per contest. You don't get a lot of rebounding out of any of these three guys, but Sarin shoots 36.5% from 3, Henry 41.5%, and Owen 38%. And then when it comes to this team at the free throw line as well, out of your top 6 scorers, all but one of them shoot at least 76.9% at the free throw line. So you're able to bank on this team late in a situation. Now, Bryce Pope, he's a nice go-to scorer for this UC San Diego team. 17.5 points, shoots about 32% from 3-point range for a San Diego team that's in the top 20 actually with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And after he missed the first 10 or so games of the season, Tyler McGee, he's really been able to make up for lost time, shooting 40% from 3, 14 points per contest. But in a late game scenario, does shoot 57% at the free throw line. That is something that is a little bit concerning for this bunch. And UC San Diego, they just aren't going to be able to compete on the glass, in my opinion. They're not a terrible team with regards to the rebound rate by any stretch of the imagination. You've got Francis Nowore, who's been able to give you 11.5 points, 5 boards per contest. I always like what you're able to get out of Emmanuel Schminga down low, 6 rebounds per game, but he's been banged up all season long. It's been hard to rely upon him. As a result, San Diego, 209th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, Zot, the Anteaters, are 52nd in the country with this regard. I like UC Irvine to be able to take the fight to San Diego and to be able to get the job done all right. I set UC Irvine as 1.5 point favorite. I'm looking at them on the money line. Did some I told 139.5, so also looking under 695, 696 on the betting board. Marshall is playing us to Appalachian State. App State is a favorite of 6 points. So your total on this game, it is 146 or 147. I did set App State as a 6 point favorite. Starting to see some 6.5s pop up, and 6.5 is my buy point on Marshall. Now, Marshall has been a train wreck on offense. They are well outside the top 200 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and they've been relying upon Obiana Onchule-Killian to be able to give you a little bit of everything. Guy stands right around about 6'8". He's been able to give you a block. He gives you 16 points, 6 boards per contest, so he's been able to do a relatively solid job on that front. The big key for Marshall is, are you going to be able to get the transfer from VMI going in Mr. Camden Kerfman? Last season, he was able to pop it from 3-point range really well. That's down to about 31% this season. Marshall is a bottom 75 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage at 30.8%. And while turning the ball over 12 times per contest doesn't sound too impressive, Marshall's actually been quite a bit of an up-tempo team. Coming in about 31st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Appalachian State is actually now in the top 125. Part of that is that just harebrained double overtime game that they played against Toledo that completely did warp their numbers. Appalachian State, more of a mid-tempo team, I would say, but this Appalachian State team, they're going to take it to you down low. Though Marshall is not the world's worst team at being able to maintain on that front as well. You've been able to have Nate Martin. He's been able to do a nice job being able to give you 9 rebounds per game. I was talking about Onchule-Killian, him being able to give you some boards, but for App State, this team, they do shoot just 66% of the free throw line, so if you're looking for a cover there, that's going to be a bit of an issue. Now, they give you about 7 blocks per contest. Justin Absent, 3 blocks, about 7 boards, 7.5 points per game, and then Trayvon Spillers, block and a half, 13 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, but they do shoot just 33% from 3. Donovan Gregory has been able to shoot about 43.5% from 3-point, shipping in the 13 points per contest, but really, other than the 12 points per game that you get out of Terrence Harcum, you don't get a lot out there in the backcourt. So Marshall and their inability to really have consistent guard play, you've got Kevon Boyles, who comes in from Maryland Eastern Shore. He's been able to give you double figures. It's not going to be as unearthed in this game as it would be in a lot of games now for Appalachian State. It's a top 40 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been dominant with that regard, and they're 60th in the country with regards to rebound rate. But Marshall's about 180th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. It's been a Marshall team that has been very different in terms of the defense that they've been getting in past years, because typically they generate a lot of turnovers. It's a little bit more down low this season, but I do think that Marshall going to be able to hold up against a bunch in Appalachian State that just doesn't give you a lot in the backcourt. So anything north of 6, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Marshall. And did something I told on 144. You've got an Appalachian State team that's bearing down on defense, not so much on offense. I'm going to be willing to take the under, and with Appalachian State can only weigh up to 5.5 with them, 6.5 or more. That's a take for me on Marshall. 697, 698 on the betting board. It is Northern Illinois playing us to Ohio. Ohio is a 7 to an 8-point favorite with your total 149 to 149.5. With Ohio, I did set them as a 5.5-point favorite. It's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois has been a train wreck all season long. They are outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. With regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, that's well outside the top 275, but Northern Illinois has been dealing with some injuries throughout the entirety of the season. Really, David Coit has been your main constant. He's been able to give the team 19.5 points per contest, shoots about 34% from three-point range, but now you're starting to get those guys back out there in the fold. Tariq Nutter, who was someone that was missing for the last few games, there's a chance he could be up playing this game. I'm still factoring him out, but I know that Xavier Amos is someone that has been dealing with a little bit of an ailment as well. There's a chance that you're going to get at least one of those guys back. They've been able to combine for about 29.5 points per contest. I know you've been having Philman Gilberwit, who's been out of the fold as well, returned in that game against Ball State. It was very, very limited minutes. I think that they were just trying to test him off so that way they could give him a little bit more in this game. But you've also got a guy in Yannick Conan Niederhauser, who's your main rim protector. He was out of the fold throughout much of the month of January. He's been back. He's been able to give you about 6.5 points, 2.2 blocks per contest. Going up against an Ohio team that they just really don't have a lot down low. AJ Clayton is right now leading the way with about 4.6 rebounds per game. And when it comes to the backcourt, they do a really nice job of not turning the ball over. Ohio, a top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but also 257th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. So while Northern Illinois, they are terrible on the glass as well, 282nd. That's not going to be unearthed in this game. You do have Jalen Hunter along Sharif Mitchell. These two guys, they've been able to supply 27.5 points per contest, but they both shoot about 30.5 to 31.5% from three-point range. Now, Ohio as a whole shoots 36.5% from three. I was mentioning Clayton, their top rebounder. He's been able to shoot about 42% from three-point range. Miles Brown shoots about 43% from the outside, and this is a Northern Illinois team that they're certainly going to give it up from three-point range here, well outside the top 275 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but for Ohio, it's been touch and go for them all season long. For 1 week, they'll play like tremendous defense. The next week, they'll be tremendously bad with regards to their defense. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 35.8% from three-point range as well. So you've got your issues on that front end with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This is an Ohio team that's checking in at 214th in all of college basketball, giving up about 13.2 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, going up against a Northern Illinois team that they've just been playing a little bit better when they have been at home. So it's a circumstance where I did set my line at 5.5 here at the 6+. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northern Illinois, and I did set my total at a 151.5. Northern Illinois has been getting gashed with regards to their defense, but they've been getting some more of their offensive pieces back at the fold. I do think that they're going to start to generate a little bit more offense moving forward against a Ohio team that has now given up at least 79 points in 3 of their last 4 games. So looking at the over and anything north of 6 here with Northern Illinois, 699, 700 on the betting board. Tennessee State, they play us to SIU Edwardsville. Edwardsville does find themselves as an underdog of 2.5 points with your total. That is 145. I did set Edwardsville as an underdog of 3.5 points. So here at the 2.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Tennessee State. SIU Edwardsville, they've been a very inconsistent team all season long. They've really slowed down their tempo. They're well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. And I have to love the fact that they've got the top rebounder in this game, in DeMarco Minor, who has been major. He's been able to give you about 15 points, 8 boards, but I stand 6 feet tall. And now you've got Jason Thibodeau down low for Tennessee State, who has been pretty tremendous at being able to guard things inside. He's been able to give the team right around about 10 points, 5 boards, 3 blocks per contest. It is a Tennessee State team that is outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but Edwardsville not necessarily lighting the world on fire there as well. In Tennessee State, one thing that they've done very well with regards to their defense, guarding the three-point line. They do allow you to shoot only about 33.4% from three-point range at home. That goes down to 29.6% from distance. Meanwhile, Edwardsville, they have been giving up the arc. They are allowing opponents in a roadside shoot score environment to shoot 39.3% from three-point range, and you've got Christian Brown, E.J. Bellinger, both shooting it well from three-point range. Brown is your top scorer, shoots about 40% from 3, 13.5 points per contest. Bellinger, 12 points. He shoots about 36% from the outside, and for Tennessee State, each other top 4 scorers shoot at least 76% the free throw line. That includes a big man in Thibodeau. Overall, it's a Tennessee State team that they do turn the ball over about 12 times per contest. Meanwhile, for Edwardsville, they're only turning it over 10.5 times per contest. And you've got the Wright brothers and Lamar Wright combining for about 24.5 points per contest. Lamar shoots 34% 34% from three, throws in there a block per contest. Shamar shoots more around 36% from the outside, throws in there about 4.5 rebounds per game as well. But with Edwardsville, this has just not been the same defense that we've seen in past years. It all stems back to the way that they guard the arc, and with Tennessee State having some pretty good guard play in this one. Tennessee State as well, being a bunch that is about 155th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, while Edwardsville more around 185th, giving up 13.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. I do think that Tennessee State prevails here. It did set Tennessee State as a 3.5 point favorite, so going to be willing to lay up to 3 with them. And I did set my total 139.5. Really, neither of these teams are playing super duper up tempo, especially SIU Edwardsville. Edwardsville, in terms of total possessions per game, you're finding them clocking in well outside the top 275. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Tennessee State. 7-1, 7-2 on the betting board. George Mason, it's a road face-off against Loyola Chicago. Loyola is a favorite of 3 points. Totals between 136.5 and 137. Some Loyola Chicago is a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Loyola Chicago has been a much better home team than a road team all season long. Now, Loyola Chicago, they're very hit or miss in terms of their offense, I think is the best way of putting it. They're just 212th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and they're averaging more points per possession when they leave home rather than when they are at home, and they're going to have to cool down a George Mason team that is now 64th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Here's the kicker, though. George Mason is averaging 15 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're in a roadside shoot-score venue rather than when they are at home, and George Mason is going to have the best overall rebounder in this game. That'd be Keshawn Hall. He comes in from UNLV. He's been able to supply about 13 plus points, 9 rebounds. I like his overall game down low. But that said, this is a Loyola Chicago team that, despite the fact that they don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.2 rebounds per game, they're a top 75 team in terms of their rebound rate. They've been able to have 2 guys in the backcourt in Desmond Watson, along with Philip Olsen, who've been able to combine for about 26 points per contest. It is a Loyola Chicago team that does turn the ball over 12.8 times per contest. That's a little bit of an issue. You've got a pair of teams in this one that are both outside the top 175 with regards to total possessions per game for George Mason. They've been able to unearth their defense a little bit more as well. They've given up 67 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. The exception was their last game against Loyola Chicago, where both teams went into inferno mode. They went and combined 20 of 43 from 3-point range for an 85-79 slobber knocker. A game where George Mason literally shot 22 of 37 from the floor. So that was interesting, to say the least. I don't think you're going to see that duplicate itself. And George Mason, they did have 17 turnovers in that game in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. This is a George Mason team that is in the bottom half of all of college basketball, but you have been able to get good production out of Amari Kelly along Darius Maddox in terms of outside shooting. Both are shooting north of 40% from 3. They're able to supply you with about 25.5 points per contest. And for Loyola Chicago, it's just all about being able to stay disciplined, not turn the ball over. You've got Braden Norris, who's a veteran in the backcourt, only giving you about 8.5 points per contest, but it's also out 4.7 assists per contest. I do think that Loyola Chicago, a top 55 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, other than that blip on the radar, they've been very good with their defense, especially at home. For Loyola Chicago, at home, this team has given up fewer than 70 points, and I believe now 11 out of their last 12 games. I do think that they're going to be able to hold up on this front. I did set Loyola Chicago as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I think that things are much less harebrained than they were the first time around. So I told 136 dive and under, and I'm willing to lay it with Loyola. 703, 704 on the betting board. Mercer is playing against Greensboro. Greensboro's a 3.5 to a 4.5 point favorite with your total 136.5. I set Greensboro as a 2.5 point favorite. So you're at the 4.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Mercer. Mercer coming off of a big win against Sam Amford, and I really like the way that this Mercer team has just adapted to the fact that they don't do one thing great, but they're like okay at everything. You just look at every one of their metrics, and they're ranking like right around about 200 to 220th. Like points scored, points allowed on a per possession basis, rebound rate, opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. They've actually been a little bit better down low than from the perimeter, as they are allowing opponents to shoot a little bit north of 34% from 3-point range, or more around 247th with that regard. But they are now going up against a bunch in UNC Greensboro that does find themselves outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is typically a Mike Jones coach team, and you might ask who, and I'll say Mike Jones, who's been typically a top 75 defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And interestingly, for Greensboro, they allow opponents to shoot 34.8% from 3-point range at home. In a roadside shoot-to-court venue, this actually does fall down to about 31.8%. And for UNC Greensboro, what has been the bread and butter for the team all season long has been popping it from 3-point range. They're about 99th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. That's much better than you typically find with this team. And for Greensboro, they're 9th in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. Michael Brown-Jones is a big reason why. He's able to give you 20 plus points, throws in there about 6.5 rebounds per game. He'll throw in there a few steals as well, but then you've got the Langley brothers and Keyshawn Langley along with Kobe Langley. Both of these guys have been able to contribute to the cause. With Keyshawn Langley, he's more of your go-to scorer, about 15 points, 3.3 assists, steal and half per contest, shoots 41% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, Kobe Langley shoots about 37% from the outside. He does the little things, 2.3 steals, about 6 assists, and 1.9 turnovers per game. But for this UNC Greensboro team, each of their top 3 scorers, this includes Donovan Atwell, shoot at least 41% from 3-point range. But for Mercer, I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there. You've got Jalen McCreary, who's been able to give you 15.5 points, 4.5 boards per contest. Alex Holt has been able to do a solid job of hitting the glass as well. And even though you don't have a single guy in this roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game out of your top 7 scorers, 4 of them do give you at least 4.5 rebounds per game, so you've got good balance there. And then you've been able to get Jake Davis going, a 6'6" combo player that's able to shoot 38.5% from 3-point range. He's been giving out a little bit more facilitation recently as well. Once again, Mercer not doing one thing great, but they have found their offense, 70+ points in 3 out of their last 5 games, going up against the Greensboro team that has now found their defense, giving up 65 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games. So both of these teams have been all over the place all season long, but I do think that Mercer is going to be able to hold in there. I think they do a solid job on the glass. Did set my total 136.5, so here at a 137 diving under. Both of these teams outside the top 150 with regards to total possessions per game, and with Greensboro going to make them a 2.5 point favorite. So take the points with Mercer and the under. 705, 706 on the betting board. Western Illinois plays those to Southern Indiana. Southern Indiana is a 6.5 to a 7-point underdog with your total between 133 and 134.5. Did set my total 131.5. I'm looking at the under. Western Illinois is just right now sticking teams in the mud. Now, they turn the ball over 13 times per contest. They're one of the worst teams at being able to retain the ball in all of college basketball. They're really relying upon Ryan Myers to be able to give them scoring. He's a transfer that comes in from Iona. He's been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range. He's been able to supply the team with about 13 points per contest, but it's been all about what you've been able to get down low under Drew Cisse. 11.3 rebounds per game. That is a top 5 mark in all of college basketball, and it's a big reason why Western Illinois has had the defensive fortitude that they've had on the glass. And then you're able to couple that with the fact that they completely cut off the arc. Western Illinois, 16th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for Southern Indiana, they're just not shooting it from 3-point range the way that they did in past seasons, as Jellic Melke has really been your top 3-point shooter. He's a guy with size. He's been able to pop it from 3-point range at a clip of about 40 or so percent. He's been able to give you about 10 points per contest. So like what he's able to bring to the table, but they're relying upon AJ Smith and Jeremiah Hernandez to really control the offense. These 2 guys, they've been able to give you combined about 41 points per contest. With Smith, he's able to throw in their 9 boards per contest, but both of these guys shoot below 31% from 3-point range. Southern Indiana, they've got their turnover woes much like Western Illinois. They turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, and for Western Illinois, they don't necessarily generate a lot of steals. They just play tough, in your grill sort of defense. Meanwhile, this is a Southern Indiana team that they're not bad at guarding the arc. They're not terrific, but they're not bad. They're about 171st in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but that does fall off to about 36.2% when they leave home. And you just have good depth with their way that you're able to rebound for this Western Illinois team, as Josiah West has been able to give you about 6 boards, 2.5 assists per contest. It's a Western Illinois team that is committed to playing super duper slow. Now, I will say they shoot just 61.4% of the free throw line. That is a little bit of an issue when you get late in the game, but that said, for Western Illinois, I do think that they control this game. I do think that they make this thing slow, grimy, and yucky. I did set my total of 131 after diving in on the under. I think that Western Illinois wins from within, set them as a 7.5 point favorite, so laying it with Western Illinois and looking at the under. 707, 708 on the betting board. Little Rock hits the road fade off against Lindenwood. Lindenwood is a 9.5 to a 10-point underdog with your total 144.5 to 145.5. Set Lindenwood as a 10.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay it with this Little Rock team. They've been able to do a nice job of being able to crank up their tempo. They're a top 75 team with regards to total possessions per game, but for Lindenwood, they just don't have go-to guys on this roster. They don't have really anyone that's giving you north of 2.3 assists per game. Darius Bean has really been your main guy on that front. For Lindenwood, they shoot as a collective about 27.5% for 3. That's a bottom 20 mark in all of college basketball. You've got Keenan Coles able to give you 18.6 rebounds per game. He's the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 3.8 rebounds per game. Lindenwood well outside the top 250 in terms of their rebound rate, and Lindenwood at home has been horrible at guarding the arc. They're allowing opponents to shoot north of 43% from 3-point range at home. That falls to about 33.8% on the road. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, but they have been a senseless team all season long, and you've got a Little Rock team that's got KK Robinson, who's been able to do a nice job in concert, really, with Jameer Chaplin. Both of these guys, they give you 15.9 points per contest. They've been able to combine for about 13.5 rebounds. They give you about 1.2 steals per contest, so they both have been able to do a nice job of just being able to contribute to the cause. Couple that with the fact that you've been able to get some relatively good rebounding out of someone like a Jalen Crocker-Johnson, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. He's been someone that has been just gaining minutes as the season has been going along. This Little Rock team as a whole, they shoot about 34% from three. They turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. They're not going to do anything super duper flashy or anything like that, but this has been a Little Rock team that has been able to do a good job of being able to guard the three-point line as well. They're allowing opponents to shoot 32.2% from three-point range. That's very good compared to last season when they were one of the worst teams in all of college basketball with that regard, but I do think that this Little Rock team, they're going to be able to crank things up tempo. I think that they're going to take advantage of the fact that Little Rock just can't guard the arc to save their lives and win this game by margin. I did set my line at 10.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Little Rock, and did set my total 148.5. I'm going to be looking at this total over to go along with Little Rock. 709, 710 on the betting board. UT Martin is going to be playing us to Southeast Missouri State. SEMO is an 8-point home underdog with your total between 155 and 156. I did set my total 151. I'm going to be looking at the under. I just don't think that Southeast Missouri State is going to be able to do their part with this total. At Southeast Missouri State, they have had a tough time just finding anyone as really a go-to guy in the backcourt. Rob Martin, he's been able to give you about 11 points per contest. He gives you a little bit in terms of doling out 3.5 assists per game. Shoots 38% from three, but 12.2 turnovers per game. Southeast Missouri State last season was one of the just fastest teams in all of college basketball. They become very much a mid-tempo team this season as 352nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis. Meanwhile, you're going up against a UT Martin team that they play super-duper fast. They're in the top 30 in all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game. UT Martin is going to be able to take it to them down low, and UT Martin doesn't see too much of a fall off with regards to their scoring away from home. They're only scoring about 3.5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than when they are at home. A little bit of a top-heavy team, though. Jordan Sears, along Jacob Cruz, they combine for about 39 points per contest. Cruz, he's able to give you 8 boards, shoots 41.5% per three. Jordan Sears is right now shooting 46% from distance and 12 turnovers per game. When you consider how quickly this team plays, that's not necessarily too bad. I do think that we've went a little bit too far here. It is a UT Martin team that they're going to have a bit of a leg up on the glass. This is a Southeast Missouri State team that is a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, for UT Martin, this is a team that's in the top 90 with regards to their rebound rate, so a lot of credit where credit is due. But I do think that for Southeast Missouri State, they're going to do a nice job of being able to cut off the three-point arc. That's the one thing that they've really been able to do well. They allow opponents to shoot less than 32.5% from three. That's a top 85 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, they go up against a UT Martin team that they are about 197th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. It's a Southeast Missouri State team that has been banged up all season long. That's a big reason why you just don't have a lot of rebounding on this team, but they should be able to go at a UT Martin team that has been allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from distance as well. Strangely for UT Martin, they allow opponents to shoot just 31.2% from distance away from home. That actually balloons up to about 35.5% from three-point range when they are at home, but I do think that for Southeast Missouri State, they're going to be able to generate a few turnovers here. They've been able to find a little bit more in terms of their facilitation with Rob Martin, which I think is going to be just enough for them to be able to outlast against a UT Martin team that they themselves have given up at least 77 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and it is a SEMO team that has been able to get to at least 74 points in 3 of their last 5 as well, though I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a defense-oriented game. We've been noticing this UT Martin team just up and down with regards to their tempo all season long, and both of these teams guarding the arc very well. That's going to bog down the total. Set my total at 151.5, looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take 8 here with SEMO. 7-11, 7-12 on the betting board. James Madison hits the road to face off against Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern is an underdog at home of 13 points, and total on this game is 155, and James Madison made them a 12-point favorite. I do think that 13 is starting to get a little bit too lofty. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Now with this Georgia Southern team, it has been a wreck for them all season long, to say the least. Much of that has been due to injury. This team just has not been able to have any consistency whatsoever, but they do have a nice go-to scorer in Tyron Moore, who's been able to give you more. He's been able to supply the team within that neighborhood about 15 points per contest. He shoots 40% from three-point range, so do like what he's able to bring to the table. And now you've got Avante Parker, who's been able to step up as a main rebounder. They were looking to Carlos Curry for that. He's been banged up all season long. He's been, though, Mr. Parker, able to give you about 5.5 boards, block per contest. And for Georgia Southern, they do shoot about 34.5% from three. They are a bottom 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. And this has been a juggernaut of a James Madison team that is in the top 30 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And James Madison, number 2 in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Georgia Southern, they are not number 2 in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They are 336th, but I do think that they're going to be able to hold up just a little bit here on defense. They've been able to get a little bit of something out of Eugene Brown, Brown, the transfer from Ohio State, who's been able to shoot 35.5% from three-point range, give you about 9 points per contest. And for that matter, among players that are actually healthy, their top three scorers all do shoot at least 35% from three-point range. Now, James Madison, so many interchangeable parts. You've got TJ Bickerstaff giving you about 8.5 rebounds per game. James Madison is a top 125 team with regards to rebound rate. Georgia Southern, they are well outside the top 225, and you've had Terrence Edwards really be your main scorer for the team, 17 points. He's able to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range for a James Madison team that they're in the top 30 with regards to total possessions per game. They only turn the ball over about 10.9 times per contest, but I do think that for this Georgia Southern team, the wheels are starting to turn for them a little bit. They've gotten to at least 75 points in each of their last 4 games, and fully recognize this team has lost 3 out of their last 4 games, but every single one of those losses were by 7 points or fewer. They bust through for a win against Texas State. They're playing more respectable basketball, and for this James Madison team, they themselves have been able to get to at least 77 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So, intriguing handicap here. I did set my line at a 154 with regards to this total, with James Madison now being a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I'm willing to dive under. Georgia Southern going to take 13 with them, set them as a 12-point dog. 7-13, 7-14 on the betting board. Tarleton State plays us to Cal Baptist. Cal Baptist is a underdog of 6 points. Total on this game between 134 and 135. In a normal circumstance, I'd be willing to take the points with Cal Baptist. This is an incredibly banged up team, and this is not the Cal Baptist that we all know and love. As a result, I did place Tarleton State as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Have to fear a little bit of a letdown spot here for Tarleton after they win game number 7 in a row. They take down Grand Canyon, and Tarleton State all of a sudden is really cooking with their offense. This team has been able to get to at least 70 points in every single one of their games this month. As a matter of fact, for Tarleton State, last time they failed to get past the 70-point plateau. That was their first meeting against Grand Canyon. But for Tarleton State, you got to love what you've been able to get out of Ja'Cory Williams along Skip to my Lou Williams. These two guys are combining for about 30 points, 9 boards. With Ja'Cory Smith, he's been able to shoot about 34.5% from three-point range. Just the Tarleton State team has still well outside the top 175 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But for Cal Baptist, this is a slow, controlled team that they've got a main scorer in Dominique Daniels that has not played the last 4 games for this bunch, and well, they're not getting a lot out of anyone else. You've got Brantley Stevenson along with Rolando Chiquinho in the backcourt. They're able to give you combined about 19.5 points per game. Now, Cal Baptist, the top 80 team with regards to rebound rate. You've got Ivan Odriogo along with Hunter Goodrick, who have been able to give you about 17 rebounds per contest. Odriogo is able to give you a block per contest, but I mean, it's Cal Baptist team that they're in the bottom 75 with regards to total possessions per game. They now lose one of their main facilitators as well, Mr. Daniels, who's able to give you 3 assists per contest. This Tarleton State team, they continue to be a top 40 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You don't have a ton down low for Tarleton State outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but Keandre Gaddy has now been able to give you 7 rebounds per game, even though Cal Baptist going to be solid down low. Missing their main scorer in Dominique Daniels, I think, is a little bit of doomsday for them, and that's a big reason why I did set this line at 8. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Tarleton State, and with regards to the total, set it at a 134. You've got a Cal Baptist team that is playing super duper slow, and take a look at what they've done the last 3 games. It has not been too tremendous on the offensive side of things. They were able to bust out for 76 points against Grand Canyon. I'm not sure where that came from. It's Abilene Christian. They scored 65. They scored 46 against Utah Valley. So I do think that Tarleton State going to be in a little bit more of a defense-oriented game that they're able to pull out. I set my line at 8, willing to lay with Tarleton State, and going to be taking a look at this total under as well. 7-15, 7-16 on the betting board. Stanford is going to be playing out to Oregon State, and Oregon State is an underdog of 10 points with your total 143 to 143.5 with Oregon State. I did set them as a 12.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay the tenure of Stanford, and I typically do not want to back Jared Haas, but you know what? The Stanford team is a completely different offense at home rather than in a roadside-shooter environment. For Stanford, overall this season, they've been a team that's been right around about 148th with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but they're averaging 19.9 points more per 100 possessions at home. This is an Oregon State team that's giving up nearly 20 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home, and Stanford shoots 42.4% from three-point range at home. That falls off to about 33.7% in a roadside neutral venue. Meanwhile, this is an Oregon State team that they just don't have a lot of scoring options in general. You've got Tyler Bladew down low, who's been able to give you about 10 points, 6 rebounds per game, so woohoo for Bladew, but that said, they have to put pretty much everything at the feet of Jordan Pope, who's been solid. I mean, Jordan Pope is able to give you 17 points, 3.5 assists, shoots 37.5% from three-point range, and interestingly, on the road, he's actually shooting about 44% from three-point range, but Everyone else takes a dive when they're on the road. They're averaging about 10.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. So you've got your concerns there. It is a Stanford team that certainly they get bludgeoned with regards to their defense. They're well outside the top 140 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. As they've got Maximine Raynaud, who's been solid, being able to give you about 15 points, 10 boards per contest, shoots 38.5% from 3-point range, even though they've been dealing with the injury to Jared Bynum. They've been trying to get him back out there on the floor. They tried him in like 3 different games in the month of February. Just has not been able to give you anything whatsoever. But that said, I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be a little bit more just in favor of Stanford because they have been a completely different team at home. And Stanford, they're going to allow for a few open looks as well. Stanford, with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they are clocking in about 272nd in all of college basketball. But with this Oregon State team, they just aren't the same team when they're away from home. As a result, I do think that Stanford going to be able to win this game quite comfortably. I did set my line at a 12.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it, and I set my total 144.5 as I do think that they light up this Oregon State perimeter defense. So going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Stanford. 7-17, 7-18 on the betting board. Pittsburgh, they play us to Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is a 2.5 to a 3-point underdog. In your total on this game, it is 142.5 with Pittsburgh. I made them a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. Virginia Tech is better than what the straight up record would indicate, but there's still some trepidation with this Virginia Tech team. You've been able to have a lot of usage in general this season out of your main guy in Sean Padula. That's a big reason why he's got north of 3.5 turnovers per game. He's been much better than that stat would indicate, but he's been able to give you 4+ assists, chipping in there 14+ points per contest. But for Virginia Tech, this isn't quite the same offense that we've seen in past years, and this team just isn't the same when they're away from home. They're averaging 18.3 points fewer per 100 possessions at a roadside shoot score venue rather than at home. They've improved a little bit with regards to their defense. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 33.5% from 3-point range, but this Pittsburgh team, they do a really good job of being able to shut down the 3-point line, 26th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Pittsburgh in general has just been a tough customer on defense. Pittsburgh, 69th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up about 12 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court venue. And you've got the best scorer out there on the floor in Blake Hinson, who's been able to give you 18 points, 5 boards. He's shooting nearly 40% from 3-point range. Carlton Carrington, not a guy that's really going to light you up from 3-point range, but he had a triple-double to begin his career at North Carolina A&T, and he's been able to do a nice job being able to give you about 4.5 assists, 1.9 turnovers per game, 12 points, 5 boards. And despite the fact that Pittsburgh is run by a freshman in Carrington, they're only turning the ball over 9.5 times per contest. They shoot about 35% from 3-point range. Virginia Tech shouldn't be completely just decimated on the glass because for this Pittsburgh team as a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach to rebounding, with Ishmael Leggett leading the way with about 5.3 rebounds per game. But other than Notre, who's able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, you don't have a ton down low for Virginia Tech, about 157th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, this Pittsburgh team, they're clocking in more around 43rd. They've been utilizing the Diaz-Graham brothers, well, one of the Diaz-Graham brothers, as Joey has been out of the fold, but they've been able to give you some rebounding. You've been able to have Zach Austin give you about 4 boards, a block per contest. Frederico gives you about 5 boards, a block and a half per contest. I do think that Pittsburgh going to do a solid job with their defense at home, and this is a Pittsburgh team that's really bearing down on defense. They did give up the 91 to Wake Forest, but they've given up now 64 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, facing off against a Virginia Tech team that has been all over the place with regards to their defense, but it has been an offense that has been struggling a little bit as well from time to time, and I do think that Pittsburgh holds up here and they get the job done at home. I did set this Pittsburgh team as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and so I told 141, so diving under and willing to lay with Pittsburgh. 7-19, 7-20 on the betting board. Northern Iowa plays us to Drake. The Drake is a 3-point road favorite. Your total on this game is between 142.5 and 143, and I set the Drake as a 4.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Absolutely love what I've seen out of this Drake team all season long. You've got the top player out there on the floor in Tucker DeVries. He is the coach's son, and he has been absolutely spectacular with the way that he's been able to throw in there 20.5 points per contest. He gives you 6 boards from 3-point range. He's been shooting in the mid-30s, and there's just so many good complementary pieces around him as well. With Drake, you've got Darnell Brody, who's been able to do a nice job giving you about 8.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to have a little bit of facilitation with having a pair of guys in Connor Enright along Cooper Garland, who combined for about 12 points per contest. They combined for about 5.5 assists, and Enright is able to shoot about 42% from 3-point range, and this is a Drake team with really good balance. They're a top 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and they go up against a Northern Iowa team that has been able to come to the forefront a little bit more with their defense. Out of conference, this team was absolutely dreadful in terms of their defense, and it's starting to act up a little bit more once again as this Northern Iowa team, they have given up now 71 points or fewer fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but had a little bit of a rough showing a few nights ago against Illinois State. But the big fear with this Northern Iowa team is down low. You've got a guy in Titan Anderson who's been able to tighten up. He's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but past that, you don't have anyone else on the roster that really gives you north of 5 boards per contest. Now, I do like what Nathan Heisey is able to bring to the table. He also has been able to give you about 6 rebounds per contest, so you've actually got 2 guys on the team that gives you north of 4 rebounds per contest. Heisey gives you about 37.5% three-point shooting, but Bowenborn, he's just a chucker. He shoots 38.5% from the floor, only about 32% from 3, 13 points per contest, but it's not necessarily an efficient 13 points per contest. Northern Iowa, they're about 187th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Meanwhile, Drake, they're more around 83rd, and this Northern Iowa team, even though the defense has been much better recently, they do give up a lot of wide open threes. 281st in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, this Drake team, they cross their T's, they dot their I's, they do a good job guarding the arc. They allow you to shoot only about 32.5% from three-point range. They're a top 100 team in all of college basketball in that regard. It does go to about 35% away from home, but this has been a Northern Iowa team that's been inconsistent from 3 all season long, shooting about 34.5% from the outside. And with this Drake team, them being able to really bat down the hatches with their defense, 72 points or fewer, surrendered in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, this offense, my goodness, they have been able to get to at least 74 points in now each of their last 6 games. I do think the Drake going to be able to take it to Northern Iowa. I did set the Drake as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in terms of the total, I did set it at a 144.5. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to back Drake, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total over as well. I think you could get some Lake beam fouling to help out with this. 721, 722 on the betting board. Princeton is on the road facing off against Monmouth. You've got no numbers up on this game. With the 4 Ivy League games, you're going to have no numbers because with the back-to-back system, bookmakers do not want to put up a line and then have there be an injury or anything like that. But that said, I've got my line set. I set Princeton as a 15-point favorite. I set my total at 131, so willing to lay up to 14.5 with Princeton, 15.5 or more, taking the points with Dartmouth, 130.5 or less, willing to have the over 131.5 or higher. Going to be taking a look at the under. This Dartmouth team has just been an absolute train wreck on offense. They're a bottom 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so that is not great to say the least. And I do think that you're going to be able to get a pretty solid effort here out of this Princeton unit. Princeton all season long has been very disciplined, and they have been very good at just being able to control games in general. Princeton, a top 20 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. It's a Princeton team that's a top 20 team with regards to fewest fouls committed as well. And they go up against the Dartmouth team that you've got Brandon Mitchell-Day, Dusan Niskovich. They've been able to combine for about 22.5 to 23 points per contest, but they really don't have any outside shooting. Ryan Cornish last season was a double-figure scorer. He's down to averaging for the team only about 7 or so points per contest this season. Meanwhile, you've got Camden Pierce, who's been able to do a really nice job for Princeton, being able to supply 9+ rebounds per game. Xavion Lee has been Mr. Do It All. He's able to give you about 15+ points. He throws in there like 5 boards, 4 assists, you name it. He does it for the team, actually closer to 18 points out of him. And then Matt Aloko goes Aloko, 13 points, shoots 42% from 3, gives you 3+ assists per contest. And for this Princeton team, each of your top 3 scorers entering into Friday, they are all giving you north of 3 assists per contest, going up against a Dartmouth team that they just have not been able to find it on that side of things. They're outside the top 275 with regards to their rebound rate. And Dartmouth, 305th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I will say, they allow opponents to shoot 29.1% from three-point range at home. This falls to about 40.5% in a roadside shoot court environment. So, one to lay up to 14.5 with Princeton at 15.5 or more. That's my buy point on Dartmouth. And then 130.5 or less, going over 131.5 or higher to the under. 723, 724 on the betting board. Seattle's going to be playing FC UT Rio Grande Valley. Grand Valley is an underdog of 18 to 18.5 points. Their total on this game is 146.5, and with Grand Valley, I did set them as an underdog of 18.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay 18 here with Seattle. Seattle has been just a juggernaut on defense. They're a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a UT Rio Grande Valley team that they're not in the top 40 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're clocking in more around 260th in all of college basketball, and they're outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, if you've got good news for this UT Rio Grande Valley team, it is the fact that you've got Hassan Abdul Hakim back in the fold. He's someone that stands right around 6'8". He's been able to let it fly in the high 30s from three-point range. He's supplying the team with 14+ points per contest. Do love what he's been able to bring to the table, but It has been rough for this team all season long, as this UT Rio Grande Valley team, they're shooting less than 30% from three-point range. And for the Seattle team last season, it felt like it was just all about Cameron Tyson trying to make a play for the team. Now you've got a lot more, for lack of a better term, well-roundedness, as Alex Shoemaker is able to give you 14 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. Got a pair of guys down low, and Kobe Williamson, Brandon Chatfield, they've been able to combine for about 19.5 points, 12 boards. Both of these guys combined for about 2.5 blocks per contest as well. So they've been able to do a nice job of being able to stay steady there. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you've got a Grand Valley team that does have Elijah Elliott, who's able to give you 16 plus points per contest. But for this Grand Valley team, the offense, it's supposed to be very good for the team because they're in the top 75 with regards to total possessions per game. They have scored 70 points or fewer in all but 2 out of their last 6 games. The Seattle team is really sticking teams in the mud. They have given up 68 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a slog with Seattle, just really able to break away in this one. I did set my total 144.5 looking at the under, and with Seattle, want to lay up to 18 with them. 725, 726 on the main board. Jacksonville State, they had the road to facing off against Florida National. Florida National is a 1 to 1.5 point home underdog. Your total on this game, it is 139, and Florida National, I did set them as a 2-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State has been able to do a really good job with their defense, and they're a top 75 team with regards to their rebound rate, despite the fact that you really don't have anyone on the roster that's able to give you north of 6 rebounds per game. Jacksonville State also is going to have the top scorer in this game. That would be Kai Tandy. Now, he's the only guy for Jacksonville State that gives you double figures, but 17.5 points on 37.5% three-point shooting against a Florida National team that is a bottom 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're a bottom 30 team with regards to rebound rate. The one thing that they do is generate turnovers. They're a top 5 team in the country with regards to turnovers force on a per-possession basis, and with Arterio Dean, he's had to do it all for this bunch. Dean has been really good with 13 points, 5 boards, 4 assists, 3.5 steals. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball, but he's right now leading the team in pretty much every one of those categories. The only thing that he doesn't lead in is blocks, as Seth Pinckney has to be able to give you about a block and a half per contest, so yay, verily there. But that said, with this Florida National team, they do a nice job being able to generate those takeaways, but they just don't do anything else. You do have Javante Hawkins, who's able to shoot about 38.5% from 3. He's able to supply the team with 12.5 points per contest, but where art thou? Anyone else to be able to grab you a rebound for this team? Where art thou for anyone that's able to give you just anything in general? Arterio Dean has had to do it all, and I think that Jacksonville State was able to win this battle 70-63 the first time around. They're going to be looking at a similar blueprint as Jacksonville State. They lost the turnover battle the first time around 20-8, and they were still able to win because they won that rebound battle 44-27. They were able to go 7-20 from three-point range, and Kai Tandy in that game go off for 35 points. I just can't see this being too much of a different result. I do think that there might be a few more buried shots in this one. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game fouling, which is why I did set my total at 140. Here at 139, looking at the over as Florida National, a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, but with Jacksonville State, did set them as 2-point favorites. So back to Jacksonville State and the over, 727, 728 on the betting board. Richmond is going to be playing against Davidson. Davidson is a 5 to a 6-point underdog with your total between 132.5 and 133.5. With Davidson, I did set them as an underdog of 7 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number. Richmond has just been so good with their defense this season. This team is in the top 35 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they completely cut you off from the arc. Richmond, 36th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This goes down to 27.4% is what opponents shoot from three-point range against them at home, and the Davidson team has just been a very unique bunch in general. They actually don't do a bad job with their perimeter defense. They're about 109th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, where the team gets absolutely bludgeoned is on the glass, though, and right now they're dealing with an injury to David Skogman. Skogman, one of their top rebounders, who's able to give you about 5 boards per contest. For Davidson, they're about 172nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. That is one thing that they do have on this Richmond team. Richmond, they're only finding themselves at about 311th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but even with that, you've got Isaiah Bigelow. You've also got down low a guy with a lot of versatility in Neil Quinn. These two guys, they give you about 12 rebounds per game, and Quinn is a true 7-footer that's able to let it fly from three-point range. He's able to chip in their 3+ assists per contest, and that really takes the load off of your top scorer in the King, in Jordan King, who's been very tremendous. 19 points per contest from three-point range. He's been able to shoot about 43% from distance, and this is a Richmond unit that they just do a really good job of executing on offense because they don't turn the ball over. They're a top 3 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. Richmond, they're only about 119th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. They're not a team that they necessarily get a ton down low, and this is not the world's deepest team. They've been dealing with an injury to Delani Hunt throughout much of the season. They've been able to get him back, and now he's able to give the team right around 9 points per contest, but with Davidson. They're relying upon Grant Huffman to do a little bit of everything. 13.5 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. Only shoots about 30% from three-point range with Skogman out of the fold. That's been very tough for their perimeter offenses. He shoots 47% from three-point range. Reed Bailey, he only shoots about 24% from the outside as he and Connor Kuchera do combine for about 24.5 points per contest. And with this Davidson team, they are a bottom 50 team with regards to total possessions per game. And they're 94th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But with having now Skogman out of the fold, it's been a relatively rough go of it recently for the Davidson team, just finding consistency in general. They have scored 72 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games, with the lone exception being a game that went to overtime in Richmond. They have given up now 70 plus points in each of their last 2 games, but offense has been able to get going for them, 80 plus points in 3 out of their last 4 games. So an interesting scenario here. I did set my line at 7. I'm going to be willing to lay with Richmond, and did set my total at a 133, between a 132.5 and a 133.5. Personally, I would rather take the 133.5 under, as both of these teams are well outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game, and I just think that the magnitude of this game warrants a little bit more of an under, so looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Richmond, 729, 730 on the betting board. Boy, is this a stinker. You've got DePaul playing host to Georgetown. Georgetown finds themselves as a road favorite, surprisingly, at 4.5 points. Total in this game is anywhere between 149.5 and 150. I said Georgetown is a 4.5 point favorite myself, so we're going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement at man. The losers of this game is anyone who's watching. I saw 3.5 out there a little bit before, and if we can get the 3.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Georgetown, but man, this is rough. You've got yourself a DePaul team that's outside the top 275 in terms of points scored, points allowed, and rebound rates. So, not good to say the least. Meanwhile, for Georgetown, you've been able to get a little bit of a pulse on the offensive side of things. On defense, they're well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But who's going to be able to exploit that on this DePaul team? You've got Deshaun Nelson, who's been able to give you about 10 points, 4 boards, shoots 33% from 3. And this line would be far worse if it wasn't for the fact that Chico Carter is back in the fold. And Chico Carter is your top scorer for this DePaul team. 11.5 points per contest, shooting 34% from 3, 3.5 assists per game. He's like the only guy with a pulse on this team, but I mean, that said, Supreme Cook, he is going to be by far the best rebounder in this game. For this Georgetown team, he's been able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. Nobody else for DePaul gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, and Jaden Epps, he's the top overall scorer in this game. 4.3 assists, 18 points per contest, only shoots about 31% from 3-point range, but man, talking about a team with no home court advantage, that would be DePaul, so that's a little bit of a disadvantage for them. For this DePaul team, they're actually averaging fewer points per possession at home rather than on the road, and I recognize that it doesn't sound like much, but Georgetown, they're about 190th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. With the way that DePaul has just been getting flattened time and time again, I do think that you're going to get a little bit of a higher scoring affair. This Georgetown team should be able to carve this bunch up, as for DePaul, they have now allowed at least 80 points in every one of their last 6 games, and they have allowed that in all but one of their last 8 games. And for Georgetown, they've been getting cooked on defense as well, giving up at least 89 points in 3 of their last 4 games. So semi-total 150.5. Right now I'm seeing some 4s populate as well, so one to lay up to 4 with Georgetown, and here at the 150, going to be looking at the over. 731, 732 on the betting board. Belmont, they play us in Missouri State. Missouri State is a underdog of between 6.5 to 7 points, totals between 152 and 152.5. Did semi-total on 150. I'm going to be looking at the under. Now for Missouri State, they have fallen outside the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, so it's been a little bit of a rough go for them, but they're going to be able to do an okay job against the Belmont team that they very much are a team that is looking to bomb it from 3-point range. And for Belmont, they do have a lot of versatile pieces. Malik Dia has been able to give you 16 plus points per contest. Not the world's greatest 3-point shooter, but he's able to shoot it at about like a 33-34% clip from 3-point range. Your main guy is Cade Tyson. He doesn't score quite as much as Malik Dia, but he's been able to shoot in his 2 years in college nearly about 40% from 3-point range. He's able to throw in there right around about 5.5 or so rebounds per game, but this is also a Belmont unit that is well outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate. They go up against a Missouri State team that has been much better on the glass, and even though it has been a Missouri State team that has really been going down the skids with regards to their defense, they sped up their tempo from a season ago. It does not appear to be helping them at all, as they have given up now at least 72 points in each of their last 5 games. He should still be able to win that battle down low with having NJ Benson be able to supply about 8 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Chance Moore is able to give you more as he and Donovan Clay combine for about 23.5 points, 11 boards. Both of these guys shooting the low 30s from 3-point range. And for Missouri State, they do shoot just 31.5% from 3-point range, but they do face off against a Belmont unit that they are very willing to give you a lot of looks from 3-point range as well. Belmont, in terms of their 3-point shooting defense, is about 217th in all of college basketball, though it's much better at home. 29.8% at home, 37.5% 40% away from them. I do think the Missouri State is going to be able to do just enough with their perimeter defense to be able to hold in this game and to be able to hold this under. As for Missouri State, they're allowing opponents from three-point range to shoot about 33.5% from three. That's about 155th in all of college basketball. And I do think that with Missouri State having a little bit of a leg up on the glass, with them also having Elson Mason, who's able to give you 18 points, does a good job of being able to run things in the backcourt. For a bunch that they turn the ball over a little bit more than they should, and really both of these teams are outside the top 175 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, and Missouri State being 45th in terms of rebound rate, that's going to help them hold in there. I set my line at 4, so going to be willing to take the points with Missouri State. Did set my total at 150 and as well, so also looking at the under 733, 734 on the betting board. Georgia plays us Auburn. Auburn is a road favorite of 7.5 points, so this game is 151 to 151.5. I did set Auburn as a favorite of 7 points. 7.5 is my buy point on Georgia. It's been a Georgia unit that has been having ups and downs all season long, but this is an Auburn team that I do have to bog their numbers down a little bit when they are away from home, and they do face off against a Georgia unit that has been good at being able to guard the arc at home. Opponents are shooting just 30.9% from three-point range against them at home. Now, for Georgia, just 154th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're only registering about 4 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot current environment, but for Auburn, even though they're 18th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, in terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis, they're clocking in 7th. They are giving up about 8 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home, and this has been an Auburn unit that they've been a little bit inconsistent with their three-point shooting defense when they've been away from home. At home, it has been rock solid at about 29.5%. It's still overall for the season, still clocking in about 30.5% away from home, but we've been noticing that this Auburn unit hasn't quite been the same team really the last 2 years when they've been away from home as well. They've got G&I Broom, which should be able to clean up down low. He's been able to give the team 8 points, nearly 2 blocks per contest, and then you've been able to get some really nice facilitation out there in the backcourt from a wide variety of guys. You don't have that one guy that's going to give you like a whole bunch of assists or anything like that, but Trey Donaldson throws in there about 3.5 assists per contest, Aiden Holloway. His usage has been down a little bit, but he's still giving you about 3 assists, not turning the ball over a ton. Auburn only turns the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, but Georgia I do think is going to be able to hold in there because they've got a pair of guys in Noah Thomason, Jabari Abdul-Rahim, who combine for about 25.5 points per contest. You've got both of these guys shooting north of 36.5% from three-point range. They do a solid job of being able to get to the free throw line. The key here is the freshman and Silas Demery Jr. has been able to give this team about 10 points per contest. He has been hit or miss all season long, but has been able to give this team a little bit of facilitation, and he's been a much better performer when he has been at home this far this season with regards to his three-point shooting percentage climbing up to about 35%. That falls less than 27% away from home. So I do think that Georgia is going to be able to hold in there. The Auburn defense has been able to travel a little bit better than the offense, and it has been a Georgia team that's been a little bit hit or miss as well with regards to their offense. Meanwhile, it is an Auburn unit that they come in having scored fewer than 70 points in 2 out of their last 3 games, and for Georgia, they themselves have been having a little bit of a slog of an effort with regards to their offense. Meanwhile, the defense has been a bit more hit or miss. So I did set my total 147. I'm going to be looking at the under, and at north of 7, going to be willing to take the points with Georgia. 735, 736 on the betting board. Columbia is going to be playing against Yale. Yale opens up at the Superbook as a 5.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 144.5, and I say Yale's a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Yale has been able to do such an amazing job all season long in terms of just having Mr. Danny Wolf just take over games. Wolf has been able to supply about 15 points, 9 boards, shoots darn near 40% from 3. Now, Yale coming off of a rough 65-62 loss yesterday, but this has been a Yale unit that has now given up 72 points or fewer in all but 2 out of their last 16 games that have ended in regulation because they've had a few games go to overtime, and I do think that they're going to do a nice job holding up on defense here against a Columbia team that has been very good from 3-point range. Columbia, a top 30 team with regards to 3-point shooting percentage. Yale, the biggest kryptonite that this team has is giving it up from 3-point range, but if you look at them away from home, going into yesterday against Cornell, they were allowing opponents to shoot just 33% from 3-point range. Cornell went 5 of 15 from 3, so that's right on line there. And for Yale, I do think that they're going to be doing a better job with their backcourt with a pair of guys in August Mahoney, John Polidikis, being able to combine for in that neighborhood about 24 or so points per contest. Both of these guys shoot it well from 3. Polidikis yesterday was 1 of 11 from the floor. I fully expect him to bounce back against a Columbia team that is is finding themselves well outside the top 130 with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Columbia unit that they're going to give you a lot of open looks from three-point range. Columbia, in terms of their three-point shooting defense, they're allowing opponents to shoot about 34% from three away from home. This does decline to about 30.5% at home, but they don't have a ton down low. Blair Thompson, he's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and to his credit, at about 6'8", he's been able to pop it from three-point range and north of a 40% clip. And you've got Geronimo Rubio de la Rosa. He has been tremendous for this Columbia team. He's been able to give you 13 points, right around about 3.5 to 4 assists per contest as well. But I do take a look at this Columbia team being one that is relatively mid-tempo, one that has been having a little bit of a rough go of it on the glass in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Columbia is currently clocking in right around about 182nd in all of college basketball. I do think that Yale going to be able to hold up here. I like the way that Yale has been efficient in general, and it's been able to travel very well. So I did set my total 143. I'm going to be looking at the under. And with Yale, did set them as a 7-point favorite. Want to lay up to 6.5 with them. 737, 738 on the betting board. Cornell is going to be playing us a Brown. What can Brown do for you? Well, if they lose by 11 points or fewer, they'll make you money. They're between an 11.5 to a 12.5 point underdog. Totals between 153 and 154.5. I did set Brown as an underdog in this ordeal of 12 points. I'd rather take 12.5 rather than lay 11.5. Do recognize that Cornell can turn things into blowout city very quickly, and this Cornell team entering into the weekend, they were number one on all of college basketball with regards to 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that for Brown, they're going to be able to hold up down low. You've got a pair of guys in Nana Owusu-Anane among Kalu Enya, who entered into yesterday, being able to supply the team with a combined about 15 rebounds per game. Now, Owusu-Anane is really the lone guy that's able to help out Keno Lilly in the scoring department. Keno Lilly has been your top scorer. He's been able to give the team just under 19 points per contest, shooting about 34% from three-point range, so that it does drop to about 30% when they are away from home. But for Brown, this team was really having the calling card being defense going into the season. They've only been about 200th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but it does feel like they're starting to bat down the hatches a little bit more. They do allow opponents to shoot about 35% from three-point range away from home, and this is a Cornell team that they take a lot of their shots from three-point range. They're in the top 50 with regards to percentage of shots that do come from three-point range, and it is very much a Cornell team as a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach. You've got pretty much 8 different guys that give you north of 15 minutes per contest. Keller Boothby has been your top three-point shooter at 43.5%, but I mean, so many of your top scorers like a Chris Mann and Isaiah Gary, along with someone like a Nazir Williams. These guys, they all shoot about like 34 or 35% from three. They all chip in there like 3 assists. It's very much a collective for this bunch. And then when it comes to Cornell, their defense, it's not been bad. I'm not going to say that it's been amazing by any stretch of the imagination, as they do allow opponents at home to shoot about 34.5% from three. That was going into yesterday, and Columbia did lay a little bit of a turd of a performance there. So that's going to be going downward a little bit, but in terms of this Cornell team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this team is clocking in more on 159th in all of college basketball, giving up about 4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-to-court environment. But I do think that this is still going to be a rather high-scoring affair. I do think the Brown going to be able to find a way with having their top scorer in Keno Lilly be able to get going. I do think that he's going to be putting up quite a few points for a Brown team that has been all over the place with regards to their defense recently. Meanwhile, it's a Cornell team that entering into yesterday, they had gotten to at least 75 points in each of their last 4 games. So, circumstance where I did set my total at 160, I'm going to be looking at the over and at 12 or more. Going to be taking a look at the points with Brown. 739, 740 on the betting board. Kansas, they play us to Texas. Texas is back to being a underdog of 8.5 points. So on this game, it is 144.5. With Texas, I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points. The opener was 6.5, so now this has moved up to 8.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Kansas. This just doesn't feel like an offense that is really firing all cylinders right now. Even in their win against Texas Tech last week, they did look a little bit vulnerable on that front. You've got Kevin McCullough back, and that's big. He's been able to supply the team with 19 points, 6.5 boards, 4.5 assists, shoots about 35% from three-point range, but Kansas has really become a defense-oriented effort. Kansas has been able to do a nice job of being able to lock teams down from three-point range. Kansas, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 31.8% from three-point range at home. This is a unit that is in the top 50 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do face off against a Texas team that they've got some pretty demonstrative home and road splits. Texas overall, 49th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up about 20.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. But you've got Max Asmus, who's able to give you 15 plus points per contest, shoots well from three-point range, Texas, meanwhile, in terms of their three-point shooting defense, they allow opponents to shoot just 30.5% from three-point range at home. That climbs all the way up to 39.5% in a roadside shoot court venue. And for Texas, this team is going to need to look to be able to get just a little bit more down low, as you're going to be having to face off against Hunter Dickinson, who's been able to give you about 11 rebounds per contest. For Kansas, they've also been able to get really good production in the backcourt out of DeJuan Harris. Doesn't necessarily give you a lot of scoring with only about 8 points per contest, but 6.5 assists and 2.2 turnovers per game. And when he does pop it from three, shoots about 42% from distance. It's a very daunting task going into the fog. It's one of the toughest places to play in all of college basketball, but I do think that Texas is up for it. They've been able to have Dylan Mitchell be able to supply about 8.5 rebounds per game. Do have to like the way that Dylan DeSue has been able to play as well. 15 plus points, 5 plus boards, and on any given night, this guy can give you some sort of a massive 20 and 10 double-double for a Texas team that, with regards to rebound rate, they're currently checking in right around about 121st in all of college basketball. So Kansas does have a little bit of a leg up there, but with the overall inconsistency that we've been seeing out of Kansas, with Texas having someone like an Ithiel Horton who's able to pop it well from three-point range, Caden Shedrick who's able to guard the rim as well, I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a bogged down game with regards to the scoring. You had a Texas unit that has been having a little bit of a tough time putting the ball in the basket with 65 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games, and for this Kansas bunch, they, in regulation, have yet to be able to break the 70-point plateau ever since their win against Houston on the 3rd of February. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under. I did set my total more around a 142.5, and with regards to the spread, set mine at 6.5, so we'll take 8.5 here with Texas. 741, 742 on the betting board. Louisiana, it's the road face-off against Southern Miss. Southern Miss is a 2 to 2.5 point underdog, and your total on this game, it is 145.5 to 146, and I did set Southern Miss as an underdog of 3 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the 2 to 2.5 with Louisiana. Louisiana has been a top 5 team in terms of three-point shooting percentage defense in all of college basketball this season, and they get to go up against a Southern Miss unit that, let's call it what it is. This team has been very inconsistent with the way that they've been trying to execute on offense all season long. They got Andre Curbelo for 6 or 7 games, and he's been back out of the fold. Now you're relying upon Donovan Ivory, along with Austin Crawley, who've been able to combine for about 29 points per contest. Ivory, he has been out ever since that MAC versus Sunbelt Challenge. He was really your top 3-point shooter at 41%, so that leaves Southern Miss even more shorthanded against a Louisiana team that they can be at a little bit more down low. Louisiana well outside the top 150 with regards to the rebound rate, but you do have a pair of guys that are combining for about 16.5 rebounds per game, and Joe Charles along with Sana Kintage, and then on top of that, you've got Kobe Julian giving you 17.5 points per contest. You've got Charles shooting 36.5% per 3, and all in all, this is a Louisiana team that they shoot 35.5% from distance, and this should be amplified by the fact that Southern Miss is 337th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and it really doesn't get any better at home. So that's honestly too terrific, especially when you consider that Southern Miss is well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis as well. Southern Miss, they're actually giving up about 2.7 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside church court venue. Now, it is a Louisiana team that they do have their numbers be very much warped with regards to their offense and what they've been able to provide on the road. They have scored 73 points or fewer on the road in every one of their games as far as this month, but the defense has really been able to rise up. Defense has now given up 66 points or fewer in 3 of the last 4 games, so good old scenario. Something's got to give. I did, as a result, set my total at 145 here at the 145.5. That is my buy point on the under with the way that Louisiana has been able to guard the 3-point line and with the way that Southern Miss, and just in general, are having a lot of injuries out there in the backcourt. So, looking at the under, I have Louisiana willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. 743, 744 on the betting board. Hofstra is going to be playing us to Elon. Elon is an underdog of 13.5 to 14 points with your total between 142 and 142.5. I did set Hofstra as a 12.5 point favorite here at 13 plus. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Elon. Elon has been a little bit of a mess all season long, well outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But this has been a Hofstra team that's just been so underwhelming all season long. And this is despite the fact that you've got 2 of the better guards out there in this conference, as Tyler Thomas, Charleston Dunbar. They combine for 40 points. 11.8 rebounds, a little bit over 2 steals. Dunbar shoots 40% from 3. Thomas shoots 37% from the outside. And then you got a 52% 3-point shooter in German Plontikov, who's been playing limited minutes, but they've been giving him more and more time, but he's just incredibly inconsistent. Last 5 games, he has scored 0, 25, 20, and 4 points. So he has been certainly up and down with that regard. You've got a Hofstra team as well that is outside the top 275 with regards to a rebound rate. Now, Elon is a team that's outside the top 200 as well, but Elon there holds greater than the sum of its parts approach to rebounding. We've got a trio of guys, Sam Sherry, Max McKinnon, along TK Simpkins, who have been able to combine for about 35 points per contest. All three guys give between 4.4 and 4.7 rebounds per game. McKinnon and Simpkins, they chip in there combined about 6 assists per contest as well. And for Elon, the big key for this team is three-point shooting. They shoot about 35.9% from three-point range. A lot of the shots that they do take, they are from three-point range, which is why you do have a little bit of volatility with them. Elon, about 182nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis, but it really doesn't take too much of a dive when they're away from home. They're only averaging about 2.3 points fewer per 100 possessions at a roadside shoot-score venue rather than at home, and for this Elon unit, they shoot about 35% from three-point range, away from home, more like 37.5% from three-point range at home, and they get to face off against a Hofstra team that has been giving it up from the outside, allowing opponents to shoot 34.8% from three-point range at home. So, circumstance where I'm going to be one to take the points with Elon, did set them as an underdog of 12.5 points, and with regards to the total, set it at a 146.5. Elon has been getting gashed on defense all season long, but Hofstra, I do think that they're going to give it up from three. So, looking at the over and the points here with Elon, 745, 746 on the betting board. Coastal Carolina, it's the road. They're facing off against Old Dominion. Old Dominion is a 5 to a 5.5 point favorite with your total 149. Set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to take the 5.5 with the Coastal Carolina. Vashon Alouette was one of your top scorers for this Old Dominion team. He and Chauncey Jenkins were both supplying 15 plus points per contest, but Alouette was so distraught with the team that he just decided to hit the transfer portal. So he's no longer in the fold for this team. You've got an Old Dominion team that's outside the top 250 in terms of their rebound rate. You've been able to have Tyrone Williams be relatively versatile, 5.5 boards, 12 points per contest, but it's an Old Dominion team without Jeff Jones in the fold. It's been rough, and Janika Ojiako, who's been able to give you 10.5 rebounds per game for Coastal Carolina, should be able to control things down low. I like Jacob Meyer. He's been able to give you 2.5 assists, 14.5 points per contest. You've also got John Sanders, who's been able to chip throw in there about 2.5 assists per game. Now, for Coastal Carolina, they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, and the one thing that Old Dominion really has not done is turn the ball over. They're only turning the ball over about 11 times per contest, but for Old Dominion, they leave you wide open from three-point range as well. Old Dominion is 287th in all of college basketball against opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now, does fall to about 32.7% from three at home. Meanwhile, in a roadside shoot-score venue, that's north of 37.5% from the outside, but I do think that Coastal Carolina could be able to find some holes there. And for Coastal Carolina, they're allowing opponents to shoot about 33.7% from distance when they're away from home. So they've done a relatively solid job there. Kevin Easley has been a little bit in and out of the fold, but he's able to give you about 5 boards per contest. I do think that Coastal Carolina, with their overall team rebounding, going to be able to end their Coastal Carolina well outside the top 125 with regards to their rebound rate as well. But the defense has been a little bit better, giving up 75 points or fewer. It doesn't sound like much in each of the last 3 games. Meanwhile, for Old Dominion, they've given up fewer than 70 points in 3 out of their last 4 games, but the team has outscored 67 points or fewer in each out of the last 4. So it's a situation of something's got to give. I do think that Old Dominion, without Alouette, they're just having a tough time finding their offense. So I did set my total 147, diving in on the under, and anything north of 5. Going to be willing to take the points with Coastal Carolina. 747, 748 on the betting board. Harvard is going to be playing us at Penn. No numbers currently up on this game. Actually, we're seeing one opener just coming up. Harvard is a 2.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 144, and I made Harvard a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay it with Penn. This bunch is trying to find chemistry after they were just so banged up throughout the entirety of the season. They were dealing with an injury to their top scorer in Clark Slagert, and now they are coming off of a nice win against Dartmouth, but granted it is against Dartmouth, who just absolutely stinks. And in that game, you had a 6 of 7 3-point shooting expose from Sam Brown off the bench with 26 points. Don't think that that's going to be striking twice, but Brown, he's been solid. He's been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest. He's shooting 40% from 3 for a Penn team that overall they're now shooting north of 36% from 3-point range, but do have to wonder about the defense of this Penn team as well, as Penn has been allowing a lot of open looks from the outside. 302nd in all of college basketball against opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 37.1% from the outside when away from home. And we've got Malik Mack on the flip side for Harvard, who has been able to give this team north of 17 points per contest. He's done a solid job being able to shoot from 3-point range just below 40%. And then on top of that, you now have Justice Ajabar, who's back in the fold, who's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, much like Penn is reacclimating a lot of pieces. You're finding the same for this Harvard team, who's coming off of a loss against Princeton. They shot just 5 of 22 from 3, but Princeton really one of the creme de la creme teams along with Yale out there in this conference. You got Chisholm Opara, who continues to give you about 16.5 points. Be able to throw in there about 5 rebounds per game. Was a little bit underwhelming yesterday, but I also do like the fact that Chandler Peaky has been able to give you about 9 points per game. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but is able to give you a little bit of just defensive fortitude. Both of these teams, relatively mid-tempo teams. Both of these teams, well outside the top 160 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that the 144.5, a little bit too lofty, semi-total 143.5. I'm going to be looking at the under with Harvard. Willing to lay up to 3 with them. 749, 750 on the betting board. Oregon is on the road facing off against Cal. Cal's a 1.5 to a 2-point home underdog. Total on this game 149 to 149.5. I made Oregon the slim favorite in this spot. I set them as a favorite of 2 points. So going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement with regards to some of the 2s if we can get back to a 1.5. Still seeing a few 1.5s out there. So at that number, I'm still willing to lay it. It's an Oregon bunch that has been pretty ghastly with regards to their 3-point shooting defense, away from home, allowing opponents to shoot north of 36% from 3-point range, but Cal's really been giving it up from 3-point range all season long. Cal outside the top 210 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Cal, they allow you to shoot 35.7% from 3-point range at home, 35.6% away from home, so consistently bad with that regard, and you've got an Oregon team that has 2 good guards I like in Jermaine Cuisinart along with Jackson Shellset, who will be able to combine for about 27 points per contest. Both of these guys, they shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range, and now you've got N'Faly Dante to match up with the main strength of what you have down low for Cal. Cal has a pair of guys in Fardaws Aimaq, Jalen Tyson. They've been able to combine for about 18 rebounds per game between the two of them, about 34.5 points per contest. And Tyson, he shoots 37% from the outside. Cal, not too bad at taking care of the ball, 11.5 turnovers per game, not overly fast, not overly slow, and you've been able to have Jalen Celestine shoot about 46% from 3-point range, but really, you don't have a whole heck of a lot outside of your main starting 5 is Keontae Kennedy. He's also been able to give you about 9.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, so very top-heavy unit. Meanwhile, N'Faly Dante being able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game, that has been quite big for an Oregon team that they've dealt with injuries all season long. Jesse Zarzula, Nate Biddle, they were hoping to be able to get a little bit of something out of them. These are guys who have been out of the fold all season long. Bakary Oquendo has turned into a nice 3-point shooter as he and Keyshawn Bartholomew have both been able to shoot about 37.5 to 38.5% from 3-point range. Bartholomew continues to be out of the fold, so they've been giving a lot more minutes to now a guy that was able to emerge in Jadarian Tracy, who in that game against Sanford was able to supply the team with 17 points per contest, and with this Oregon team, them only turning the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, and with Oregon really starting to buckle down on defense. They've now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job getting this one to the window, and I do think that for Oregon, they're going to find themselves in a little bit of a higher scoring game. That's just the way that Cal has been liking it all season long, and you even take a look at the first time that these two teams hooked up. That was an 80-73 game, despite the fact that Cal shot just 6 of 24 from 3-point range. So I do like Oregon in the spot, set them as a 2-point favorite, 1 to lay up to 1.5 there, and did something total 150, so you're at the 149, 149.5. Going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Oregon up to 1.5. 751, 752 on the betting board. It is Western Kentucky. They're facing off against Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee is a home underdog of between 3.5 and 4 points. So on this game, the same between 148.5 and 150.5. I just cannot, in good conscience, take this total over. I'm going to be looking at the under. I set my total at 143. Middle Tennessee continues to be well outside the top 300 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and they haven't been the world's most horrible defense. Recognize they have not been great on defense, but they haven't been horrible on defense. You do have a Western Kentucky team that has been absolutely gunning it. They're a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, but Western Kentucky has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of their defense, especially guarding the perimeter. Western Kentucky is 19th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and in a road/shoot court environment, they're actually allowing opponents to shoot only about 27.5% from 3-point range. You've got a Middle Tennessee team that they just have not found their footing in terms of being able to bury some shots from the outside. Middle Tennessee 318th in all of college basketball with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. You've had Elias King be able to give you double figures, and he's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range, and Justin Porter has now been able to give you about 14 points per contest as well, but you've only got one guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. That'd be Jared Coleman-Jones, and he might be their best threat from the outside, shooting about 45% from 3-point range for a team that shoots 68.5% the free throw line, 30.5% from 3, and for a mid-tempo team, they turn the ball over 14.5 times per contest. And for Western Kentucky, they've been better with their offense recently, but they still turn the ball over 14 times per contest. They shoot about 34% from 3-point range, with Don McHenry really running things with about 16 points, 2.5 assists, does shoot 40.5% from 3-point range, and While this Western Kentucky team certainly is a whole heck of a lot better with regards to their offense than this Middle Tennessee team, they are a very inconsistent team themselves in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Western Kentucky still just 216th in the country, scoring about 9.5 points fewer per 100 possessions than when they are at home. And for Western Kentucky, this is a bunch that they've been able to do a nice job on the glass, despite the fact that you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 6 boards per contest. Brandon Newman is able to give you 5.9 rebounds per game. They're a team that does rank in the top 100 with regards to their rebound rate, and credit where credit is due. They've given up 65 points or fewer 3 of their last 5 games. Last time these two teams played, Western Kentucky won by a count of 88-65. In that game, Western Kentucky shot 8 of 19 from 3-point range. I just don't see Lightning striking twice, and I do think that Middle Tennessee going to do a much better job with their defense this time around. It's a Middle Tennessee team that overall for the season has a lot of opponents to shoot just 29% from 3-point range at home. So just somebody total 143, looking at the under, and with Middle Tennessee, made them a 3-point dog, so here at 3.5 to 4, going to be willing to take the points along with that under. 753, 754 on the betting board. Wyoming is playing us to Boise State. Boise State is a road favorite of 7 to 7.5 points on this game, between 142.5 and 144. Except Boise State is an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. I even gave extra credence to the fact that Wyoming is playing at elevation, but Wyoming has honestly been a little bit worse when they have been at home rather than on the road. This Wyoming team, about 215th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they allow opponents to shoot 37.5% from 3-point range at home. That falls to about 32.5% in a roadside court venue, and Wyoming's giving up 1.5 more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from them. Now, the offense, it does rise up by about 12.5 points per 100 possessions when they are at home as well. And then you've got Sam Griffin along with a cool Cott, who have been able to combine to shoot just below 40% from 3-point range. Both of these guys supplying you with 14 plus points per contest, but you've got a Boise State team that's in the top 40 nationally with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and I do think that Boise State really going to be able to take it to this Wyoming team on the glass, as you've been able to have Tyson Dagenhart be able to supply the team with about 6 boards, 16.5 points per game. Omar Stanley has really come along as well, 6 boards, a block. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, and as a whole, it is a Boise State team that is outside the top 125 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Biggest reason why is that they don't have that main point guard, Cam Martin, who stands right around about 6'9". He, with his 2.5 assists per contest, has really been the leader with that regard, but it is a Boise State team that, even though they do give up about 10.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home, they're still a top 85 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And the biggest issue that you've got with this Wyoming team, the turnovers. They are turning the ball over well north of 13 times per contest. That causes them to be incredibly inconsistent on the offensive side of things, and they have now given up at least 75 points in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for Boise State, they had a little bit of a rough go of it when they went on the road against Utah State and Colorado State, but when they have faced outmatched competition, Fresno State, San Jose State, Air Force, held all of them to 66 points or fewer. I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job here on defense, which is why I did set my total at a 144.5. I think we went a little bit too low with the way that Wyoming is just giving up points at home all season long, so I'm going to be looking at the over. Both Boise State did set them as an 8.5 point favorite. Willing to lay up to 8 with them. 755, 756 on the betting board. Clemson is going to be playing us Florida State. Florida State is a underdog of 10 to 9.5 points. Total on this game is 151.5, and with Clemson, I did set them as a favorite of 9 points. So here at 9.5 to 10, it is my buy point on Florida State. Florida State has been having their issues all season long on the defensive side of things, well outside the top 125 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've done a much better job of being able to guard the 3-point line when they have left home. Florida State at home, they're allowing opponents to shoot well north of 35% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, when they're away from home, this goes all the way down to 31.5%. Meanwhile, you've got a Clemson team that they themselves are well outside the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've had a tough time with their perimeter defense, allowing opponents to shoot 34.5% from 3-point range. Now, for Clemson, not a super up-tempo team. They're well outside the top 175 with regards to total possessions per game. Florida State, they are an up-tempo team. They're in the top 65 with regards to total possessions per game. You've got Jameer Watkins, who has been very good for this Florida State team. He's been able to supply you with about 3 assists, 6 boards, 15 points per contest, shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range. And then Darren Green, he's been your top just overall sharpshooter, making 38% of his threes. That's 11.5 points per contest for our Florida State team. Has been rough with regards to their defense, but this Clemson team leaves quite a bit of something to be desired on defense. So they are a top 55 team with regards to their rebound rate. Florida State, they're well outside the top 125 with that regard, as you've had Ian Shefflin be able to chip in there about 9 boards per contest. PJ Hall, he's a do-it-all sort of player with a little bit over a block and a half, 19 points, 7 boards, shoots about 33% from 3-point range for our Clemson, but bunch that they are giving up about 5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court environment. Meanwhile, Florida State, they're actually only giving up about 1.8 points more per 100 possessions when they do leave home. So I do think that that'll keep Florida State relatively lively in this one. You do have to like the fact that you've been able to get 3 assists out of Chase Hunter thus far this season, but it's only shooting about 33.5% from 3. It has been improving as the season has went along, but I do think that Florida State is going to be able to do a relatively okay job of hanging in there. They have scored at least 75 points in 3 out of their last 4 games, going up against a Clemson team that has been better with their defense, giving up fewer than 70 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. I do think that this is going to be a game where Clemson, they're going to be up throughout the entirety of the game, but it's never going to be like super duper comfortable. I set my line at 9, so here 9.5 to 10. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Florida State. I did set my total 151. I do think that just with the sheer amount of possessions and with the way that Florida State can be inconsistent from 3-point range, that's going to help you out for the under. So looking at the under and the points with Florida State, 757, 758 on the betting board. Indiana State is going to be playing us at Illinois, Chicago. UIC does find themselves as an underdog of 15.5 to 16 points. Total on this game between 152 and 153. Set Indiana State as a favorite of 14.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with UIC. This bunch has been a top 30 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they've been much better on defense when they've been on the road rather than at home. It's really unexplainable, but for UIC overall this season, they're 101st in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but specifically away from home, they're a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an Indiana State team that they're a top 35 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. They've got Robbie Avila, who's able to just be a stat sheet sufferer as he's been able to supply the team with 6+ boards, 14+ points, shoots the ball from 3-point range. And for Indiana State, they're significantly better with their defense at home rather than away from home. They're giving up about 15.6 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court environment. And they do have Isaac Swope, who's been a very good go-to scorer with about 17.5 points per contest. But Isaiah Rivera, he's been able to give you 15 points, 4 boards, shoots about 41.5% from 3-point range. For a UIC team that their top 4 scorers, 3 of them do shoot at least 40.8% from 3-point range, and all but 1 out of their top 5 scorers, they've been able to shoot at least 35.9% from the outside. This against an Indiana State team that they're not horrible with regards to their defense by any stretch of the imagination, and at home they do allow opponents to shoot just 28.5% from 3-point range, but from time to time, they do have a little bit of vulnerability there. I do think that UIC going to do a nice job being able to guard the 3-point line. It is a UIC team that's well outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate. Toby Okani is the only guy that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. But that said, I do feel like this number is a little bit overinflated for an Indiana State team that hasn't been the same recently. They have scored 73 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. It has been a defense that as well has given up at least 71 points in 3 of their last 4 games. Going up against the UIC team that certainly hit the skids with their defense. 75+ points surrendered in each of their last 3 games, but I do think that they're going to find it a little bit more here. I did set my total 154.5. I'm going to be taking a look at this total over as I do think that UIC finds a way to be able to get some scoring off of this Indiana State team, and UIC, they've been in a little bit of rough form as well with regards to their defense, so looking at the over, but we'll take the 15 plus here with UIC. 759, 760 on the betting board. It is Arizona State. They play us Washington State. Washington State, a 5.5 point road favorite. Your total on this game, it is 139. So Washington State as a 5.5 point favorite myself. So we're going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement here. We were seeing a bit earlier. This was more of an early number of about 5. So if we can get back to that 5, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Washington State. This is just a tough customer. A top 50 team in terms of both rebound rate and points allowed on a per possession basis, and a team that really doesn't have demonstrative home and road splits as well. So they've been able to hit the road and have success with it with Isaac Jones along with Miles Rice, both being able to supply about 15.5 points per contest. Rice, your main guard, with about 3.5 assists, 1.6 steals per contest, while Jones has been your top rebounder with about 7.5 rebounds per game. But Andre Yagmovsky, the gentleman from North Macedonia, he's got some really good versatility with about 10.5 points, 5.5 boards, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. But Oscar Clough, the 6'11" big man, has really been able to come on strong as well. In that game against Stanford a few nights ago, he had 3 blocks, 3 steals, and 12 rebounds. So I like what he's able to provide on the defensive side of things, going up against an Arizona State team that they actually play relatively fast. Arizona State in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game, and Arizona State does not turn the ball over. 12.6 turnovers per contest. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, that's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, they are a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Headlined by Frankie Collins, giving you 3.5 assists, 3 steals, about 14 points per contest, but this team just flat out can't shoot. They shoot 41.5% from the floor, 65.5% the free throw line, and 30.5% from three-point range. And this Arizona State defense is now outside the top 110 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Arizona State still doing a good job of being able to guard the three-point arc. They allow opponents to shoot just 28.9% from 3 at home, and Adam Miller, Jose Perez, both of these guys are combining for about 25 points per contest, and Perez, he shoots 41% from three-point range. He is the only guy on the roster, though, that is currently active and is seeing north of 10 minutes per contest and shooting above 35% from three-point range. And I do think that Washington State going to do a nice job taking control of this game. I did set my total 139.5. I do think that there's a possibility this game is going to be close enough for late game filling. And for Washington State, they've been able to get past 72 points in each of their last 3 games, going up against an Arizona State team that it's been all over the place in terms of their defense, giving up at least 77 points for their last 5 games. So looking at the over, I'm willing to lay up to 5 with Washington State. 761, 762 on the betting board. Bradley is going to be playing against Illinois State. Illinois State is an underdog of 12.5 to 13 points. So on this game between 133.5 and 134.5. Made Bradley a 13-point favorite. 12.5 is max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. With Bradley, this team has been very good on both sides of the ball. They become a top 125 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and some of their numbers are warped by the fact that they got off to just a really ghastly start to begin the season, but all of a sudden, they've really been able to roll up the wins, and this team has been able to do a nice job of just being able to generate consistent offense. They've been able to get to at least 70 points in all but 3 of their last 12 games. You've been able to have Connor Rickman along with Duke Dean both be able to supply about 14.5 points per contest between the two of them. You get 7.3 assists at 3.5 turnovers per game. Bradley was having a tough time earlier on during the season in terms of turning the ball over. It's still about 12.2 turnovers per contest, but ever since conference play has began, that has dropped down to less than 11.5 turnovers per game, and this is a Bradley bunch that they very much have been quite a bit better at home rather than on the road, scoring about 7 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-shoot-to-court venue. Meanwhile, Malevi Leons, he offers good versatility at about 6'9". He gives you 14 points, 7 boards, shoots about 35.5% from three-point range. For a Bradley team that as a whole, they're shooting 37.5% from the outside at home. This is 37.8%, 38% away from them, and they go up against an Illinois State team that has been very fascinating. They're about 140th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they give up darn near the same amount of points per possession when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. They're only giving up about, I would say, 2.3 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than when they are at home. And for Illinois State, this team has had Darius Burford be able to give you 13 points per contest. Their problem has been offense. They shoot 29.8% from three-point range. They turn the ball over 11.5 times per contest. Not great, not terrible, but you've been able to have Dalton Banks be able to supply the team with about 9 points, 3.5 assists per contest, but you've really only got one guy, and that would be Johnny Kazinger, who's been able to shoot 41% from 3, shooting above 33% from distance for this bunch. And when it comes to this Bradley team, the way that you've got to knock them off is by being able to hit the 3 ball. Bradley, 259th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 36.2% from 3-point range at home against them, with this Illinois State team being a relatively solid rebounding team at about 93rd in all of college basketball, but really lacking pizzazz down low, going up against the Bradley team that they've been able to do a solid job with their rebound rate being about 114th. I do think that Bradley is able to take it to an Illinois State team that just flat out is not making shots. I set my line at 13. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total 135. I think that Illinois State does just enough to be able to push this total over, but I like Bradley to just have their overall offensive balance being 54th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis take over. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and take a look at this total over. 763, 764 on the betting board. UNLV plays us Colorado State. Colorado State, a 1 to 1.5 point underdog. Your total on this game is 139.5 to 140.5. I say UNLV as a home underdog in this ordeal of 1.5 points. So it is a circumstance where with UNLV being the 1 to 1.5 point favorite, I'm just going to look at Colorado State outright on the money line. And Colorado State did open up as a favorite, so I agreed with them being a 1.5 point favorite on the open. And with this Colorado State bunch, they've been up and down with regards to their road play. We saw them score 11 points in that second half against San Diego State. I don't think that we're going to see a replay of that. Isaiah Stevens is just too good of a guard to let that happen once again. 16.5 points, 7.5 assists. He only turns the ball over about 2.5 times per contest and shoots 47% from three-point range. It is a UNLV team that still remains outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but the metrics are very much warped. Ever since the Boone brothers have both been able to play out there on the floor at the same time, this has been a significantly better team. They are just 200th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they allow the same amount of points per possession when they are at home rather than in a roadside shooter venue. And for UNLV, they've actually been a better offensive team than they have been a defensive team, which I do find to be a little bit befuddling with regards to that in terms of their overall efficiency numbers. And they've been able to have Dedrick Thomas be very good out there in the backcourt. He's able to give you about 12 points in terms of his assists per contest. It's hovering right around 6. As for UNLV, they do get a little bit more of a boost with regards to their offense at 90th in the country, but again, they average 1.3 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. And for Colorado State, you've got a pair of guys in Nikwe Clifford, Lonjoel Scott, who combine for about 13.5 rebounds, 24.5 points per game. They do the little things for the team, while Patrick Cartier is able to shoot about 40.5% from three-point range. Colorado State, a top 40 team in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and Colorado State only allows you to shoot about 32.5% from three-point range in a roadside shooter court venue. Meanwhile, with UNLV, this team is very willing to give up threes at home. They allow you to shoot about 34.5% from three-point range at home. This actually falls off to about 31.5% away from home. And Colorado State only turned the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. I do think that they find the way to get the job done, as this Colorado State team has been quite good with their defense. 71 points or fewer surrendered in each of their last 5 games. And UNLV, they've been much better recently as well, giving up fewer than 70 in 4 of their last 5 games. Colorado State, not a super duper up-tempo team, so I did set my total 139.5 here at the 140.5, diving under. I like Colorado State outright on the money line. 765, 766 on the betting board. Tulsa plays us to Charlotte. Charlotte, a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite. Their total between 137.5 and 138. I did set Tulsa as an underdog of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it here with Charlotte. Charlotte has been very good in the American all season long, and I do think that Igor Milicic is going to be the most versatile player in this game. That despite the fact that PJ Haggerty, on the flip side for Tulsa, he's been able to give you 19 plus points per contest. But when you've got a guy like Mr. Milicic, who stands right around 6'10", he's able to supply you with 8.5 rebounds, 13 points while shooting 36% from three-point range. That's a huge edge. He's able to give you north of a block per contest as well. And Charlotte has just been really efficient this year in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Top 40 team in the country. Now they do play at a super slow pace. They're back outside the top 300 with regards to total possessions per game, but you've got Lucille Patterson, he's been able to supply 14 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. Nick Graves, he's been able to help out with regards to facilitation with about 3 assists per contest, and you've had guys like Robert Braswell be in and out of the fold, but Charlotte, they don't need a lot of depth because they don't tire out with the system that they play in. Meanwhile, when it comes to Tulsa, this team overall is a top 125 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but in conference they've been giving up more than 10 points more per 100 possessions than they were out of conference. Tulsa, at home, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 28% from 3. That falls at 37.5% in a roadside shooter court venue. That's still the residuals of them playing against so many bad teams at home. So I do think that Charlotte going to be able to find some wide open looks here. And for Charlotte, not like they're the most amazing three-point shooting defense, but they'll lock you down. Charlotte, they allow you to shoot just 32.1% from three-point range in a roadside shooter court venue. Tulsa, they were banking on Keston Willis being able to give the team something from the outside. It's only able to play 2 games this season, so their top 3-point shooter is actually Tayshaun Archie, who gives you 8 points, shoots about 42% from three-point range, but Tulsa has been very inconsistent from the outside, turning the ball over 13.5 times per contest with a 3-point shooting percentage of about 32.5%. You've got a battle of tempos as Charlotte is in the top 75 with regards to total possessions per game, but I do think that Charlotte slows this game down a little bit, but I do think that late game fouling does lead to a little bit of trepidation with this under, along Tulsa just not playing the same way on defense here in conference. So did semi total 138 here at the 137.5, looking at the over of Tulsa. I'm going to be fading them. I set them as a 4-point underdog, so one to lay with Charlotte. 767, 768 on the betting board. Montana State plays us to Sacramento State. Sacramento State is a 7 to a 7.5 point underdog. Total on this game between 131.5 and 132. I set Sacramento State as a underdog in this ordeal of 8.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay it. Sacramento State has been a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. That's about the only thing that they're doing well outside the top 300 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, while outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, while outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. And for the Sacramento State team, they just rely upon Duncan Boom Boom Powell to do a little bit too much of everything. 12.5 points, 7 boards, a little bit over 2 assists per contest. Meanwhile, you do have Robert Ford, who he does a little bit of everything for Montana State, but he just does it better. At 6 feet tall, he chips in there 8 boards, 3 assists, 15.5 points on 43% 3-point shooting, and that 3-point shooting elevates to about 45.5% when he's at home. Meanwhile, you've got Brandon Goraki, who's been a really nice Robin with about 14 points, shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range, and though this has been a Montana State team, has been inconsistent with their defense, very fair to say, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are clocking in right in that neighborhood of about 247th They have been able to get some good facilitation recently out of Eddie Turner down for what? Was able to give you about 3.5 assists, shoots about 39.5% from three-point range for a team that does shoot about 36% from three, going up against the Sacramento State team that has not been able to do a good job of guarding the arc all season long, while Montana State, they've been able to do a good job being able to guard the three. They only allow opponents to shoot 28.6% from the outside. You got Brandon Walker, who's been able to give you a double-figure amount of points per game as well, and with Sacramento State not really having a lot of ancillary guys that can pop it from three and or give you just any sort of facilitation whatsoever. Z Harmoda has been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest, but without that main trigger man, I do think that they're a little bit doomed in this scenario, and that's a big reason why. Sacramento State has scored fewer than 65 points in all but two of their last 8 games, while you've got a Montana State team that it's been a little bit rough for them. They are still getting to 70 on the regular, so it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay with Montana State, made them an 8.5 point favorite, and did set my total 134.5, as I do think that Sacramento State gets gashed on defense, so I'm going to be looking at the over and willing to lay with Montana State, 769, 770 on the betting board. UConn plays us Villanova. Villanova is an underdog of 11.5 to 12 points, so your total on this game, it is 133.5. I set UConn as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Villanova. Last time these two teams played, it was very much a nip and tuck game, and I don't know if Villanova is going to be able to keep it a one-possession game late like we saw last time around. Villanova, they were getting blown out early in that game, and then they were able to make a really nice defensive stand for, I would say 6 or so minutes towards the back half of the second half, but even though Villanova is going to lose battle down low, I do like the overall discipline of this team. You've got Eric Dixon, Tyler Burton combining for about 13 rebounds per game. Now, UConn, a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, points scored on a per possession basis, rebound rate with Giant of the Earth Donovan Clingan being so amazing. And then you've got those two guards in Tristan Newton, coupled with Cam Spencer, that have been able to combine for about 30 points per contest. Newton, 7 boards, 5.5 assists, shoots 30% from 3. Spencer shoots 44% from 3 with 3.5 assists, steal and a half, right around 4.5 rebounds per game. But Villanova, they are a top 10 team in the country with regards to free throw shooting percentage at right around about 82.5%. They only turn the ball over 9.7 times per contest, and Justin Moore has been able to do a nice job of just being a fulcrum piece, playing some good defense, giving you a few assists, giving you scoring when needed, whatever the game calls for. He's been able to do an incredible job of leading this Villanova team. You've got TJ Bamba, who's able to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range. He's been hit or miss all season long, but he's been able to come up with some of his best recently, as he was able to, in that Butler game, do a solid job of giving you about 3 rebounds, a pair of assists in that game as well. So I do think that he's going to be able to step up a little bit more, with Hakeem Hart being a little bit hit or miss all season long. But really, what's been the story for Villanova recently, how about this defense? They have now given up 62 points or fewer in every single game this month. And I mean, in the game against UConn, they only gave up 66 points in that affair. If you take out the double overtime, because in regulation against Butler, they had given up 64 points in regulation, this team has allowed one team to get past 70 points in their last 9 games of regulation. I do think that Villanova is going to bog this thing down. I do think that they're going to stick it in the mud. Now, I do think that there's a possibility that this is going to be close enough for Laking Felling, and it's just really hard to slow down this UConn team. They've gotten to at least 80 points in 4 of their last 5 games. I did set my total at 135. I do think we went a little bit too low with this total, but I do think the Villanova holds in there. Set them as a 9-point dog, take the points with Villanova, and here at the 133.5, looking at the over. 771, 772 on the betting board. Tennessee is going to be playing with Texas A&M. A&M does find themselves as an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. Total on this game in between 145.5 and 146, and with Texas A&M, I did set them as an underdog of 10.5 points. So at a 10 or less, I'm willing to lay it with Tennessee. Mostly, we have seen this go to about 11, and that is my buy point on Texas A&M. A&M is still a top 20 team in terms of their rebound rate. That's one thing that they do very well, but they're in the bottom 30 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. And Tennessee, all of a sudden, a top 40 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Don't connect is connecting. 20 points, 5 boards, shooting 40% from three-point range. You've had Jamal Gainey not necessarily be what you were hoping for. I should say Jordan Gainey, who's been able to give you about 7.5 points per contest. He's been very hit or miss all season long, but the Tennessee team is just very efficient. They only turn the ball over about 10.3 times per contest. They shoot 75% at the free throw line, and this is still one of the best teams with regards to their rebound rate in all of college basketball, as you've had Jonas Adu be able to chip in their 7.5 boards, 2 blocks per contest. I always like what Toby Awaka is able to bring to the table. Not much of an offensive force, but on defense, he does give you about 5 rebounds per game. But for Texas A&M, they do such a good job of having so many guys that are able to just plow the glass. You've got 5 separate guys giving you north of 5 rebounds per game, with Anderson Garcia leading the way with 9.5 rebounds per game, and you still do have a go-to scorer in Wade Taylor, who's been able to supply the team with 19 points, about 4 assists, doesn't shoot it well from 3, and he's only been able to shoot about 36.5% from the floor, and that's the issue with Texas A&M. They value the ball. They only turn the ball over 10 times per contest, but they shoot 39.8% from the floor. This is a Tennessee team that they're not the same defense that they were a season ago, but they are still a bunch that is in the top 25 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and Tennessee has revenge on the mind. Last time these two teams played, Texas A&M won that game 85-69 in a game where Tennessee allowed them to go 11 of 28 from three-point range. Tennessee has been much better with their defense when they've been at home rather than when they've been in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. They've got some of the more demonstrative splits they're able to find in all of college basketball. Tennessee giving up 17 more points per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home, and then you've got a Texas A&M team that is giving up about 11 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. I do think that things are going to be a little bit more calm down in this game, so I did set my total at a 142.5 here at the 145.5, 146.5 and under, but here at 11, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Texas A&M. 773, 774 on the betting board. Northern Colorado, they play us at Eastern Washington. This is a pick'em game with your total between 160.5 and 161, and with Eastern Washington, I did make them a 2.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to back Northern Colorado. With Eastern Washington, you probably have the better starting 5, but with Northern Colorado, I just can't overlook the fact that St. Thomas has been absolutely incredible for this team with about 20 points, 10 boards. He's able to throw in their 3+ assists per contest, and Jaron Riley has now become a really nice facilitator as well. Riley has been able to dole out north of 5 assists per game for a Northern Colorado team that is shooting about 35.5% from three-point range, and you've got 2 incredibly efficient offenses, but with Eastern Washington, they're scoring about 20 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And for Eastern Washington, this team has just been getting beat up on defense. 269th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, they're actually giving up 0.4 of a point fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And got another Colorado team that they themselves are about 298th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But with Northern Colorado just being able to click on all cylinders when they're at home. In terms of their points scored on a per possession basis, they're 60th in all of college basketball. I do think that that's going to be rough for an Eastern Washington team that does find themselves outside the top 100 with regards to rebound rate. Cedric Howard is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, 14 points, 7 boards, shoots 38% from three-point range for a Eastern Washington team that overall they do shoot 37.5% from the outside, but 13.5 turnovers per game against a Northern Colorado team that only turns the ball over about 11 times per contest. I think is going to be a little bit of an issue, and DeJure Reeves being up chipping their 15 points per contest for Northern Colorado, I think is going to lead them to be able to get the job done. Last time these two teams played, it was a nip and tuck 77-74 game in which you saw these two teams combined to go 15 of 53 from three-point range. I do think that both teams are going to be a little bit warmer in this ordeal. I did set my total at a 164.5, so looking at the over, and I'm looking at Northern Colorado on this pick-em line. 775, 776 on the betting board. UMKC plays also Omaha. Omaha is an underdog of 3.5 points. Totals between 144.5 and 145, and with Omaha, I did set them as an underdog of 2.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take 3+ here. Now with UMKC, they're giving up more than 14 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-to-court venue, and UMKC has actually been a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. You wouldn't look at it by seeing nobody on the roster that gives you really north of 6 or so rebounds per game, but they've been able to do a pretty solid job down low going up against an Omaha team that has Frankie Fiddler, who's going to be the best overall scorer in this game. He's able to supply 19 points, 2.5 assists from three-point range, just shoot 37% from three, though you do have a do-it-all guy on the flip side of Jabbar Brown for UMKC, giving you 15.6 boards, shoots about 34.5% from three, which rises up to 37.5% at home, but you've also been able to have about 4.5 assists out of Christian Coruscant for UMKC. They have been turning the ball for about 12 times per contest. That's been a little bit of an issue against an Omaha team that is a top 45 team with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. At 9.7, they have really throttled down their tempo, and for Omaha, you only have one out of your top 4 scorers shooting north of 27.8% for three, and that would be Mr. Fiddler, who I was mentioning before. But J.J. White has been able to give you now about 3 assists per contest. It is an Omaha unit that they're certainly going to have their warts with regards to their defense, but the offense has been able to kick it up as well with north of 70 points in each of their last 5 games, going up against a UMKC team that they've been very random and sporadic all season long in terms of the overall points allowed. If you look at regulation and regulation only, they've given up 71 or fewer fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So good old situational, something's got to give. Semi-total 140.5. Both of these teams well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and I do think that Omaha is going to be able to hold up on defense, and they face off against the UMKC team that they do have some vulnerabilities with regards to down low, but with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, that's down to about 30.6%. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Omaha 777, 778 on the betting board. Idaho State, they're going to be playing against Weber State. Weber State is a 2.5 to a 3-point road favorite. Your total on this game is 134.5. I did set Weber State as a favorite of 4 points. So you're at the 2.5 to a 3.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Both of these teams are very slow and controlled teams. They're both well outside the top 250. With regards to total possessions per game, Weber State has been trying to speed up just a skoge, but they're still about 340th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and every single time it looks like they're going to speed up a little bit, they slow back down, and we've been seeing that the last few games from this Weber State team. But Weber State, they have by far the best player out there in the floor. That would be Dylan Jones, and to keep up with this Jones, you're going to need to match the fact that he's able to give you about 8 boards, 20.5 points, 5 assists per contest, and there's just nobody on Idaho State that's going to be able to defend him. You do have Braden Parker, who's been pretty versatile in his own right, gives you about 6 boards, 14.5 points, block and a half, about a steal per game, shoots about 34.5% from 3 for an Idaho State team that shooting about 32.5% from the outside, 11.5 turnovers per game. But my age-old theory of just because you play slow doesn't mean that you play great defense very much holds with this Idaho State team. Idaho State 303rd in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Actually rises to about 37% when they're at home. And if you take a look at their overall points allowed on a per possession basis, it's not a whole heck of a lot better, as they're about 282nd in all of college basketball in this regard. Weber State has been taking a little bit of a dive with their defense as well, 157th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But Steve Verplanken is able to give you double figures, shooting just below 40% from 3-point range. Blaze Threat has been able to chip in there about 10 points per contest. You've got a little bit more support around Jones than what you had a season ago. And for Weber State, they're allowing opponents to shoot about 33.9% from 3-point range away from home. Malik Arrington has been able to give you about 5 assists per contest, and even though you've got two teams that are super duper slow, neither of these teams are necessarily committing a whole heck of a lot of ball pressure. And for Weber State, defense has been coming back to them recently. 72 points or fewer surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games. They're going up against an Idaho State team that, while they have been able to win 3 out of their last 5 games, they have scored 68 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 contests. So it's a very interesting scenario here. I did set my total at a 136 as a result, so this is going to be a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay with Weber State. Did set them as a 4-point favorite, and again, just because you play slow doesn't mean that you play great defense. I do think that both of these teams can have some good shot making, so going to be taking a look at the over and willing to lay it here with Weber State. 779, 780 on the betting board. Seton Hall is going to be playing against Butler. Butler is a underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. Your total on this game is anywhere between 142.5 and 143. This was an opener of 2.5, and this has just gone a little bit too far for me. I set my line at 4. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Butler, I'm not seeing like any super major injuries from what we didn't see in the last game or two, so this is just very, very strange to say the least. Now, it is a Seton Hall team that is going to be able to win the battle down low. They're a top 50 team with regards to rebound rate. You've got Jaden Bediako, who's been tremendous with about 8.5 points, 7.5 boards, and then Kadari Richmond. Just a sad she suffered 2 steals, 5 assists, 7 boards, 16 points per game. But Seton Hall, they shoot about 31.5% from 3. They're well outside the top 100 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. It is a Butler unit that they're more around that top 80, top 85 mark with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. And you've got Posh Alexander, who's been able to do a nice job throwing out the ball. 5 assists, 2.2 steals, 11.5 points per contest, up to shooting 30% from 3, which sadly is a career high for him. But you've had Pierre Brooks shoot 40% from the outside with 15 points per contest, and then Jamal Telford along with DJ Turn-It-Up Davis. These two guys, they combine to give you about 20 points on a mid-30s 3-point shooting percentage. And Butler late in games, they shoot 79% of the free throw line. Seton Hall, they're more of a average team with shooting a little bit over 70% at the charity stripe. And Seton Hall, they are going to give up the 3-pointer. Now, much of that comes away from home at home. Seton Hall, they allow you to shoot 39% from 3. That goes up to 37.5% in a roadside shoot score venue, and Butler is well outside the top 85 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they allow opponents to shoot just 31.1% away from home. Elamir Dawes, Avontre Davis, these are two guys for Seton Hall that have been able to give you about 13 points per contest, but have struggled all season long with their 3-point shot in comparison to last season when they shot north of 40% from 3-point range. So I do think that this has been a little bit overreactionary. I did set my total at a 140. I'm going to be willing to take a look at the under, and with this Butler Munch. Set them as a 4-point dog, so also going to be willing to take a look at the points. 781, 782 on the betting board. Mississippi State, it's where they're facing off against LSU. LSU is a home underdog of 2 to 2.5 points. Total on this game is 145.5. I made Mississippi State a 2.5 point favorite. So here at the deuce, I'm going to be willing to lay it. Mississippi State is not quite the same defensively that they were a season ago. This is still one of the nation's better defenses. So in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Mississippi State has been able to clock in right around 29th in all of college basketball. And away from home, it's a little bit below 29th, but it's not too much farther off. Meanwhile, it's an LSU team that they do respond well to being at home. They're giving up about 12.7 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court venue. But for LSU, they're well outside the top 75 with regards to rebound rate, going up against a top 20 team with regards to the rebound rate in Mississippi State, who had Solu Smith, Lon Charles Matthews, combining for about 15.5 rebounds per game. And then you got Jimmy Bell Jr. along DJ Jeffries being able to combine for about 12 rebounds per contest. Jeffries was dealing with a little bit of injury, returned in that last game against Ole Miss, so he should be good to go in this one. Now with Mississippi State, still a team that's well outside the top 125 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. They shoot 31.5% from three, 13 turnovers per game, but they can turn their defense into offense. They've been able to generate about 8.5 steals per game and go up against an LSU unit that, they are far better with regards to their offense at home rather than away from home. And they do shoot about 36% from three, but they do turn the ball over 13 times per contest. That is a little bit of an issue. You just don't have anyone that really gives you a whole heck of a lot of second chances. As well as for LSU, they're about 118th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. It's not overly impressive. You've got Jordan Wright, who has been Mr. Wright, 15 points, 5 boards, shoots about 34% from three, and Jarius Cook has been able to elevate this offense as well with about 15.5 points per contest. He doles out about 3 assists per game, and credit where credit is due for this LSU team. They've been able to get past the 74-point marker in each of their last 5 games, but they are also now dealing with an injury to Jarius Cook. Did not play in that last game against Kentucky, and he is very, very questionable for this bunch as well. I should say 5 out of their last 6 games. They did get held down against South Carolina, but for this LSU team, I just don't understand why they're finding themselves with this short of a number. You've got a Mississippi State team that is now starting to really find it once again with their defense. 71 points of fear surrender in each of their last 4 games. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay with Mississippi State. Set them as a 2.5 point favorite. I did make my draw 142.5, diving under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Mississippi State 783, 784 on the betting board. To Mexico State, they play as Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech is an 8.5 point favorite, and your total on this game is between 132 and 132.5. I did sell Louisiana Tech as a 7-point favorite, so going to be willing to take 8+ here with New Mexico State. Now, New Mexico State has been a frustrating team all season long. That's going to happen when you've got a first-year head coach with literally an entirely new rosters, but Femi Odekale is able to give you about 11 points. He throws in there about 5 boards. He's been highly versatile and productive for the team. Meanwhile, you've got Daniel Pacho now back in the fold for Louisiana Tech. He missed the last 2 games prior to the game against UTEP, and against UTEP, he didn't give you the same allotment of scoring and rebounding that he typically does, but 5 blocks in 25 minutes. I would say that he is back for this team. You've got Isaiah Crawford, who's been your main scorer, 16 points, and he shoots 42% from 3, and overall, it is the Louisiana Tech team that, while they're much better on defense than they are on offense, they're a top 30 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a bunch that they do shoot north of 36% from 3-point, going up against a New Mexico State unit that certainly is going to give you some looks from 3-point. New Mexico State 238th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but that drops down to about 30.2% at home, north of 37% away from home. And for Louisiana Tech, this team just has been able to pound teams into oblivion with their defense. They do give you a few opportunities from 3, allowing you to shoot 34.5% from 3 in a roadside shoot core venue, but still a top 35 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Also for Louisiana Tech, they do turn the ball over 13 times a game, going up against a New Mexico State team that they generate about 6.5 steals per contest. Now, for New Mexico State, this offense, it has been very rudderless, and it has been rough to say the least. Their game against Liberty to begin the month went to overtime, so if you're looking at regulation and regulation only, this team has not been able to get past the 73-point plateau this calendar year, and they have gotten past 70 points, I believe, just twice, but you do have Kalu Azugi, who's able to give you about 6 boards per contest. Robert Carpenter has been able to throw in there about 9.5 points per game. I know that he's been in and out of the fold, and he was suspended for throwing that punch a few games ago, but that said, with New Mexico State, I do think that they're going to hold in there in a game that I do think is going to be a little bit more of a slog. I do think that this total has went a little bit too low, because I do think that both of these teams are going to be able to find a way to be able to get a little bit of outside scoring going, especially with this New Mexico team having given up at least 72 points each of their last 4 games. So it did set my total 135, looking at the over, but but north of 7, I'm going to be willing to take those points with New Mexico State. 785, 786 on the betting board. Montana is going to be playing against Portland State. Portland State is an underdog of 7.5 to 8 points, and your total on this game is between 145 and 145.5 with Montana. I did set them as a favorite of 9 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This Portland State unit just does not have that feature guy, and it's not like you need to have someone that's giving you like 20 plus points, 10 plus assists or anything like that, but Cameron Parker was able to make everyone around him better last season, and now you've got KJ Adams, who's really your lone double-figure scorer, who's able to give you about 11.5 points per contest. It is still a Portland State team as well outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they are in the wrong venue to be allowing a lot of open looks. As for Montana, they are just so much better with their offense at home rather than on the road. They're averaging about 10.1 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court venue. And for Montana, you've been able to have Aiden Moody really be able to take over. 15.5 points, shoots 36.5% from three-point range, and it took this team a little bit of time to be able to adapt to not having Money Williams out there, but I mean the three-point shooting percentage as a whole has really shot up as Deshaun Thomas has been highly versatile, shooting north of 40% from 3, 5.5 boards, 11.5 points per contest. And then you've got Brandon Whitney, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points, along with Josh Vasquez, who gives you 9 points per contest. And both of these guys also shoot north of 40% from three-point. And now Lolo, okay, he's been able to give you about 7 rebounds per contest as well. So that helps out a little bit down low, because that's the main thing with Montana. They just have not been the world's greatest rebounding team. But you look at this Portland team, and they just have not been able to give you a lot on the glass either. Portland State is 263rd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. They actually have a little bit of better rebound rate when they've been away from home, but for Montana, they should be able to do a nice job taking control of this game. Montana's been able to do a nice job not turning the ball over themselves, and even though you don't have that one demonstrative rebounder for Montana other than okay, they're a top 140 team with regards to rebound rate, going up against Portland State team that, to their credit, they only turned the ball over about 11 times per contest. Ismail Abib has been able to give you about 3 assists, about 9.5 points per contest, but you just don't really have those guys like you had a season ago. They're really able to pop, even though each of your top 3 scorers as well for Portland State shoot above 36.5% for play as a whole. They're also shooting about 32.5% from the outside. So, circumstance where I did set Montana as a 9-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total at 143. So, this is going to be a take for me on Montana, and here at a 145, I'm going to be looking at the under. 787, 788 on the betting board. UTEP plays us to Sam Houston State. Sam Houston State, a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog with your total 140 to 141. I mean, UTEP the 5.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. UTEP's whole game is generating turnovers. They are a top 10 team in the country with regards to turnovers force on a per possession basis, and kind of a Sam Houston State team that's committing about 13.5 turnovers per contest. This is not a match made in heaven for Sam Houston State. You do have 2 guys in Lamar Wilkerson along with Devin Barnes, who have been able to combine for about 28 points per contest. They both shoot about 36% from 3, and if you're able to bust through that initial wave from UTEP, there is some openings to be had. UTEP, they are well outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, and UTEP, they are actually a pretty solid with regards to their perimeter defense. They allow you to shoot only about 31% from three-point range, but the interior defense, that does leave a lot of something to be desired. Kevin Kalu has been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game, but that's about it. But for UTEP, not only do they have them outgunned with regards to turnovers, but they've also got the best scorer, in my opinion, in Tay Hardy. Hardy has been very hardy with about 15.5 points. She's 37.5% from 3 now. Really, nobody else on this UTEP team that averages north of 4 points per contest shoots above 30% from three-point range, but he's a nice go-to scorer, and Otis Frazier along Zim Boom Boom Powell, they do a nice job of helping out with about 4 steals, 5 assists, 9.5 rebounds. They both give you about 10.5 points per contest. It's just really a nice collective that you've got with this UTEP team. It's one that is very much built on defense. They play fast, but they don't play aggressively fast, and there was a little bit of an outlier that they played against Middle Tennessee, a game that went to double overtime. That was a game that was 68-68 at the end of regulation. So if you look at regulation and regulation only, it's a UTEP team that has given up 71 points or fewer in all but one out of their last really 8 or so games. And last time these two teams played, it was a 60-56 slog that UTEP lost because they went 4 of 16 from three-point range, and they were able to win that rebound battle by a count of 51-31. Sam Houston State was. Meanwhile, they lost the turnover battle 22-16. Certainly, Sam Houston State should be able to win the battle down low. UTEP is one of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, but I think UTEP generates those turnovers once again, and with this now being on their home floor, I do think that they're going to be able to get their payback. I did set this total at a 137.5. When I signed these two teams played, neither team got past 60, so diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with UTEP. 789, 790 on the betting board. Cal State Fullerton is playing against the CSUN. Cal State Northridge is a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog. Total on this game between 145 and 147. I did set CSUN as a favorite of a point. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. Fullerton just is not doing anything great right now. They're well outside the top 175 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They don't have anyone that's really hitting the glass right now. As a matter of fact, there's not a single guy in the roster who's giving North of 4.7 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Keontae Jones for the CSUN team, he's been very solid and versatile. 11.5 points, 7 boards, 1.7 steals, block and a half per contest. He, Deontay Bostic, Deshaun Ellen-Ikens all shoot between 35.5% and 37.5% for 3. Now, CSUN as a whole, they do turn the ball for 14.5 times per contest, and they only shoot 32% for 3, but Bostic, Ellen-Ikens, they combine for about 34 points per contest. You've been able to have G&I Hunt give out about 4 assists per game, and for CSUN, this is a top 85 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, a top 100 team in terms of their rebound rate as well, going up against a Fullerton team that they're just not the same defense that they were a season ago. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are about 170th in all of college basketball. I might have undersold them a little bit before, but you've got two guys in Max Jones, Tom Bruton, who are combining for about 30.5 points per contest. Jones is able to shoot 38.5% per 3. And Grayson Carper, though he only gives you 7 points, does shoot 39.5% from distance, but that's pretty much your entire offense. Fullerton, they've been okay at being able to generate a few turnovers, but this is also a Fullerton team that leaves themselves a little bit vulnerable from the outside in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. They're clocking in right around about 170th at home, allowing opponents to shoot 33.3% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, CSUN, they are about 113th in the country, allowing opponents to shoot 32.5% from 3-point range. So I did set my total at 145. I do think that there's going to be a little bit of sloppiness, and I do think the Fullerton, a team that's well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, slows this game down. So looking at the under, I like CSUN outright on the money line. I think that they win from within. 791, 782 on the betting board. Colorado is going to be playing against Utah. Utah is an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. So on this game between 151.5 and 152.5. I just set Utah as an underdog of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take those points. Now with Utah, they are giving up well north of 20 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. But this is a Colorado unit that they're a little bit ghastly with the way that they do give up the 3. Now, much better at home rather than on the road. On the road, they allow opponents to shoot 37+% from 3. This falls to about 31.7% at home. And this is a Utah team that they themselves just are such a different team with regards to their perimeter defense at home rather than away from home. Utah allows you to shoot 37% from 3-point range away from home, 32.2% at home, but Brandon Carlson, with him supplying 16 points, 7 boards, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. I think that that's going to take it out of a Colorado unit that they've got a really nice starting 5, and they themselves have Cody Williams, who's been able to give you a double-figure amount of points. He shoots it well from 3, and for Colorado, this is a top 30 team with regards to the rebound rate. You've got Eddie Lampkin down low, who's been able to give you 7 boards, 7 points per contest, and you got to love what you're able to get out of KJ Simpson, who's been able to supply 19 points, 4.5 assists, shoots 44.5% from 3-point range. And when you've got a Tristan De Silva, because he's been out due to injury a little bit, but he should be good to go in this one, 15.5 points, shooting 37% from 3-point range. But the 13.5 turnovers per game for Colorado, that's a little bit unsightly. And for Utah, they've been dealing with the Raleigh Worcester injury for the last few weeks, but Davion Smith has honestly been better than Worcester. 6.2 assists to about 2.5 turnovers per game, 11.5 points per contest, shooting at a higher clip from 3-point range than Mr. Worcester. Now, if you have a trepidation with this Utah team on the spread, it is the fact that they shoot 64.9% the free throw line. That's a little bit rough, but Gabe Madsen, he's able to shoot about 39.5% from 3-point range, going up against the Colorado Buffs unit that they have been well outside the top 85 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Both of these offenses have been a little bit hit or miss with regards to the way that they're able to just develop scoring in general. In Utah, they do average about 10.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than at home, and you've got a Colorado team shooting north of 40% from 3-point range at home. But that said, this is a spot where I do think that this number has won a little bit too far. I did set my line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take the 7+ here with Utah. With regards to my total, did set it at a 149.5. Utah, relatively mid-tempo team, and I do think the Colorado going to be cooled down just a little bit in the spot by a Utah team that, well, it's been up and down for them recently in regulation, because that Arizona game that went to triple overtime, I think that it's fair to take that out of the equation. They have now given up 68 points or fewer in pretty much 2 out of their last 4 games, and fewer than 70 points in 3 out of their last 4. In the last last time these two teams played, Utah got the job done 73-68. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Colorado 793, 794 on the betting board. Gonzaga, they play with Santa Clara. Santa Clara, an underdog of 14.5 points. So on this game is 156 to 156.5. I did set Gonzaga as a 13.5 point favorite. This was an opener of 13, so we've gone a little bit too far. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Santa Clara. Santa Clara is looking to be able to complete the season sweep, and I don't think that they're going to be able to do so, but this is still a Gonzaga unit that does have a few, shall we say, trepidations with them. They're within the top 35 in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, with Graham Ike along with Anton Watson combined for 31 points. Both give you about 7.5 boards per contest, and Watson has been able to shoot 45% from three-point range, but as a whole, Gonzaga still shoots only about 34.5% from three-point range. They have found a better rotation. Dusty Stromer has been pushed out of the fold, and Ryan Nembhard has been much more efficient recently, but with this Santa Clara bunch, I do think that the big key for them is being able to hold up on the glass, and they've got the size to be able to do so. Christoph Tilley is a 7-footer that's able to give you about 5 boards per contest. Johnny O'Neal is able to pop some threes. He gives you about 6'10" or so size, and then when it comes to the Santa Clara bunch, in terms of their three-point shooting defense, it's one of the best ones in all of college basketball. They allow you to shoot just 31.7% from three-point range in a roadside shoot score venue. Meanwhile, for Gonzaga, they are allowing opponents to shoot about 34.5% from three-point range when they are at home. Gonzaga's been able to slash on those turnovers, and Connor Hickman has been able to do a solid job. He's been able to give you about 9 or so points per contest, so do like what I'm seeing there. But Adama Paul has been a nice, solid double-figure scorer for a Santa Clara team that, even though they do a good job of being able to guard the perimeter, they can get a little bit gashed inside. Santa Clara, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this bunch is well outside the top 100 in all of college basketball, and they are giving up about 12.4 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. But I do think that for Gonzaga, this number is just a little bit too overbuilt, and with Gonzaga, keep in mind, they did lose to Santa Clara the first time around. That was a game that both teams did not get to quite 80, but both teams were able to exceed that 70-point plateau, and I do think that we get something similar here with regards to scoring. I did set my total at a 155.5, so I'm going to be willing to take 14 plus here with Santa Clara, and here at 156.5, looking at the under 795, 796 on the betting board. UCLA, they play USC. USC is an underdog of 5 points here. Total on this game between 132.5 and 133. Say UCLA is a 6-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now, the good news for USC, they're back at full force in terms of their backcourt. You've got Boogie Ellis, you've got Isaiah Collier, your two top scorers really for this team. They've both been able to combine for about 33 points per contest. Ellis shoots 41.5% from 3-point range. Collier, a little bit more of a facilitator, though. Both guys combine for 7.7 assists, 3 steals per game, but they also turn the ball over between the two of them 5 times per contest, and for USC, 12.7 turnovers per contest out of them. For UCLA, they just did too much damage to their tournament resume towards the beginning part of the season to really work their way back, but this defense has been very good recently. They have given up 70 points or fewer in all but one of their games this month, and ever since they just got completely pounded by Utah. They lost that game 90-44. They have given up north of 70 points just twice, with the other game coming against Arizona. And the first time these two teams played, granted it was with USC a little bit banged up, that was a 65-50 masterclass where USC still shot 6 of 13 from 3-point range. This USC team has been very rudderless recently. They're well outside the top 225 with regards to their overall 3-point shooting percentage defense, outside the top 150 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, while UCLA is a top 80 team with regards to points allowed per possession. They've been able to do a relatively okay job on the glass. You've got Adam Bona, Lazar Stefanovic combining for about 12 boards per contest, while USC does not have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. USC well outside the top 150 with regards to rebound rate, and though Sebastian Mack doesn't really pack it in from 3-point range, he's able to give you 13 points, 0.5 per contest for a UCLA team that, while they're still outside the top 200 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, this team has really turned the corner, while USC has just been continuing to be disappointing. Sad. This is a USC team that's given up north of 80 points in 3 of their last 4 games, while it's a UCLA team has been very good defensively. I do think that the defense wins out in this one, though I did set my total 138. I do think that now that USC is back at full force in terms of their offense, that you're going to see a higher scoring game, and I do think that this could be close enough for late game felling. So looking at the over, but with USC wanting to lay up to 5.5 with them, set them as a 6-point favorite. 797, 798 on the betting board. St. Mary's plays us to San Diego. San Diego is an underdog of 21.5 to 22.5 points. Your total on this game is between 137.5 and 138.5. Set my line at 20.5. I think we've went a little bit too far here. I'm going to be willing to take the points with San Diego now. St. Mary's is a bulldozer. St. Mary's is a top 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They are giving you no second chance opportunities whatsoever. In terms of their defensive rebound rate, one of the top teams in the country, with Joshua Jefferson, Mitchell Saxon combining for about 13 rebounds, 22.5 points per game. This team still does have their trepidations with regards to their offense. They're scoring well more than 10 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral venue. But you do have Ada Mahaney along with Augustus Marcellinus, who have been able to combine for about 27 points per contest. But still, it is a team that they do shoot 69% of the free throw line. They can be a little bit shaky with that regard. Going up against a San Diego team that does have Steve Jamerson II, who's been able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. It is a San Diego team as well that does shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. Now, St. Mary's, one of the best perimeter defenses in all of college basketball, going up against a San Diego unit that they've honestly been okay at being able to guard the arc. 33.7% is what they allow opponents to shoot from three-point range. Now, the interior, they're well outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but Kevin Penn, PJ Hayes, these are a pair of guys that have been relatively solid at generating 2 steals per game. Between the two of them, you've been able to get about 20.5 points per contest, and Hayes does shoot 42% from three-point range, while Deuce Turner down for what? He shoots about 40% from distance with 15 points per contest. It's a San Diego team that certainly has been having their ups and downs with regards to their defense, as they have allowed at least 77 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this month. But it is a San Diego team that they've got enough firepower, in my opinion, to be able to hold within the summer. First time around, St. Mary's, they won that game by a count of 81-70 on a day where they shot 10 of 25 from 3 and north of 52.5% from the floor. And that game had a lot of turnovers. San Diego was able to get things cranked up tempo. I do think that they're going to be slowed down a little bit more in this spot. St. Mary's has a good way of being able to get their tempo when they're at home, but I do think that this summer has went a little bit too far. Set my line at 20.5, so I'm going to be willing to take the points from San Diego. Made my total 134.5, so also looking under 799, 800 on the betting board. San Francisco is going to be playing against Pepperdine. Pepperdine is an underdog of 14 to 14.5 points. Totals between 149 and 149.5, and with San Francisco, I did make them a favorite of 13.5 points. Going to be willing to take 14 plus here with Pepperdine. Now, Pepperdine is dead last in the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage away from home. Opponents are shooting north of 44% from three-point range away from home, but this Pepperdine team, all of a sudden, they've been able to find some offense, 72-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, and last time these two teams played, it was on the home campus of Pepperdine. That was an 80-74, a little bit of a nip-and-tuck game that Pepperdine shot just 6 of 21 from three-point range in, and really both of these teams were ice cold from three-point range in that one. They combined to shoot 10 of 40 from three-point range. San Francisco, a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate, despite the fact that Jonathan Mogbo is the only guy on the roster. It really gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. He's supplying you with a double-double, 15-plus points, 10-plus rebounds per game. But Mongolian Mike, he's been able to give you about 8 points, 3 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. Gotta love what you've been able to get out of Marcus Williams along with Malik Thomas. These two guys combined for about 25 points, and Thomas has become a really reliable scorer, shooting about 34.5% from three-point range. He's been a little bit more hit or miss recently, but you go up against the Pepperdine unit that you've got Javon Porter back in the fold, and last time these two teams played, he had 21 points, 9 boards of relation to Michael Porter of the Denver Nuggets, and he's been able to supply the team with 13-plus points in 4 of the last 5 games. He's been able to give out a little bit more in terms of assists. You've got Ethan Anderson, who's been just very much in and out, and he has been inconsistent this season, but 3.2 assists per contest. He's able to get the ball into the hands of Michael J. along with Houston Mouth. These are your 2 top scorers for Pepperdine. They've been able to combine for about 33 points per contest. So Jay has been able to give you 9.5 boards, shoots 47.5% from three-point range. Mallet only shooting about 28% from the outside, but does a good job knifing to the rim. Now for Pepperdine, they're going to be up against it with regards to the rebound rate, but this is not a team I think is going to get completely blown away on the glass. They're 223rd in the country with regards to their rebound rate. You go up against a San Francisco team that, no doubt about it, they've got a little bit of an edge here, but San Francisco can get a little bit loose with the ball, much like you've got Pepperdine, who's been a team that has been just very much up and down with regards to their perimeter defense. But for Pepperdine, to their credit, they only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest. I do think the Pepperdine is going to be upholding this game. I did set my line at 13.5, we'll take 14 plus here, and did set my total 147.5. San Francisco has been a top 35 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and I do think that both of these teams are going to do a better job with regards to their metrics in terms of just guarding from the inside, and I do think that Pepperdine, with them having a massive outlier with regards to their three-point shooting defense, I do think that that starts to iron out. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Pepperdine, 801, 802 on the betting board. Fresno State plays host to San Diego State. San Diego State, a 13.5 to a 14-point road favorite. Your total on this game is 136.5, and I did set San Diego State as just a 10-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Fresno State. It's a very just strange atmosphere in general. It's a big arena that typically is not sold out, so you just feel like you're sort of in the college basketball twilight zone, for lack of a better term, and I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there with the way that they're able to pop it from three-point range, and this being a San Diego State team as giving up well more than 10 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. For Fresno State, the key for them, taking care of the ball. They are outside the top 275 with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, but we got Xavier Dussel, Donovan Yap, who combined for 20 points per contest. They've been able to shoot a combined about 38% from three-point range, and then Isaiah Hill, 6.5 assists, 12 points per contest. He's been rock solid as well for a Fresno State team that they've been missing. Eduardo Andre 3000, that's one of their top rebounders. You've got Anyak Boyaki, who's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but Andre, he really is your main rim protector, has been out here in the month of February, so that means that Jane Ledee should have his way down low. 20.5 points, 8 boards, shoots 39.5% from three-point range, but San Diego State, they only shoot about 32.5% from three-point range. You just haven't gotten a lot out of the two guys from last year's backcourt and Darian Trammell along with Lamont Butler. They combined shoot about 30% for three, 17 points per contest. Not a lot of facilitation out of both of them. And for Fresno State, it has been a rough defense. They're outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And for Fresno State, they've been giving up only about 5.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court venue. But it has been an all-over-the-place offense here for San Diego State, with them not having a ton in the backcourt. Micah Parrish, Reese Sticks, and Waters are combining for about 21 points per contest. And Waters has been able to shoot 41% from three, but he and Ledee are the only two guys on the roster that are shooting north of 34.5% from three-point range. I do think that allows Fresno State, a team that's been ghastly with their perimeter defense, but not as awful down low, to hold in there. It's a Fresno State team as well, has been held to now 69 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, actually each of their last 5 games, so I do think that this might also be a little bit of a lower scoring slog, so I did set my total at a 136 here, at the 136 half, diving under, and I'm willing to take the points here with Fresno State. 803, 804 on the betting board. Pacific, they play us a Loyola Marymount. The Mount finds themselves at 7 to 8 point favorites. Your total on this game is 142 to 142.5. I did set Loyola Marymount as a favorite of just 5 points. They've been competing with pretty much 6 scholarship players the last few weeks. You got Kelly Leu Pape, who's been on the fold. Now, you do have Justice Hill back, and he was missing for a little bit of time this year. Main facilitator, comes over from Murray State. He also comes over from LSU, and he's been able to give you some nice facilitation. You've also been able to have a few guys like Will Johnson, who was over at UT Rio Grande Valley, being able to give you double figures. But even for the sad and pathetic Pacific team, who's been outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, they've been giving it up from three-point range. They can't find anyone to be able to give them double figures. I do think that this is a little bit too much. With Dom Harris now being out of the fold, your top scorer for Loyola Marymount, you've got Judson Martindale along with Donovan Williams for the specific team, who are combining for about 19 points per contest. Martindale shooting about 38.5% from three-point range, and for the Loyola Marymount, last few games, their offense has just been anemic as well. 63 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. Defense is starting to really give it up as well. They've given up at least 72 points in 4 of their last 5 affairs now. For Pacific, they're certainly giving it up on the defensive side of things as well. There was a point where it was just bad offense and not a lot of defense. Now they've given up 79 plus points in each of their last 5 games, but I just don't know if Loyola Marymount has enough offense to be able to take control of this game. I do think that this is going to be a game in which we're going to see a lot of just missed shots. I think that there's going to be a lot of sloppiness, even though you do have Hill out there has been able to do a solid job along Johnson of being able to dish out the ball for Loyola Marymount. They just have nobody to pass to at this point, so it is a circumstance where I did set Loyola Marymount as just a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be looking at the points with Pacific and made my total 139, so diving under and going to be taking the points with Pacific. 805, 806 on the betting board. Cal Poly, they play OCU Riverside. Riverside is a 7 to a 7.5 point favorite. Your total is between 131 to 131.5. I say Riverside as a 7-point favorite, so 7.5 is my buy point on Cal Poly. You've got a Riverside team that they do a nice job taking care of the ball. Top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but you've got Kyle Owens, who's right now the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, while Joel Armatraded on the flip side for Cal Poly is the only guy that gives you north of 4.5 boards per contest. But your top scorer in this game is Kobe Sanders. He's on the side of Cal Poly. He's been able to give you about 18.5 points per contest. You on the flip side have a UC Riverside team that you do have 2 guys I like in the backcourt. You've got Isaiah Moses along with Brandon Hardress, who have been able to combine for about 24.5 points per contest, 8.5 assists to about about 3.5 turnovers between the two of them. And Moses has been able to shoot about 34.5% from three, but the team shoots 39% from the floor, 31% from distance. They don't have anything on the interior, much like Cal Poly, who's been able to have a few guys be able to step up a little bit more. Armitrain is giving you about 5 points per contest, and you have a 40% three-point shooter, Quentin Jones, who's been able to supply the team with about 9.5 points per contest. He's been a nice breath of fresh air, but both of these teams, they're well outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game. They're both well outside the top 200 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. For Riverside, great recruiters who they've won 4 out of their last 5 games, but I do think that this could be a spot for a Cal Poly team that has lost 15 straight games, and its offense has just been bad. I mean, man, the last time Cal Poly was able to get past 70 points, you have to go all the way back to January, and they've been able to do it once in the last 10 games, so man, it's not great, but I do think that Cal Poly going to be able in there in a game that I think is going to be a relative slog. I set my total 129. I'm diving in on the under. At the Riverside can only make them 7-point favorites, so we'll take 7.5 here with Cal Poly. 807, 808 on the betting board. Cal State Bakersfield meet for the Roadrunners. They playoffs to UC Davis. UC Davis is a 3 to a 3.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 133.5 to 134.5. UC Davis, I did set them as a favorite of 3 points. At the 3.5, that is my body point on Bakersfield. Bakersfield, well outside the top 200 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but for UC Davis, even though they're a top 75 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, they're a very top-heavy team. Ty Johnson has been tremendous with 17 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 2 steals on 35% three-point shooting, and Elijah Pepper, one of the most gifted scorers in the country. 37% three-point shooter with 20.5 points, 4.5 boards per contest. You just really don't have much outside that. UC Davis is a top 125 team with regards to their rebound rate, and it has been a bunch that has been able to take the ball away with about 8 steals per contest, but they also do commit about 14 turnovers per game, going up against the Bakersfield team that they've got a nice demonstrative scorer in Caleb Higgins, who's been able to give you 17 points per game now. For Bakersfield, they only shoot about 29.6% from three-point range, so that is quite a bit of an issue. And for this Cal State Bakersfield team, they play slowly, but they don't necessarily give you very effective offense. But I do think that for Bakersfield, they're going to be able to feed off the fact that they have been quite a bit better when they've been at home rather than in a roadside neutral court venue. When it comes to the offense, they've had a tough time being able to get it going, 285th in all of college basketball, but they're averaging about 14 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home. This is a Bakersfield team that is going to give up quite a few looks from three-point range, as Bakersfield is about 205th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage at 39% at home. I do think that that's a little bit of an outlier, and I do think that there should be some positive regression there, while UC Davis, they do allow you to shoot about 34% away from home. So, circumstance where I say UC Davis as a 3-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to take the 3.5 here with Bakersfield, and it's not my total 137. I do think that there's going to be some late game fouling, and with this Bakersfield team, they're really not a lot better on defense at home rather than on the road. So, going to be looking at the over and the points with Bakersfield this last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break and the extra games. 809, 810 on the betting board. Long Beach State, it's road face off against Hawaii. Hawaii is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Your total's between 151.5 and 152. Set Hawaii as a 3-point favorite. One to lay up to 2.5 with them. Long Beach State has Traore squared with Abakar Traore along with Lucina Traore. These two guys are combining for about 19 rebounds per game. You've got Abakar Traore, he's able to give you about 4 assists, double-figure amount of points. Lucina Traore, not as much of a versatile guy, but is able to do a nice job in the post. But for this Hawaii bunch, it does feel like they're starting to find their sea legs a little bit more, and the offense has really been able to erupt. Where this Hawaii team, they've gotten to north of 70 points in all but one of their games thus far this month, and Noel Coleman has been the ringleader of this. 13 points, shooting about 34% from three. It is a Hawaii team that they still only shoot about 34% from three. They're well outside the top 100 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis thus far this season, but it's been a nice breath of fresh air. And then you've got a Long Beach State team that they're about 179th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Now, their home and road splits are not bad, but those road games are mostly out there in the great state of California, and now you have to travel multiple time zones, so that's going to really mess with you. And I always notice that Hawaii always gets the calls when they're at home, but that's it. With regards to this Long Beach State team, they also have Marcus Iones, who's able to give you double-figure amount of points, but Long Beach State, much like they have in the last few years, are well outside the top 275 with regards to their own three-point shooting percentage. Not too bad at being able to lock it down from three-point range. They're about 200th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that Hawaii going to do a nice job being able to guard the arc here, and it's just a very interesting scenario. You've got a Hawaii team that's well outside the top 200 regards to total possessions per game. Long Beach State is one of the fastest teams in terms of running and gunning it in all of college basketball. I do think that with the later start time for Long Beach State, they're going to be a little bit sluggish, helping you out with the under sub by total 147, and with Hawaii, did set them as a 3-point favorite, so going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 here. And with that, we take our first break, and we start on the extra game stuff right here on Chris Kitchen with myself, David Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Seats with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we actually made it to the extra games before 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. This is like the first time that I've done this in about a month and a half, so we're feeling good about ourselves. Let's give you guys the rest of these plays and the rest of these winners here as we hit the bonus. And I will say before we get started, probably going to go a little bit faster on these just because we are starting to run out of time a little bit.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-551, 306-552, UMass Lowell's playing us to Albany. Albany is an underdog of 9.5 to 10 points. Total on this game is 162. This is going to be a circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the under. It is an Albany team that has been very much up-tempo. They're a top 40 team with regards to total possessions per game, but this UMass Lowell team is just pounding teams into oblivion. They're a top 25 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. This despite the fact that Abdul Kareem Koulibaly has been on the fold for quite a while, but you've got Max Brooks who's able to give you multiple blocks. He's been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, and you just take a look at this way that this UMass Lowell team has been able to play 61st in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got an Albany team that they're actually giving up about 2.3 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and you do have a potential for a lot of wasted possessions in this game as both of these teams, they're turning the ball over 13 plus times per contest. You've been able to get quite a bit of production with right in that neighborhood about 18.5 points and 5 assists per contest out of Sebastian Thomas, but he does turn the ball over 3 times per contest. Meanwhile, Yindi Hakeem on the flip side for UMass Lowell, he's been able to do a solid job, give you 15 points, 4 assists, 1.8 steals, but only shoots 25.5% from 3. He turns the ball over 3.5 times per contest, and both of these teams very hit or miss from 3-point range. UMass Lowell only shoots about 32% from the outside. Albany is a top 30 team with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but they themselves only shoot about 32% from distance. Amari Marshall has been able to give you about 16.5 points per contest, and now that you're down Jonathan Beagle, has been out since early February. He's your top rebounder with 9.5 rebounds per game. I do think that Albany going to be up against it. I think that UMass Lowell, as a result, they're going to be able to win from within and really be able to exert their will with their defense. Set my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Lowell, and set my total 153.5. Also looking at the under 306-553, 306-554. Eastern Kentucky plays us to Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas is an underdog of 15 points. Totals between 154.5 and 155.5. I did set my number at a 155.5 with regards to the total, so going to be looking at the over now for Eastern Kentucky. This has been one of the worst 3-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball, but now you go up against the Central Arkansas team that has been even worse. 350th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage for Eastern Kentucky. You've been able to have the top shot blocker in all of college basketball at your disposal as well in Isaiah Cozart, who's able to give you 14 plus points, 9 plus boards. He's shipping in there nearly 4 blocks per contest. And for Central Arkansas, they were banking on Cameron Hunter, their top scorer, really being able to deliver for this team. He got injured before the season had started and has not been seen ever since then. So they've been looking to a pair of guys in Elias Cato along Tucker Anderson to really run this offense. Anderson has been able to give you about 14 points at 6'9". He's shooting 37.5% from 3. And all in all, Central Arkansas turns the ball over 12.5 times per contest. They shoot about 33.5% from 3. They've had to slow down their offense just a little bit due to the injuries, but these are two teams that they're still playing at relatively fast tempos. Both of these teams within the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game. And for Eastern Kentucky, I do think that they're going to connect on a lot of threes, with Wallen Walker being able to give you 15.5 points, 4.5 assists per contest. And then we've got Michael Moreno, Devontae Blanton combining for about 23.5 points, with Moreno shooting 40.5% from 3-point range. And for Eastern Kentucky, despite the fact that they play fast, they only turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest. For Central Arkansas, they've actually scored fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that that's going to be going northward. Meanwhile, for Eastern Kentucky, this team has been money in the bank to give you 75 points. They have scored at least 75 points in every one of their last 10 games. They have failed to break the 75-point plateau just once this calendar year. I do think that you get a high-scoring expose, semi-total 155.5. I'm going to be looking at the over, and with Central Arkansas, giving them a 15.5-point underdog. I think that they give it up to Eastern Kentucky. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Eastern Kentucky, and I'm going to be looking at the over. 3 of 6, 555, 3 of 6, 556. New Hampshire, they play us to UMBC. UMBC is an underdog of 5 to 5.5 points, so those between 162.5 to 164, and with UMBC, I did set them as an underdog of 11 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay it here with New Hampshire. UMBC has just been a bunch that has not been able to do a lot down low. You've had Deion Brown, who's been able to give you about 17 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, and to the credit of UMBC, they're a top 100 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but this New Hampshire team is a top 30 team with that regard, and they're going to be able to absolutely bludgeon UMBC down low. UMBC is well outside the top 275 with regards to the rebound rate. Clarence Daniels, 19.5 points, 9.5 boards, shoots 38.5% from three-point range. She's by far the best player out there on the floor. New Hampshire, they also turn the ball over about 11.9 times per contest. UMBC, more like 13.5 times per contest. You've got Jackson Baker down low, who's been able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest. Shoots north of 80% the free throw line, 36.5% from three, and then you've also got a nice facilitator in Ahmad Robinson, who's been able to give you 4.7 assists, chips in there 16 points per contest, while New Hampshire has also been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis. This is a UMBC squad that has been a little bit better with their defense recently. They have now given up 75 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, but they've been all over the place with regards to their overall play. Meanwhile, this has been a New Hampshire unit that they've been bogged down a little bit with their offense as well, scoring fewer than 70 points in 3 of their last 4 games, but the defense, it has been able to hold up as well, giving up 73 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. I do think the New Hampshire going to be able to take it to UMBC, win from within. It is a UMBC team that overall from three-point range, they are shooting in that neighborhood of about 36.5% from the outside, but the turnovers are starting to rack up, and they've still been dealing with that injury to Kadarius Smith, someone who's been incredibly versatile, was able to give the team right around about 4.5 rebounds per game. So now you're looking at a whole bunch of pieces that are looking to mix and match, and I do think that New Hampshire takes it to them on their home floor. Did set my total at a 163, so here at the 164 that I'm seeing, I'm going to be looking at the under, and I'm going to lay it with New Hampshire. 3 of 6, 557, 3 of 6, 558. Winthrop plays us a USC upstate, and with upstate, you're finding them as an 8.5 to a 9-point underdog. Total between 142.5 to 144. Made Winthrop a 9.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Winthrop, a top 25 team in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. And for Winthrop, this team has been a little bit strange all season long. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, but they get to go up against an upstate team that's well outside the top 275 with regards to the rebound rate. Amir Langlis is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.1 rebounds per game. He's been able to supply 9.6 boards per contest. Meanwhile, you do have Trey Borneau, who's been able to shoot 34% from 3. He's able to supply the team with about 14.5 points per game, but for an upstate team that is outside the top 3 area with regards to total possessions per game, they're just not efficient in general. With the USC upstate, they are 344th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they now have to go up against a Winthrop team that they're 12.5 turnovers per game. You'd like to see them slash on that, and Winthrop has actually scored more points per possession when they've been away from home rather than when they have been at home. But Sincere McMahon sincerely has been able to give you double figures. He's done a good job along with Kason Harrison of being able to do all some pretty efficient offense. These two guys, they've been able to combine for in that neighborhood of about 5.5 assists per contest with McMahon. He's a 37.5% three-point shooter, and KJ Doucette is as well, 13 points, 4.5 boards out of him, even though Winthrop does not have a single guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. You pretty much have all but 2 other your top 8 scorers giving you at least 3.4 rebounds per game. You've been able to have Alex Zimmerman do a nice job on the interior as well for a Winthrop team that they do shoot about 34.5% from three-point range, and I do think that they're going to expose a USC upstate team that has been well outside the top 275 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, while they themselves have been able to do an absolutely amazing job of being able to just guard the arc in general. So, circumstance where I did set Winthrop as a 9.5-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and set my total 147.5 with upstate. They've been bleeding points even though they've been super slow. They have certainly been giving it up, and I do think that Winthrop is going to continue the masterclass that they have been showing on offense since the start of the calendar year. If you take out the first game of the calendar year, they have been able to get to at least 74 points in all but 3 of these games. So, circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 9 with Winthrop. 3-6-5-59, 3-6-5-60. Setson is going to be playing against Kennesaw State. We give our O to Lane Kiffin goals as Kennesaw State is an underdog of 2 to 3 points. So the last game is 161.5 with Kennesaw State. It's made them an underdog of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Setson. Setson just goes out there and bombs it from three-point range. They're a team that, in terms of percentage of shots that they take from three-point range, are a top 45 team in all of college basketball. And guess what Kennesaw State is not doing? That's right, giving it up from three-point range. They are allowing opponents to shoot well north of 35% from three-point range. They are a bottom 100 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Stetson, they're more around about 230th in all of college basketball with that regard. This is a Stetson unit that they certainly are bad on defense. They're well outside the top 280 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but markedly better at home. They're giving up about 6 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral venue, and this is a Kennesaw State team that they're a top 10 team with regards to total possessions per game and a bunch at with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis. They're well outside the top 230 as well. Now you have Simeon Codal and Tyler Burton who have been able to combine for about 32 points per contest. Burton has been able to give you about 6.5 assists per contest. Codal, he's been able to give you about 2.5 assists, but that said, this is a Kennesaw State team that they only shoot about 68% of the free throw line, 32.5% from three-point range. Meanwhile, for Stetson, you are going to be able to maintain down low with Oben Searcy to be able to match up with Denman Robinson. Both of these guys for their respective teams are able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, and then Alec Oglesby shooting 39.5% from three-point range has been a huge help to Jalen Blackman, who's been your main guy for Stetson, shooting about 40% from three, 92% of the free throw line with 20.5 points per contest, and then Stephon Swenson, he is the best facilitator in this game. 6 assists and 2.7 turnovers per game for a Stetson team that they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Stetson outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game, which is why I did set my total of 158. It's here at the north of 160. I'm going to be looking at the under just because I think that you fall short with regards to the total possessions, and for this Kennesaw State team, they've been a little bit all over the place with regards to their defense as well. They've actually given up fewer than 70 points in 2 of their last 3 games, but that said, I do think that Stetson, a bunch that they themselves have really kicked it up with regards to their defense. They're going to be able to hold up and hit more shots here than Kennesaw State, which is why I did set them as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and make my total 158, diving in on the under. 306-561, 306-562. Gardner Webb, it's a road face-off against UNC Asheville. Asheville is a favorite of between 3 and 4 points, total on this game between 154 and 155 with Asheville. I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I do think that Drew Pember is going to be able to lead this team to victory. Pember is the most versatile player out there on the floor. 20 points, 7 boards, 2 blocks per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and on top of that, he's got really good support around him as you've been able to have Caleb Burgess be able to give you 5 assists per game. And for Gardner Webb, they're now well outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They still shoot less than 71% at the free throw line. And for Gardner Webb, this is typically a top 75 team in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. A ghastly 217th this year, though. I will say they're actually giving up 1.9 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they're at home. But even though UNC Asheville is more in that neighborhood of about 238th with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, they completely cut off the three-point arc, top 65 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Going up against a Gardner Webb team that you do have out of your top 5 scorers, all but one of them shooting at least 34.3% from three-point range. You've got DQ Nicholas, who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 3 assists per contest. Quest Aldridge, along with Lucas Seabear, they've been able to combine for about 17 points per contest, as Seabear has went from being a main facilitator to being a little bit of an ancillary piece, while Julian Sawarmo has been taking over the offense with Caleb Robinson. These two guys are combining for about 26.5 points per contest, but for Gardner Webb, a team that was very good in terms of their shot blocking a season ago, they're just not going to be able to hold up on the glass in this one. With this UNC Asheville team, they've also got Nicholas McMillan, who's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest. Asheville only about 207th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Gardner Webb, though, they're actually behind that at 208th, and I do think that with the UNC Asheville, them having by far the better facilitation, that's going to lead them to a nice, comfortable win, along to having the best player on the floor in Drew Pember. So, did set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. So, I told 154.5 as well. So, here at a 155, I'd rather take that under rather than the 154 over. Neither of these seem super duper up tempo, but going to be willing to lay with Asheville. 306-563, 306-564. Secret plays us in Central Connecticut. Central Connecticut, a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog. Total on this game is 144. I did set Sacred Heart as a favorite of 2 points. Going to be willing to lay the 1.5. Sacred Heart still has Nico Galletti out there in the fold. He's been able to do a very solid job of 14 plus points, 6 plus rebounds per game, and Aiden Carpenter, he's been able to give you 9 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range for a Sacred Heart team that has been relatively good in terms of just being able to hold up and not turn the ball over. Meanwhile, they themselves have been a bunch that they've been able to generate a few steals themselves. As a collective, you've got Nico Galletti as one of your top 5 guys in terms of steals force on a per possession basis. Each of your top 5 scores, they've been able to generate at least a steal per contest. Now, that does include the currently injured Tanner Thomas, but you've also been able to have Alex Sobel be able to give you about 7 rebounds per game as well. This is a Central Connecticut team that they're just not going to be able to hold up on the glass. For Central Connecticut, you've got one guy in Kellen Amos who's been able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game. He's been able to supply 5.4 boards per contest. So I will say, in the backcourt, Central Connecticut, they do have 2 very good guys that you like in Alan Jean Rose, coupled with Jordan Jones. They've been able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest. Both of these guys do shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range, but Central Connecticut, they do rank well outside the top 150 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage for Central Connecticut. If you look at the overall defense, despite the fact that they don't have a lot of size down low, they are a top 90 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you do have a Sacred Heart team that, despite the fact that they have been able to generate quite a few turnovers, they're about 174th in the country, but they are giving up about 7 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. And I do think that Central Connecticut not being able to generate those second chances because they are a team that is about 112th in the country with regards to their rebound rate, but that said, they aren't doing a good job of being able to generate those second chances, be able to prolong possessions. I do think that that's going to be costly, along with them only shooting about 31.7% from three. With a team that is so small, you would expect them to be a little bit better from the outside, and you do have a Sacred Heart team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to bear down with regards to their defense as well. This is a squad that is coming off of giving up just 53 points against Wagner last time these two teams played. It was a 77-70 win for Central Connecticut in a game where both of these teams shot north of 40% from three-point range, and Central Connecticut lost the battle in terms of turnovers. I think that that'll happen once again. I think that Sacred Heart does a little bit of a better job on the glass to be able to get their revenge. I said Sacred Heart as a favorite of 2 points, going to be willing to lay up to 1.5, and semi-total 144. So here at a 144, this will be a little bit of a wait and see. We were seeing a little bit earlier, quite a few totals were more around about 143, 143.5. That would be a buy point for me on the over along with Sacred Heart. 306, 565, 306, 566. Radford is going to be playing us a Longwood. Longwood is a 1-point favorite to a 1-point underdog. Charleston's game is 141.5. I did set Longwood as the favorite of 1.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1 with them. Radford has just been all over the place in terms of their defense. They're outside the top 170 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Typically, this is a bunch that they really do a nice job bearing down on that front, and you still do have a trio of guys in the backcourt that I do like, as you've been able to get good production out of DeQuan Smith along Keenan Giles, who combined for just under 30 points per contest. They both give you a steal per game, and Smith shoots 37.5% from distance, while Byron Antoine, he's been able to shoot 42% from three. He's able to supply 11.5 points per contest, and if this is close late, each of your top 4 scorers for Radford are shooting at least 82% the free throw line, but this is also a Radford team that they've just been getting bludgeoned from three-point range, being well outside the top 200 with that regard. And for Radford, even though you do have a guy in Justin Archer who's able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, this Longwood team, they're a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. We have been noticing that Longwood has been slipping up a little bit more with regards to their defense. They're down to about 84th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're only giving up about 6.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job of holding up in this game. You've got a trio of guys in Simon Paula, along with also Michael Christmas, throw in there Jonathan Massey. They have all been able to give you at least 5.5 rebounds per game. Radford just not going to be able to match up with that. And Waylon Napper, while he does not shoot threes, he's been able to do a nice job being able to ignite a lot of interior offense. 14 points, 4.3 assists, so about 2.5 turnovers per game. This is a Longwood team that still shooting about 33% from three-point range, but they get to go up against a Radford unit that, despite the fact that they've been playing slowly, they've given up at least 74 points in each of their last 5 games. This is a Longwood team that they've themselves had a little bit of a tough time on defense, giving up at least 73 in 4 of their last 5 games, but the offense has ignited with at least 77 points in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that these teams get back to basics. Semi-total 139.5, looking at the under, and I like Longwood's ability to be able to hit the glass to be able to win this game outright, so we're going to be willing to lay up to 1 with Longwood, and looking at this total under 306, 567, 306, 568. Maine is going to be playing us NJIT. NJIT is an underdog of 8.5 to 10 points. Total on scheme between 133.5 and 134. And with NJIT, I did set them as an underdog of 11 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Maine. Maine has been able to do a nice job of being able to generate turnovers in terms of steals on a per game basis. Kellen Tynes was number 1 in all of college basketball last season, and he's on a little bit from that this year, about 2.5 steals per game, but still gives you 13 points. He's still able to throw in there 4+ assists per contest, and he's got some help down low from Peter Filipowski, who's been able to give you 7.5 worth, 13.5 points per game. And even though Maine is only shooting about 30% from three-point range, you get to go up against an NJIT team that's outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, NJIT, they just have not been able to get anything going on the glass. They're in 22nd in the country with that regard. And that's big because this Maine team, if you're able to expose them in one area, it is their rebounding, only about a 303rd in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate. Meanwhile, you've had guys like a Jaden McClay, along with Jashante Wright McLeish, who have been able to do a solid job being ancillary pieces, combining for about 16 points between the two of them, and he and AJ Lopez both shooting about 36% from three-point range, going up against an NJIT team that is very top-heavy. Tyreek Francis, coupled with also Elijah Buchanan, they've been able to combine for about 27 points per contest. They give you 3 steals, but neither of these guys really shoot it well for a bunch that they only shoot about 31% for 3. Now, a little bit of credit where credit is due. This is a unit that in NJIT is only turning the ball over about 11 times per contest, so they haven't done a terrible job with that regard. That said, pretty much everything else has been rather rough for this team, and I do think that you're going to see this main team be able to generate quite a few turnovers. It's an NJIT team that is in the bottom half of all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that they're going to have a tough time holding up here, and I do think that Maine is going to completely take away the three-point arc in this one. As for Maine, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're clocking in 45th in all of college basketball, and teams that are playing Maine at home, they're shooting just 25.3% for three-point range. So, circumstance where I'm going to be taking a look at Maine in the spot, set them as an 11-point favorite, Maine by total 133. So, at the 134, also going to be diving in on the under 306.569, 306.570. Lehigh, they're facing off against Lafayette. Lafayette is an underdog of 1.5 to 2 points on this game, is 137.5. I just said Lehigh as the favorite of 1.5 points, so at 2 or more, that is going to be my buy point on Lafayette. This was an opener of 1.5, and personally, I'd rather lay 1 rather than take 2 with Lehigh personally, because now with Lehigh, you're starting to get some pieces back in the fold. They've been dealing with quite a few injuries, so Tyler Whitney-Sidney has had to be the main guy, giving you about 13 points, 5 boards for a Lehigh team, as well as had the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. And for Lafayette, it's one of the most befuddling teams I've ever seen. They were at one point like 6-1 in the Patriot League after they had went completely winless against D1 competition out of conference. So, I mean, this has been a Lafayette team that's been all over the place. You've got a big man in Justin Vanderbilt who's able to give you 9 points, 5 rebounds per game, but you don't have a single guy on this bunch that's giving you north of 10 points per contest. Your top scorer has been able to give you 9.8 points per contest, and Devin Hines, he's been able to shoot about 34% from three-point range, but Lafayette shoots 31.5% from three-point range. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They give it up from three-point range as well. This is a Lehigh team. Meanwhile, that you've got Keith Higgins, who's now back in the fold. He's able to give you 13.5 points per contest. And with this Lehigh team, if you get into a nip and tuck situation among their top 7 scorers, all but one of them shoot at least 76% of the free throw line. You certainly don't have this with this Lafayette team. Now with Lafayette, they've been able to guard the interior a little bit better. And to the credit of Lafayette, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they have ascended to number 107 in all of college basketball. They're actually giving up, though, about 1.8 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a roadside-score venue. Meanwhile, Lehigh, they're only giving up 1.8 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home as well. So Lehigh built to be able to hit the road and be able to get the job done in this one. It is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take 2 or more here with Lafayette if we can get back to that opener of more round 1, and that's what I would prefer, willing to lay it with Lehigh. And did somebody total 133.5. This Lafayette team, well outside the top 275 with regards to both total possessions per game and points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for this Lafayette unit, if you take out the double overtime game that these two teams played earlier, as that was 64-64 in regulation, they have now in regulation given up 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, while this Lafayette team, they have not been able to break the 70-point plateau in each of their last 4. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1 here with Lehigh. If we get to 2 or more, that's my buy point on Lafayette. 306.571, 306.572. High point is going to be on the road facing off against Charleston Southern. Charleston Southern is an underdog of 12 points. Your total on this game, 151 to 151.5. That Charleston Southern is a 9.5-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Charleston Southern, well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, up against a high-point offense that is a top 35 team with regards to points scored per possession. You've got a trio of guys, Kamani Hamilton, Duke Miles, along with Keza Gifa, who have been able to combine for about 49 points per contest. With Miles and Gifa, they combine for about 7 assists per game and both shoot about 35 to 36% from three-point range. But I do think that Charleston Southern is going to be able to hold in there. They have not been running bad offense. You've got R.J. Johnson, who's been able to give you about 15.5 points per contest, and he, along with Tajay Kelly, you're able to throw in there Alan Sumner. They're all giving you at least 14 points per contest. Kelly is your main rebounder with about 7.5 rebounds per game against a high-point team that they are outside the top 175 with regards to rebound rate now. They are certainly better than the Charleston Southern team at being able to glass, but for Charleston Southern, they only turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. They generate no ball pressure whatsoever. 4 steals per game, one of the worst teams in terms of generating turnovers in all of college basketball, but this is a high-point team that they're going to give up their points. High Point has now given up at least 74 points in 3 of their last 4 games, and for Charleston Southern, do recognize that it's been a roller coaster ride in terms of this offense. In their last 5 games, they've scored 83, 46, 77, 55, and 63 points, but that said, I do think that they're going to be able to hold up a little bit more on the glass as well. You've been able to get some relatively good production with right around about 5 or so rebounds per contest out of a guy that goes under the radar, and RJ Duhart, who's been a little bit more of a rim protector for the team. Charleston Southern looking to play a little bit more up-tempo. Meanwhile, High Point, they're not necessarily super duper up tempo. They've just been very efficient with their offense. Abdoulaye Thiam, he's been able to give you 12 plus points per contest. And for this High Point team, I do think that they're going to be able to get the job done. And I do think that they're going to be able to pile up some points on the Charleston Southern team. But I do think that there's going to be a little bit of inconsistency for them from 3-point range. You've got a Charleston Southern team that, while they are still bad with regards to their 3-point shooting defense, they've been able to improve a little bit as the season goes along. They're about 200th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, while they themselves have been a team that has been a little bit inconsistent with their offense at home. So did set my total 149.5, diving in on the under end. I'm willing to take 10 plus here with Charleston Southern. 306-573, 306-574. So now they play us to St. Francis of Pennsylvania. St. Francis is an underdog of 1.5 to 2 points on this game, 134 to 135.5. Made Sonel the 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 here with them. For Sonel, this bunch, they don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. They shoot about 31 to 32% from 3-point range. They are awful. St. Francis, Pennsylvania, they are without their lone double-figure scorer in Cam Gregory. They've got one guy in Eli Wilborn that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. They are awful. So something's got to give. Last time these two teams played, St. Francis of Pennsylvania was able to get the job done, but they're even more banged up than they were back then. And I do think that with this Sonel team, they're going to be able to do just enough to be able to find a way with Max Zagorowski being a 6'8" combo player that's able to give you 12.5 points, 4 boards, shoots a little bit north of 30% from 3-point range against the St. Francis team that is only shooting about 62.5% the free throw line and is turning the ball over 14 times per contest. Now, Sonel, they shoot below 70% the free throw line. They turn the ball over 14 times per contest as well. And now you've been able to get a little bit more out of Mr. Rosenberger. Bobby Rosenberger, he's been able to fill in for Cam Gregory. He's been able to give you about 9 points, shooting 33% from 3 overall for the season, but he's been able to hit mock turbo with being able to give the team 15 plus points in 4 of the last 5 games. Hasn't turned the ball over a ton recently, so you do like to see that. But for the St. Francis of Pennsylvania team, it has been pretty ghastly in terms of their offense. Sans that game against Stone Hill where they were able to score 72 points. That was a few weeks ago. This has been a unit that in regulation, they have been held below 68 points in now 4 out of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, for the Stone Hill bunch, defense has been a little bit better for them. They've now given up 75 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. They've given up 72 or less in 3 out of their last 5 games. I do think that this is a golden spot for Stony Hill to be able to get a little bit of revenge. Last time these two teams played, when St. Francis was able to get the job done, they shot 9 to 22 from 3. Stony Hill went just 8 of 32 from distance. I do think that that irons out a little bit more for Stony Hill 1. I set Stony Hill as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them up to 1.5. And with this total, set mine at a 136. I do think that you're going to get just enough scoring for this game to go over. And I do think that both teams do crank up their tempo a little bit more. So looking at the over and willing to lay with Stony Hill, 306-575, 306-576. Lemoyne is going to be playing us to Fairleigh Dickinson. Fairleigh Dickinson, a 2.5 to a 3-point underdog. Total this game is between 157 and 158 with Lemoyne. I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Lemoyne is averaging about 12 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside Chicago venue, going up against a Fairleigh Dickinson team that's outside the top 280 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And though Fairleigh Dickinson has a trio of guys that do give you at least 5.3 rebounds per game, Joel Emmanuel, along with Sean Moore, and Slay Almoner, they're still outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. Almoner has been your do-it-all scorer with about 16.5 points per contest, shooting 39% from 3-point range, but their top 5 scorers, he's the only one that shoots above 33.1% from 3-point range. Joe Munden has been a little bit in and out of the fold. He's only giving you about 9.5 points per contest. Meanwhile, Lemoyne, in terms of turnovers per possession, they're a top 125 team in all of college basketball. Luke Sutherland, along Kanye Cleary, both being able to combine for about 30.5 points per contest between the two of them, about 10.5 boards. Now, for Lemoyne, they're outside the top 275 with regards to their rebound rate, but each of their top 5 scores shoot at least 35.9% from 3-point range. Nate McClure has been able to give you about a CO9 per contest as well. And Lemoyne, with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, is a top 150 team in all of college basketball, going up against a Fairleigh Dickinson team that has now given up at least 70 points in each of their last 4 games. And for Lemoyne, it has been a little bit touch and go for them, but they have now given up fewer than 70 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. They've really been able to do a better job on that front. I do think that they take it to a Fairleigh Dickinson team that can be slowed down. I set my total 156.5, looking at the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 4 with Lemoyne. 306-577, 306-578. Oakland State plays us to Jackson State. Jackson State is an underdog of between 2 and 2.5 points. So on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 142 to a 143. And circumstance where I did set Jackson State as an underdog of 2 points. So at the 2.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Alcorn State still well outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They have still been quite ghastly with the way that they have been giving it up from inside the arc. But that said, with this Alcorn State team, they've been able to find quite a bit in terms of their offense as well. And you've got Jeremiah Kendall, who's going to be able to do a solid job against Zeke Cook. Both of these guys down low have been able to give their respective teams 7+ rebounds per game. And then for Jackson State, it has been a little bit touch and go with regards to being able to take care of the ball. Alcorn State is committing fewer turnovers, but you do have the more explosiveness with Jackson State, with having Cat Evans being able to give you 18 points, 3 assists, shoots 40% from three-point range, and then you've been able to have Jordan O'Neal be able to shoot about 40% from three-point range. And very interestingly with Jackson State, they had their main point guard and Chase Adams go out of the fold 4 games ago, and ever since he's been out, this Jackson State team, they have won each of their last 4 games without him. They've given up fewer than 70 points in every one of them. They have been able to get past the 75-point plateau in 3 of those 4 as well. And for Alcorn State, credit is due. They've actually played some very good defense recently, giving up 70 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. They've got quite a bit out there in the backcourt. You've been able to have a pair of guys in Jeremiah Gambrell along with Byron Joshua combined for about 23.5 points per contest as a whole. Alcorn State shooting about 33.5% from 3. They do a better job of protecting the ball than Jackson State, but Jackson State a little bit more dominant with regards to their rim protection and their just overall rebound rate. So good old situation of something's got to give. Typically, I'd be downgrading Jackson State for not having their main point guard out there, but they've actually been playing better without Chase Adams. So I did set my line at 2 here at 2.5. Going to be willing to take the points from Jackson State. I do think that Alcorn State is going to be going off this heater a little bit with regards to their defense. And I do think that Jackson State is going to be able to keep it going on offense. Meanwhile, they themselves are outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is Jackson State team that I do think is going to allow quite a few open threes in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Jackson State allowing opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3 away from home. So I'm going to be looking at the over semi-total 144 and we'll take north of 2 to 2.5 here with Jackson State. 306.579, 306.580. Bellarmine plays us to North Alabama. North Alabama is a favorite of 3 points on the road. Total on this game is 142. I did set Bellarmine as an underdog of 2.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take north of 3 here with Bellarmine. Last time these two teams played, North Alabama at home, they were able to win by double figures, really being able to separate in the second half, but for North Alabama, this bunch has been giving up a lot from the outside. They allow opponents to shoot about 35% from three-point range, 48th in all of college basketball, but they should be able to control things down low. Langston Hampton for this Bellarmine team has been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, but Bellarmine, while outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, and Bellarmine is now outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And North Alabama, they have been able to do a relatively okay job of being able to hold up down low. And the big thing for North Alabama, they don't turn the ball over a lot. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but Bellarmine, they don't force any turnovers. They're just looking to run good, clean, crisp offense. And now you've been able to have Bash Weiland come back. First time these two teams played, he was not out there in the fold. Both of these guys in Bash Weiland along with Ben Johnson combining for about 27 points per contest. In Bellarmine, they still do only turn the ball over about 9.8 times per contest in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. A top 75 team in all of college basketball. You've got a North Alabama team that in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they don't take the world's biggest fall off on the road. They only give up about 4.41 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And Bellarmine, they've just been giving up the points, 349th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I do think the Bellarmine, them being at home, them being able to generate about 5.5 points more per 100 possessions at home, it's going to be very critical. Bellarmine, one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game, but I do think that they're going to be able to carve up a North Alabama team that they really do give it up from three-point range. Bellarmine, they themselves have been allowing a lot of open looks from three-point range, 230 in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 36% from the outside. And I do think that with Damian Force being able to give North Alabama about 8 rebounds per game, that's going to put them over the top. You've been able to have KJ Johnson be able to chip in there about 13 or so points per contest along Jakari Lane as well. So I do think that this is a higher scoring game, even though it's going to be low possession. Did set my total at 144.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over first time that these two teams played. You had Bellarmine be unable to get past that 65-point plateau, so I do think that this is going to be higher scoring. And with regards to the spread, I did set mine at a 2.5, so won't take 3 here with Bellarmine and the over 306.581, 306.582. Florida A&M, they're going to be playing us to Alabama State. Alabama State, a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite with your total 136.5 to 137 with Alabama State. I did set them as a favorite of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. Alabama State, a top 125 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Florida A&M in the bottom 20 in all of college basketball, though Florida A&M, they've got much more scoring now that Jalen Spears back to the fold. 17 points, 4 assists, shoots 44% from 3 for a Florida A&M team that is still outside the top 330 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but ever since Spear has been in the fold, they've been averaging about 12 points more per 100 possessions than without him. But you do have the most versatile player on the floor on there for Alabama State, TJ Madlock. His father is Tony Madlock. He's been able to do a nice job giving this team nearly 2 steals, 2.5 assists, 5 boards, 15 points per game. The lone thing that he doesn't do is pop threes, as this Alabama State team, they only shoot about 28% from 3-point range, but they should be able to get a lot of wide open looks against the Florida A&M team that they're allowing opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3-point range. That's 328th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, Alabama State, they've been relatively solid in terms of being able to lock it down from three in a roadside-shoot-score environment. They only allow you to shoot about 32.7% from three-point range. You've got C.J. Hines, who's been able to shoot 37% from the outside with about 2.5 assists, double-figure amount of points for Alabama State, who only turns the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. Their field goal shooting percentage of 37.9%. That is a bottom 50 mark in all of college basketball, but now they get to go up against a Florida A&M team that has given up at least 77 points in 3 of their last 4 games. And for Alabama State, this bunch has been having a little bit of a rough go of it on defense. 73 plus points were entered in 3 of their last 4 games, but I do think that they're going to be able to get some offense generated, unlike the last time these two teams played when it was 62-53. Alabama State was able to get that win in a game where both teams won a combined 9 of 35 from three-point range. And for Florida A&M, they lost that turnover battle 17-12. I think that they lose the turnover battle once again. I do think that Alabama State able to get a little bit more on the board here, though I do still think that this is going to be a little bit more of a slog with the way that Alabama State plays and the way that they don't shoot it from the floor. So by total 136, so you're at the 136 half, diving in on the under and one to lay up to 3.5 with Florida A&M. 306, 583, 306, 84. It is compensate. They're going to be at home facing off against Norfolk State. Norfolk State is a road favorite of 11 to 11.5 points. Total on this game is between 132 and 131.5. I did set compensate as an underdog of 12 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Norfolk State. Norfolk State is in the bottom 20 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're going up against a compensate team that's bottom 10 team in all of college basketball. With regards to points scored on a per possession basis, Justin Winston is having to do a little bit of everything for this team. He's able to supply the team with 14 points, 5.5 boards. For compensate, you don't have a single guy in the roster that's able to give you north of 2 assists per game. Meanwhile, Alan Bentrin along Jamari Thomas, these are 2 transfers that have come in and have really been able to reshape the backcourt of Norfolk State, with Thomas, main facilitator, 3.5 assists, 2.2 steals per contest on 38.5% three-point shooting. Bentrin typically shoots a little bit better than 32.5% from 3, but he's been able to give this team right around 10.5 points per contest. For Norfolk State, the turnovers of 12.5 per contest, a little bit more than what you'd like, but each of your top 4 scorers do shoot at least 75% of the free throw line. If you get into a little bit of a nip-and-tuck game there, though, I don't think that that should be the case with the compensate team. That they have legitimately been a top 225 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They're not too terrible at being able to guard the three-point line. Compensate about 167th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, holding opponents to shoot 30.1% from the outside. But other than Winston, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Greg Spurlock has been able to give you about 8 points per contest. And for compensate, bottom 20 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, going up against a Norfolk State team that is in the top 30 with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Norfolk State rather ordinary with the way that they do guard the three-point line, and you don't have a single guy for this Norfolk State team as well. That gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Jelani Darden has been able to give you about 5 boards. Does ship in there, though, a steal and a half per contest. And I do think that with the way that Norfolk State is going to be able to generate turnovers on a compensate team that just can't get anything going on offense, that this is going to become domination in a low-scoring slog. Semi total 128, diving in on the under end with Norfolk State. One to lay up to 11.5 with them. 306, 585, 306, 586. Alabama A&M is the road face-off against Bethune-Cookman. Cookman is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Totals between 145 and 146.5. I did set my total at a 146, so you're at the 145. I'm going to be taking a look at the over with Alabama A&M. They are outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. So for Alabama A&M, even though they have nobody on the roster that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game, they've been able to find a way recently as they've been able to have their top scorer, Dalen Smith, really put the team on his back. 14 points. He gives you a steal, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. And Alabama A&M, 16.5 turnovers per game. They shoot just 28.7% from 3-point range. That said, they've been able to win 4 of their last 5 games with the defense really taking hold. They have not allowed more than 70 points each of their last 5 games. Bethune-Cookman, they're a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but a team has been playing at a rather rocket ship pace. They've given up at least 69 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and Bethune-Cookman, they're a generate turnovers or give up the 3 sort of team. With Bethune-Cookman, they're in the top 10 nationally with regards to steals forced on a per possession basis. You've got a trio in the backcourt in Deshaun Dyson along with Zion Harmon and Jacoby Heady, who have been able to combine for about 6 steals per contest, actually closer to 5 steals per contest, but Dyson gives you about 13.5 points per contest. Harmon and Heady, they combine for about 31 points per contest, but if Bethune-Cookman does not get that turnover, they certainly do give it up from 3-point range. Bethune-Cookman 291st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and that jumps to north of 37% when they're at home. Meanwhile, Alabama A&M, they're allowing opponents in a roadside shoot score environment to shoot 36.5% from distance, and with Derek Carter Hollinger, 6'6" combo player, given this Bethune-Cookman team right around about 9.5 points per contest, he from three-point range, shoots the 930s from three-point range, actually closer to 40% from three-point range. I do think that you're going to get a lot of scoring in this game. Both of these teams well outside the top 300 with regards to their rebound rate, and for Alabama A&M, I feel like they've been the beneficiaries of facing off against some of the weaker competition. Last time these two teams played, it was 72-68, but I do expect that total to rise a little bit here. Both of these teams want to combine 11 of 35 from three-point range first time around, and for Alabama A&M, they lost that turnover battle 17-12. I do expect them to lose the turnover battle once again, which is why I do think that Bethune-Cookman is able to run away with this game. Bethune-Cookman as an 8-point favorite, won't lay the number, and at a 145, looking at the over 306-587, 306-588. Howard is going to be playing against Morgan State. Morgan State is an underdog of 8.5 to 9.5 points. Total on this game between 152 and 154.5. Set this total at 151. Looking at the under, Morgan State has been slowing down a little bit more recently. They're outside the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game. Now, both of these teams well outside the top 240 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But for Howard, I do think that they're going to go out there and dominate, set them as an 11.5 point favorite, as you've got a pair of guys in Seth Towns coupled with also Bryce Harris, who would be able to combine for about 31.5 points, 14 boards, and they combine to shoot 40% from three-point range. Howard as a whole, they're shooting 36% from three-point range, going up against a Morgan State team that they just have been very rudderless in terms of their offense. They do have one top flight guy who's been able to do a tremendous job in Winston Tabbs, who's been able to give you about 16 points per contest, and Cameron Hobbs, he gives you double figures. He throws in there about 3.5 assists per contest. But Morgan State, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, currently they are outside the top 275 with that regard, and they take quite a bit of a nosedive when they're away from home. They're only averaging about 91.5 points per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot score venue, and this is a Howard team that overall, with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, they are a top 45 team in all of college basketball. With Howard, they've been able to do a much better job of being able to connect at home, shooting north of 40% for three-point range at home compared to about 34.5% in a roadside shoot score venue. Now, it is a Howard team that they themselves are going to give up quite a few looks from three-point range. Howard is about 211th in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but that falls to about 31.7% when they are at home. And Morgan State, man, they're just getting absolutely cooked from three-point range right now. Morgan State, they're allowing opponents to shoot from three-point range right in that neighborhood of about 35.5%, which rises to about 37% when they're away from home. And for this Morgan State team, you just really don't have anyone down low that's able to give you north of 6 rebounds per game. This should be Howard being able to dominate, especially with Seth Towns, of his versatility. You've been dealing with a few injuries for this Howard team, but you still have been able to get some relatively good just overall facilitation and some backcourt play with 13 points per contest out of Marcus Zachary for Howard to be able to get the job done. And Howard, they themselves, to turn the ball over about 15 times per contest could be costly for the total that's set at 151.5. Looking under, and with Howard, one to lay up to 11 with them. 306-589, 306-590. South Carolina State is going to be playing with Delaware State. Delaware State, a 2.5 to a 3-point underdog. Totals between 137.5 and 138 with Delaware State. Set them as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line for South Carolina State. This has been a team that's been able to be transformed on defense, but they don't have a single guy on the roster that is able to give you north of 10 points per contest. Mitchell Taylor has been able to give you about 9 points, pair of assists per contest, but it's very costly in this scenario. Going against the Delaware State team that is now in the top 125 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, both of these teams quite bad from three-point range. Delaware State is only shooting about 30% from three-point range. Meanwhile, you've got a South Carolina State team that among your 362 Division I teams, currently they are clocking in with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. We're in that neighborhood about 259th, and they do see a nice rise at home. They shoot about 38.5% for three-point range at home. That's more like 28% in a roadside shoot score venue, but I do think that for Delaware State, they do a nice job being able to guard from the outside, as they themselves have Martez Robinson along with Jevin Munoz. These two guys have been able to combine for about 31.5 points per contest, both shoot north of 35% from three-point range, and then you've got Wesley Oba down low, so able to give you about 6 boards per contest. Robinson chips in there about 6.5 rebounds per game. Though South Carolina State inside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. You've only got one guy that's able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. That would be Davion Everett, who's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game for a bunch of. They only shoot about 32% from three. They turn the ball over 15 times per contest. Delaware State, they themselves do turn the ball over about 15 times per contest as well. But Delaware State, they've been able to do a nice job holding up with their defense, giving up fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, it is the South Carolina State team that, to their credit, they've been able to get to at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but they just don't have a guy at the back half of games. They're able to take over the way that the Delaware State backcourt is able to, and I do think that that leads Delaware State to a victory where both of these teams are going to be threatening to / getting to 70, as both of these teams are in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game. Did semi-total at a 143.5. Looking over and looking at Delaware State outright on the money line. 365.91, 365.92. Nichols is going to be playing up to Texas A&M Commerce. Commerce is an underdog of 7.5 to 8 points total on this game between 135.5 and 136.5. I did set Commerce as an underdog of 4 points. points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Commerce. They are well outside the top 3 with regards to rebound rate, but Nichols, they're also a team that is clocking in about 260th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate, and with this Commerce bunch, are a top 125 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Nichols, unlike in past years, they're well outside the top 200 with that regard, and it's a very top-heavy Nichols team. You've got Jamal West along with Dallin Smith. These two guys, they've been able to combine for about 30 points per contest with Deontay Smith. He's been able to shoot about 38% from 3 assists per contest, and 2 steals, but past these two guys, you just don't have a lot of Ryan Mariza with a lot of this Nichols team. They turn the ball over 13.5 times per contest, and though Commerce, a bottom 25 team with regards to the rebound rate, you've got a trio of guys that you're able to rely upon in the backcourt, and Galen Williams, coupled with Jerome Brewer and Tommy Lewis, being able to combine for about 41 points per contest. With Lewis, he's been able to shoot about 37.5% from 3-point range. Nichols, to their credit, they've been very good at being able to guard the 3-point arc. They're a top 75 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but at home, they do allow opponents to shoot more like 34.5% from 3-point range. That actually falls below 32% in a roadside shoot score venue. Meanwhile, you've got a Texas A&M Commerce team that has been quite effective on the road. They allow opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3-point range at home. That falls all the way down to 32.5% in a roadside shoot court venue. And with this Texas A&M Commerce team, they're certainly a team that they suffer from going on the road with their 3-point shooting percentage. It falls all the way down to 25%, but they're not looking to pop with a lot of threes. They're looking to be able to drive the ball inside, get a lot of those open looks from the interior. For Commerce, they are 281st in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but only giving up 3.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And with Nichols being up about 223rd in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, I do think that Commerce, with the way that their backcourt operates, allows them to hang in there. And with both of these rough defenses, I think you get plenty of points. It did set my total at 140. Looking at the over of Nichols, going to set them as a 4-point favorite. So taking the points with Commerce and the over 306.593, 306.594. NC Central plays us the Maryland Eastern Shore, and the Shore does find themselves as an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. Total on this game is 136 to 137 with Maryland Eastern Shore. Did set them as an underdog of 11 points. I'm willing to lay up to 10.5 with NC Central. NC Central, a top 50 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. The Maryland Eastern Shore last season was a tremendous team in terms of generating turnovers. Lost pretty much 8 out of those top 9 guys, and NC Central also allowing opponents to shoot 23.3% from 3-point range against them at home. Maryland Eastern Shore, meanwhile, they have fallen off with regards to their 3-point shooting defense. Maryland Eastern Shore, they are allowing opponents to shoot about 33.5% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot court environment, and with Maryland Eastern Shore, it's all about Charlie Hupstead. Hupstead has been able to give you 12 points, 8 boards per contest. He's the only guy on the roster, though, that really gives you north of 4 boards per contest and really gives you double figures. You've had Chance Moore, who's been able to give you about 10 points per contest as well, but for this NC Central team, you've got a very fearsome threesome in the backcourt. Now, you don't have a lot down low. They're well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate, really, other than Emmanuel Izabuner, who comes in from the Big South, who's been able to give you 5 boards per contest. Nothing there, but you've got a trio of guys in Fred King along with Pool Boy King. Throw in there as well Darius Harris. All 3 of these guys have been able to combine for about 44 points per contest. They all 3 are able to shoot a combined about 35% from 3-point range. They do turn the ball over about 12 times per contest as a whole, not just these 3 guys, but the entire team. But we've also been able to get a little bit of production recently with the 38% 3-point shooting and about 6 points per contest. Josh Smith as well. He's been a little bit of a microwave scorer off the bench who's been able to give the team double figures in 2 out of the last 3 games. You've got a Maryland Eastern Shore team that just doesn't give you a lot on the glass. So I will say credit where credit is due for Maryland Eastern Shore. At least 69 points in 3 of their last 4 games. And this is an NC Central team that overall has been able to hold up with their defense, but it's now given up at least 79 points in each of their last 3 games. But offense has been cooking as well. At least 72 points in each of their last 4 games. So very interesting scenario here. I do think the Maryland Eastern Shore, a bottom 10 team in all of college basketball, the regards points scored on a per possession basis this season. They're going to get slowed down to semi-total 133. Both of these teams are outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. So looking under and willing to lay up to 10 with North Carolina Central, actually up to 10.5 with North Carolina Central. 306.595, 306.596. You've got Eastern Christian. They're going to be playing us to Northwestern State. Northwestern State, a 3 to 4 point road favorite. Totals between 150 and 151. Set Northwestern State as a favorite of 4 points. Going to be willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. This is a Houston Christian team that is in the top 25 with regards to total possessions per game, the bottom 25 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And it's a Houston Christian team that has 2 guys on the roster that are giving you north of 2 points per contest apiece. They are shooting north of 25% from 3-point range. That would be Dom Capriati shooting 42% from the outside. And then you've been able to have Marcus Green be able to give you about 14 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. Houston Christian, actually a relatively respectable rebound ranked team. You've got a pair of guys, Michael Iragere, along with Bonke Maring, who have been able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game, but they don't have a lot on the interior. Meanwhile, you got a Northwestern State team that they are outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but Cliff Davis has really been able to transform himself in conference. He's been able to shoot about 40% from three-point range, 14.5 points per contest, and on the road, he actually shoots closer to 41.5% from three-point range. Down low, Northwestern State is outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate, but they've been a halfway respectable three-point shooting defense, as both of these teams have. Northwestern State, they allow opponents to shoot only about 33% from three-point range. Meanwhile, for Houston Christian, the one thing that they've been able to do an okay job of cutting off the three-point line, they allow opponents to shoot just 33.2% from three, but it actually jumps to about 36.5% from three-point range at home. I do think that you get a nice up and down game. The question becomes, can Houston Christian do their part with regards to the total? Because while they play so fast, they're a bottom 15 team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. They do turn the ball over about 15 times per contest. This is a Northwestern State team that's starting to generate some more turnovers. They generate about 7 steals per contest, with having Mr. Chris Forte be able to give you about a steal and a half per contest. And I do think that Northwestern State defense going to be able to kick it up just enough to be able to keep this total under. They have now given up 73 points or fewer in each of the last 5 games. So we'll at the under and willing to lay up to 3.5 here with Northwestern State. 306-597, 306-598. Southeast Louisiana plays us to New Orleans. New Orleans is a 10 to 11 point underdog. Total on this game is anywhere between 147.5 and 148.5. I made Southeast Louisiana a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. Southeast Louisiana, well outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for New Orleans, they do have the best scorer out there on the floor. That'd be Jordan Johnson. He's been able to give you about 21 points per contest from 3-point range. He's shooting in the high 30s from 3, 4 assists, 1.6 steals per contest for a New Orleans team that only turned the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. But I mean, past him, you don't have a lot with regards to this team. They only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range as collective. They are a bottom 50 team with regards to rebound rate. You do have a pair of guys in Tyson Jackson along Javon Vincent that combine for about 11 rebounds per game, but the overall size of Southeast Louisiana, I think, is going to take it to them. You've got Roger McFarland, a 6'5" combo player that gives you 14.5 points, 8.5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, and then Roscoe Eastmont. He's been able to give you about 6.5 assists, only turns the ball over about 3 times per contest. It is a Southeast Louisiana team that they are turning the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, but top 125 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And then you've got Nick Caldwell, who's been able to shoot 42.5% from 3, 16 points per contest. He stands right in the neighborhood of about 6'8", so you've got good versatility there. And for New Orleans, this team has really been giving it up from 3-point range recently. New Orleans, now in terms of their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, they're at 16th in all of college basketball. I do think that New Orleans, with them just having absolutely no size down low, and Broden Woodbury also being able to give you about 6 boards per contest for Southeast Louisiana, they're going to be able to take control of this game. And I do think that this is going to be a lower scoring game, with Southeast Louisiana being well outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game. But Southeast Louisiana, they're currently getting to 75 on the regular. I do think that they do their part in terms of holding down this New Orleans team and getting their tempo in this game. So did set up my total at a 146.5 looking under, and I'm willing to lay with Southeast Louisiana. Made them a 12.5 point favorite. 306-599, 306-600. You got McNeese, they play us in Incarnate Word. Incarnate Word is an underdog of 21 to 21.5 points. So on this game, it is between 145 to 145.5. Made my line 21.5. Max I'm willing to lay is 21, but I'm going to be willing to lay it with this McNeese team. They're a top 80 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, going up against an Incarnate Word team that are well outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're 16 turnovers per game. That's a bottom 20 mark in all of college basketball. You got a pair of guys in Sky Wicks along with Alex Anderson, but they combine for about 26.5 points per contest. Wicks is able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but between the two of them, 6.3 turnovers per game. Meanwhile, Shahada Wells, he gives you 18 points, shoots north of 40% from 3-point range, and you get to face off against an Incarnate Word team that is allowing opponents to shoot well north of 35% from 3-point range. With Incarnate Word, it's just been absolutely horrible for the team on defense when they have left home, as they are giving up about 109.4 points per 100 possessions. That is outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. This Incarnate Word team has been able to get Joshua Morgan going, shooting about 37.5% from 3-point range. And interestingly, with this McNeese team, they've been allowing opponents at home to shoot a much better clip from 3 rather than in a roadside shoot scoring environment. For McNeese, they allow opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3 at home, 31.3% in a roadside shoot scoring environment. I think that is an outlier that is going to be cleaned up. McNeese outside the top 300 with regards to total possessions per game. So I do think that this is going to be a lower scoring game. So by total 141.5, looking at the under, and with McNeese, willing to lay up to 21 with them. 36601, 36602. Also B, they play us to Lipscomb. Lipscomb is a favorite of 1 to 2 points. Total on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 148.5 to a 150. I did set my total 152. I'm looking at the over. Austin Peay overall for the season outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game. But ever since they had their main do-it-all sort of player out there, Marcus Sharp, go down with an injury, it has been a Austin Peay team that they've actually been cranking up their tempo. And Sharp was doing everything. 17.5 points, right around 7 boards, 4.5 assists, 2.2 steals per contest. And ever since then, Austin Peay here in the month of February, without him, they have been able to get to at least 77 points in every single game. And they've also given up at least 69 points in all but one of their games as well. They've been very much relying upon a pair of guys in the backcourt and Isaac Haney along Javonte Black, who've been able to combine for about 24 points per contest. Both played at Northwestern State under Corey Gibson last season. Combined, he shoot about 39% from 3, and Desi Jones has been able to give you 13 points. He's been able to also give out 3 assists per contest. But Austin Peay, they've also now fallen outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Overall, the three-point shooting defense has been solid. They allow opponents to shoot only about 31.5% from three-point range. That's the top 120 mark in all of college basketball. But Lipscomb, I do think, is going to be able to light them up quite well in this spot. You've got a Lipscomb team that they're outside the top 200 with regards to the rebound rate. Jacob Onyesovic being out of the fold, that has hurt them quite a bit. But you've been able to have Will Pruitt be a nice do-it-all player. He and Darren Boyd have been able to combine for about 31 points per contest. Boyd is shooting 44% from 3, and this is a Lipscomb team that they're a top 50 team in all of college basketball with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. They're shooting 36.9% from the outside. It is a Lipscomb team that as well, they are well outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they're 310th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But giving up 6.5 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot scoring environment rather than when they have been at home, so they've been able to benefit from being on the road. It is an Austin Peay team. I think that the absence of their main scorer in DeMarcus Sharp, it is going to be catching up with them sooner rather than later. And with this Lipscomb team, the way that they have just been able to knock down threes no matter where they have been, they are overall 31st in the country with regards to three-point shooting percentage. I do think that they get the job done on the road in a higher scoring game. So I told 152, looking at the over, and with Lipscomb, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 with them. 3 of 6, 603, 3 of 6, 604. Southern is going to be playing us Grambling. Grambling is an underdog of 5 to 6 points. So the game is 133 with Grambling. I did set them as an underdog of 7.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay it with Southern. Southern is a top 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they're specifically at home. Now, Southern has been dealing with a few injuries. I know that their top scorer in Tayron Joseph, who's been able to give you 20 points per contest, he's been missing the last 7 games, but you've been able to have the point guard that comes over from France in Tijani Dumasi be able to take over a little bit more. 9.5 points, 5 assists per contest for a Southern team that they only shoot about 32.5% for 3. They do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, but Brandon Davis has been able to step up in a big way. Shoots about 36.5% from 3-point range. He's been able to supply the team with at least 14 points, and now each out of the games that Mr. Joseph has been out of the fold. Meanwhile, it's a Grambling team that, though they have been much better on defense here in conference play, they're still outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've been able to really crank it up with their offense. 74 plus points in 3 of their last 5 games, with Kentavious Dozier being able to give you about 14.5 points per contest. All in all, it's a Grambling team that does turn the ball for 13 times per contest. They do generate, though, about 6.5 steals per game, but they're still outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate. You've got a pair of guys in Jonathan Aku, along with also Antoine Burnett, who have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. And for Southern, this is a bottom 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but with the way that Southern has been able to just really stick teams in the bud with their defense, I do think that they're going to be able to take it to this Grambling team. Now, I do think that this total is a little bit too low considering Southern is a top 125 team with regards to total possessions per game, and I do think that we're going to see a little bit of regression with regards to that defense, but this is also a Grambling team that, with regards to their three-point shooting defense, they're currently 262nd at all of college basketball, allowing opponents to shoot 37.5% from the outside. So, looking at the over 7, my total 135.5, 1 to lay up to 7 with Southern as well. 36605, 36606. Arkansas Pine Bluff plays us Prairie View. Prairie View is an underdog of 2 to 1.5 points. Draw on this game is 155.5. Set Pine Bluff is a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Pine Bluff. It has been a rough defense, to say the least. Bottom 10 team in the country with regards to rebound rate. Bottom 30 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But you've got a trio of guys. Joe French, along with Rashad Williams, thrown there as well. Kyla Milton. They've been able to combine for 50-plus points per contest. So Milton has been dealing with a little bit of an injury, but should be good to go in this one. All 3 of these guys shoot at least 35.5% per 3. And Pine Bluff, a top 75 team in all of college basketball with regards to three-point shooting percentage. And for this Arkansas Pine Bluff team, it's been very interesting that they've shot worse at home rather than on the road with with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, but they go up against a Prairie View team that they gamble for turnovers. Prairie View, they're a top 20 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and with Pine Bluff, even though they play super duper fast, they have not really turned the ball over a lot. Only about 12 turnovers per contest. You've got Ishmael Plett, who's able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. That's going to be a little bit of a tough matchup for a Prairie View team that does have Charles Smith the fourth, who comes in from Old Dominion. He's been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest, and then you've got Javante Hopkins, who's also been able to give you about 13 to 14 points per contest. These two guys combined to shoot in that neighborhood about 32% from three. Though Smith, he shoots 38% from the outside, but other than Brandon Miles, who's able to give you 8.5 point rebounds per game, you don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.4 boards per contest. Prairie View is outside the top 325 with regards to their overall rebound rate, and with Prairie View being a team that just really does not guard the arc very well, Prairie View, they allow opponents to shoot about 35% from three-point range. That should allow Pine Bluff to be able to get back into the rhythm and to be able to put up a big number in this one set. Pine Bluff as a 3.5 point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the number in. Did somebody total 157.5. Also going to be taking a look at this total over 306.607, 306.608. Lamar is going to be playing against the Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi, a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog. Your total on this game, 145.5. I did somebody total 145. Looking at the under, Corpus Christi has played north of 75% of their games to the under thus far, and they're actually your second best cover rate team in all of college basketball, but I do think that Lamar is going to give them fits here. Lamar is a bunch that has four separate guys that give you between about 10 to 13 points per contest. BB Knight has been able to shoot just below 40% from three-point range, doling out about 2.5 assists per contest, while this Corpus Christi team, they've been able to do a nice job generating turnovers in the top 75 in all of college basketball in that regard, and they're a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate, while Lamar is well outside the top 125, but Lamar, I do think they're going to be able to do a solid job down low with Adam Hamilton matching up with Gary Clark. Both of these guys give their respective teams about 11 to 12 points per contest. Hamilton about 6.5 boards per contest. Clark, he's able to give you 8.2 rebounds per game, and then do like Dane Prim, him being able to give this team 6 boards, 8.5 points per game for this Corpus Christi bunch is big, but Corpus Christi only shoots about 30% from three-point range. To the credit of Corpus Christi, they've been able to do a nice job, be able to lock it down from three-point range, 57th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they don't see too much of a fall off when they do leave home rather than when they are at home, but this is also a Lamar team that has been able to do a solid job in their own right of being able to generate some turnovers. They are a team that's 243rd in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but that does fall to about 30% at home, and when you've got Scary Terry Anderson giving you about 13 points, being able to throw in there about 5.5 rebounds per game, I do think that Lamar finds a way to be able to get it done against the Corpus Christi team that, while they've done a solid job with their defense, offense has been very hit or miss as they have scored now 72 points of fear in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Lamar team that's gotten to at least 75 points in 3 of their last 4 games. Last time these two teams played, it was 79 to 71 when the lone overs at Texas A&M Corpus Christi played, with Lamar being able to shoot about 49% from the floor and finding a way to the free throw line. I think they'll do the same here. Willing to lay up to 2.5 with Lamar. Somebody told 145, so here at 145.5, looking under to go along with Lamar. 306, 609, 306, 610. Vermont, they play us Bryant. Bryant is an underdog of 8 to 9 points. Total on this game is 145.5. Bryant is a top 20 team with regards to total possessions per game, but I do agree with the lower total. I said my total at 141. I'm going to be looking at the under with Bryant. They've been able to do a nice job of being able to guard the three-point line. Top 40 team in all of college basketball in that regard. Meanwhile, this Vermont team, they're one of the most surgical teams in all of college basketball. 9.1 turnovers per game. They shoot about 34.5% from three-point range, with TJ Long being able to give you about 12 points per contest. This Vermont team, they really don't generate a lot of turnovers or anything like that, but they've been able to do a nice job in terms of being able to limit you from the inside. They don't necessarily grab a lot of second chances with regards to their rebounds. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 6 boards per contest, but they don't let you grab a lot of second chances as well. Vermont, they allow you to shoot just 31.7% from three-point range as well. Now you've got Rafael Pinzone, who's been able to give you double figures for this Bryant team, though the main attraction currently Sharif Gross-Bullock. He's been able to give the team about 19 points, 2.5 assists, shoots 39% from three-point range, and then Colin Withers, he's now been able to shoot about 37% from the outside, but for Bryant, this team is outside the top 300 with regards to the rebound rate. Vermont, they're closer to about 200th, and for Bryant, they do shoot just 67.3% at the free throw line. Earl Timberlake is bringing sexy back with 9 boards, 4 assists, steal and a half per contest, but with Vermont, now having Shamir Bogues back to the fold, who's able to generate multiple steals, really being their best defender, I do think that Vermont holds down Bryant and is able to cover the summer. Set Vermont as a 9-point favorite, so going to be willing to lay the number. Set my total 141, so looking at the under, I do have one more break to take, so I will take that right now, and then we'll give you the final 2 games on this board right here on Coast Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now a partner with Houston Family Podcast. And we're back back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we've got 2 games left to go, so let's finish it off right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-611, 306-612. Queens NC is on the road facing off against Florida Gulf Coast. Florida Gulf Coast is a 4.5-point favorite. Totals between 151.5 and 152 with Dunk City. I did set them as a 5.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. With Florida Gulf Coast, this has been a team that has been very much all over the place with regards to their overall offense. You've got Zach Anderson, who's saying 6'6", giving you 13 points, shoots north of 40% from 3, though Isaiah Thompson, he's down to shooting in the low 30s from 3-point range, has been banged up all season long. But the one thing that Florida Gulf Coast has been able to do a relatively solid job on, that'd be their rebound rate. They're a top 125 team in the country with that regard, though. They are giving up the 3 ball. 308th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That balloons up to 36.4% when they're at home. This Queens team, they've been halfway decent with regards to being able to guard the 3-point line at home. On the road, that does go to about 35.5% from 3, and with Queens, they have been well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. BJ McLaurin, he's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest, gives you double figures, and Dayton Albury, he's been able to chip in there about 17 points per contest as well, but it's a little bit of a top-heavy team in Queens that I do think is going to have a little bit of a rough time going up against the fact that Florida Gulf Coast does have that versatility with Mr. Anderson and company. AJ McKee has been able to give you 18 points per contest, and for Queens, they shoot right around about 33% from 3, but Keyshawn Kellman down low giving you about 6 boards, block per contest. Dunk City shooting about 34.5% from 3-point range as well. I do think that's going to be a little bit too much in this ordeal. One where Florida Gulf Coast, they've been coming in relatively solid with their defense, giving up 74 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games, but you've got a Queens team that they have now given up at least 75 points in all but 2 out of their last 18 games against the E1 competition, so I did set my total on 153.5. I'm going to be looking at the over with Dunk City. I did make them a 5.5-point favorite. These 2 teams hooked up about a month or so ago. That was a 78-75 win for Queens, in which they were able to shoot 11 of 31 from 3-point range, and Florida Gulf Coast lost that game because they shot 9 of 16 at the free throw line. So I think you get a similar total looking at the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 5 with Florida Gulf Coast. And we wrap things up with 306-613, 306-614. Texas Southern is a road face-off against Mississippi Valley State. Mississippi Valley State, a 12-point home underdog. Total on this game, 131. Semi-line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to take the 12 with Texas Southern. This is still a team that ranks outside the top 330 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and normally this Texas Southern team, one of the best teams in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. They're well outside the top 250 right now with not a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Grayson Carter has been able to give you about 4 boards. He's been able to throw in there about 7.5 points per contest, and you do have Jonathan Cisse, the transfer from Carter Word for the Texas Southern team, shooting about 37% from 3, 11.5 points per contest, and for Texas Southern, they do an okay job taking away the ball. It doesn't take too much to do that against Mississippi Valley State. They're dead last in the country with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, last in both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but they actually have the best player there on the floor, Raekwon Brown. 6 assists, 1.2 steals, 18 points per contest, 31% 3-point shooter, which doesn't sound like much, but in this game, that's actually quite good. You've got Areco Gibson as well for Mississippi Valley State, shooting 44.5% from the outside, 9.5 points per contest. And I will say for this Mississippi Valley State team, you got pretty much 3 guys on the roster. They're averaging north of 5.6 points per contest. That's honestly too terrific. They only shoot about 37.5% from the floor, but I mean, both of these teams, they've had so many issues with regards to their offense. Texas Southern, they have been able to break through the 70-point plateau in regulation in just 1 out of their last 4 games. And for Mississippi Valley State, while the defense has still been very anemic, it's been a little bit better recently, giving up 72 points or fewer 2 of their last 3 games. I think that this is a low-scoring slog. Both of these teams, while outside the top 175 with regards to total possessions per game, set by total 127.5, diving under of Texas Southern, could only make them an 11.5-point favorite, so won't take the 12 here with Mississippi Valley State. And that will wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, we are able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, do have 1 or 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter /X timeline at @June_41. Keep in mind there is the name does not matter. As per usual, please send these into the timeline. Other way, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated from there. Terrible fire or whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via the 5-star reviews coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season. That means I'm coming at you once again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.